echo in there, so maybe you could take care of that somewhere. Thank you. You don't need two of me, that's for sure. All right, good morning. Chair Bushnell has some delay in her getting here. Highway 36 is shut down, so she has to route herself around, and so she might be as much as an hour late, but hopefully she'll be here sooner than that for everyone's sake. All right. There are instructions online and everywhere else on how to get in on the Zoom if you need to. So we're just going to start this meeting off with a roll call. I've had no training, so you're just going to have to bear with me. Roll call, please.
Thank you. Supervisor Arroyo? Here. Supervisor Bohn?
Yep.
Supervisor Madrone?
Present.
Supervisor Wilson?
Present.
All here.
All right. Supervisor Bohn, would you honor us by leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance? All right, good job. Next, we have modifications to the agenda.
Good morning, Vice Chair Wilson. We have a couple modifications this morning. Item D7 will be pulled for discussion. And then just for situational awareness of the audience, closed session will take place around approximately 11:30 so that we can tackle that and get some lunch and come back to business. And then items I3 and I4 are going to flip-flop. This is the TOT measure item and measure O. So we'll hear TOT first and then go into O to wrap the day off. And I expect that both of those will be after we go into closed session this morning.
Okay, great. Back to the agenda. All right, we're going to start with the consent calendar. These items are expected to pass here today, but we want to have some discussion about those things. So let's do it. Is there anyone on the board here that wants to talk about any of the things that are on the consent calendar before I take it to public comment? Okay. Anybody?
I think we have Clinton Dewey and Mike Mimbo on board for.
They're on Zoom.
They are on Zoom. Hey, guys.
What item will they be referring to?
What's that? Oh, number 4, I believe.
All right.
And so what we have is we'd like to acknowledge two of our own, two outstanding educators and coaches from Fortuna Union High School District who were recently recognized by the California Interscholastic Federation and the North Coast Section NCS for their exemplary service and dedication to students, athletics, and the broader educational community. So they were both Mike Bimbo, state champion coach, everything, was the recipient of the CIF Model Coach Award. This honor is given to coaches who just demonstrate the highest levels of leadership, sportsmanship, and mentorship. He doesn't just have good athletes, he's got good kids. Coach Bimbo's longstanding commitment to student athletes and his positive influence within the school community are a credit to Fortuna Union High and the greater Eel River Valley and region. And additionally, Clint Dewey, the superintendent of Fortuna Union High School, who used to wander the sidelines a little bit, has been awarded the Phil Hempler Distinguished Award by the NCS. This prestigious award recognizes individuals who have demonstrated exceptional service, ethical conduct, and moral character in support of high school athletics and education. So I'd love for these two guys who have done very well by Fortuna High and give a little say hey. So we'll go start out with Coach Bimbo.
Hey there. Hey, first of all, thank you for recognizing us. We appreciate that. Can you guys hear me?
Yep, we can hear you, Coach.
All right, just making sure.
You're on the screen now, too.
Yeah, no, it's an honor to be recognized for doing, something that I think is one of the best jobs in the world. So certainly appreciate it.
Thanks, Coach. Mr. Dewey.
Yes, sir. Good morning.
Morning, Clint.
Yeah, I just want to thank the Board of Supervisors for the recognition. We're actually in our district admin meeting this morning, so we have our whole admin crew going to embarrass me for getting a recognition this morning when we're done, so I thank you for that. But like Coach Bevo said, we appreciate the recognition, and neither one of us do this to garner any awards, just trying to do the best for the students in our community and serve our community the best we can. So, but we do appreciate it very much. Thank you.
Homegrown kids. Coach, what was your number? I want to say 53. Am I right?
54.
God, I was so close. The only reason I say that is because I used to deliver fuel to the family out there in Carlotta, and that jersey hung over that cash register for as long as I can remember. Anyway, we wanted to recognize you, basically, and Michelle really wanted to recognize you guys for the service that you provide and to the kids of the Eel River Valley. So thanks, you guys. We'll let you get back to work, but congratulations. Thanks.
Thank you.
All right, that was a great recognition of some wonderful community members. The next is D3, retirement resolution for Tammy Hunter, and we have Supervisor Arroyo to do that.
Wonderful. Well, I know, Tammy, you're here today, so why don't you come on up and I'll read this. And while you're doing that, I'll ask the Vice Chair, would you like to have comment about this at the end or at this time from people who are here for Tammy? Would you like to have comment right after I read it from all the
Yes.
supporters? Okay,
Yes.
great. So if anyone would like to make a comment about Tammy, you're welcome to right after I read the resolution. All right. Hi. Hi. All right. This is a resolution in honor of Tammy Hunter, whereas Humboldt County Department of Health and Human Services, DHHS Payroll Personnel Supervisor Tammy Hunter is retiring after more than 32 years with the county. And whereas Tammy was hired as a data entry operator in the summer of 1992, promoting to a level 2 less than a year later, and then to senior data entry operator the following year. And whereas in 1996 and again in 1997, Tammy was assigned acting supervisor duties before being promoted to office services supervisor in 1998 and promoted again to payroll personnel supervisor in 2012, the position she is retiring from. And whereas Tammy's coworkers say she is someone they've always been able to count on to make sure payroll was processed rain, shine, or earthquake. And whereas her coworkers refer to Tammy as an invaluable asset and someone who has always made herself available to lend a hand when needed, adding that they will miss her sense of humor and keen eye for detail. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Humboldt County Board of Supervisors hereby recognizes, honors, and expresses our gratitude for Tammy Hunter's years of dedication to the county and wishes her a long and happy retirement full of fun and adventure. Thank you. And I'll bring it to you. With all your colleagues and friends later. We can do that too. Okay.
You can say something if you want.
Hi, good morning, board chair and board members. I just want to say my name is Paige Plummer. I'm our deputy director for DHHS Employee Services. I've had the pleasure of working with Tammy for the last several years. I have personally learned so much from her just in, my time in human resources and in employee services. We're really going to miss being able to ask her, just the background on various items. I'm going to miss joking and speaking with her every day, and just wish her the absolute best in her retirement. Thank you.
Anybody else? Last chance.
Oh, come on, 32 years. Somebody else has to get up here. Don't be shy. Thank you. That was pretty much directed at you. Yes, you're right.
Thank you. Thanks for this resolution. I'm Connie Beck, Health and Human Services Director. I don't normally get to say this, but Tammy started with the department prior to me. I think she must have been 5 when she started. I do want to thank her for her dedication to the department and to the community. That's a lot of years, and she obviously has a lot of years to, enjoy her retirement, and just want to thank her for the dedication. So thanks.
My name's Connie Hagquist. I've worked with Tammy since she came over to Employee Services. She has been, excuse me, I get all emotional, that's why I didn't want to talk. She's been a wonderful coworker. She's been a friend of mine, and the department is really going to lose someone special. Thank you.
Anything else? There you go.
Well, Tammy, I haven't had the pleasure of working with you directly, but I can tell from reading that and understanding your role a bit that you've touched a ton of people. And for every, kind of frontline person who's out there working directly with community members every day, there's also many more folks who are making sure they get paid and that they have what they need. And thank you so much for doing that for so many years. I'm really grateful.
Right. Well, it wouldn't have careers like this if there wasn't dedication to civil servitude. And I want to thank you especially today and honor you for that commitment to civil service and to our community. And it's just a reminder that we have thousands of people who are committed to our community and civil service, and it's their life's work. And we do these retirements in honor not just of the people, but also of the individual, but the people who are engaged in this in this experiment of civil society that we are in, and trying to hold it together in these times. And I just really want to appreciate all the decades of dedication. With that, I'm going to bring this to public comment on anything that's on the calendar, on the consent calendar, and we're going to open it. Is there anything on Zoom?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, yo. I'm sorry. I didn't. I apologize, Supervisor Bohn.
Tammy, I know what a career you've had and how long you've worked here, and get to wave at you every once in a while, but when you can make Connie cry, you must have made quite an impression. I've known Connie a long time, longer than you've worked for the county. But anyway, that's quite a tribute when somebody will come up and show themselves like that and everything else. And all that I can say by the crowd that's here, that you've earned it and you're going to leave a void. So thanks for everything. Enjoy your life after the county.
And with that, I'm going to keep going until Supervisor Bushnell has her world together here. Is there any other public comment on things that are on the consent calendar? And we have, hold on.
We are adjourning today, and I didn't know if Michelle, for Bob Pryor. Bob's family's longtime ranchers. You've heard it too, being Pryor and everything else, and his family has been a mainstay. Bob, if not the longest, was the second longest serving director at the Humboldt County Fair. And I've been to quite a few of their meetings, and Bob always showed up. He used to come into my dad's grocery store 60 years ago with his wife, get bread for the duck pond, and they lived by the store. And I've known Bob a long time, and whenever you saw Bob, he'd say hi, and then he'd have a question about something that's going on. And it could be far-fetched from one end of the county to the other, and I never understood if it was a case he had on his desk or if he just wanted to know about it. But he was an inquisitive, wonderful guy, and to Chris and the whole family. We give our, he showed up to all his kids. Seemed like he showed up to a lot of his grandkids' games too, which was pretty cool at his age. So anyway, we are adjourning in the memory of Bob Pryor. All around good guy.
I would like to echo, I apologize for being late. Highway 36 came down in front of me. Had to go around an hour, so I'm quite sorry. And I would like to echo what Supervisor Bohn said. The Pryor family is well known in the southern Humboldt area, and for years and years, my grandfather ranched with them, and just an amazing family, and carry it on today with their traditions. So with that, I think we're going out to public comment, and we're going to start on the Zoom.
Thank you, Chair. Caller 7718, I will unmute you and you'll have 3 minutes.
Good morning, Camp Sawatsky. We have an interesting 16 minutes of non-consent consent, but that seems to be the norm. So I do wish to make comment on item D13. I noticed where your assistant county council, Natalie Duke, was getting a step increase, I think from a B to an E. A B must be pretty low. Natalie has a great skill set. I was involved when she did a negotiation and a settlement with Humboldt regarding the litigation. That's some years ago, isn't it, Natalie? I wanted to thank you for acknowledging and giving her the step raise. Item D1, you have $80,173 with U.S. Department of Agriculture. I don't know if that's going to get dodged or not. I wouldn't be counting on those funds coming in. D2, you have a contingency fund which you are dipping into. It's down to about $1 million. Fortunately, we don't have that long to go, but you do need to kind of keep aware of how this will be going financially in your other topics later. Number 9, you have an audit, your audit committee, you have a lot of vacancies there, and another person who turned out is probably reapplying. My understanding is the audit committee may be who you're kind of disconcerting the people seem to be leaving the ship right when they might be making some of the biggest financial decisions made in Humboldt County regarding Measure O funds. I did wish to thank, very heartfelt thanks to Supervisor Arroyo, who during this last term of expenditures spent $56. I think that's very fiscally responsible. On the other hand, we had 2 other areas there, the 3rd and the 5th. Fifth, $3,633.65, third, $1,265.22, for a total of $4,698.87, which is a vast majority of the $6,388.47. A lot of this is spent in Yosemite on a wellness thing there. I think basically in this time with your constraints here, that I think it'd be way more responsible for county members to only attend things like CSAC if you're required to be there, and to go ahead and be fiscally responsible. The taxpayers would appreciate that. Thank you for my opportunity to speak on your consent items today.
Thank you. That is all, Chair.
Thank you. Is there any public comment in the room on the consent calendar? Seeing none, I will close public comment and bring it back to the board for a motion.
I'll move consent minus D7. Is that what it is? Yes.
No, second.
Thanks. Sorry.
Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, thank you. Now we're going to go to items pulled from consent. And this is a letter of opposition for Assembly Bill 770. And I think Supervisor Bohn pulled this. He'll be talking on it.
Yeah, and I just couldn't sign the letter the way it was. I mean, the letter is actually twice as long as the bill, which means what they're talking about here is the letter goes on, and it gets down to using cultural resources, and I'm pretty sure most billboards are next to a 4-lane highway, that if there was cultural resources, they're probably affected. It's people that hate billboards, but a lot of the people, I just noticed that they put up 3 brand new billboards in Fortuna. And I didn't hear much opposition to it. I think they like the tax base. But what it is, it asks for customary maintenance in the advertising in the same dimensions, customary copy area dimensions. But what it does, it allows them to replace structural members such as posts and internal bracing using stronger materials. So basically, we're taking billboards, which have been around for 80 years or since the highways were around, still can't put them up in a lot of places. They can't increase the number of posts, but they can reduce the number of posts if they use different materials. And basically what they're doing, it sounds to me, if I was reading between the lines, they're basically earthquake proofing, you know, kind of like what we make people do with old buildings, just making them stronger or better, because as materials get better, composites get better, everything else, it'll just make for a stronger billboard so they don't blow down. So it's the way this is written, the opposition letter is, this is the whole text of the bill. That's it. Our letter's twice as long. So I understand why it's on here, but I just couldn't sign it the way it was. So I just wanted to, my opposition to it is, not saying I love billboards. The people that advertise on them, if they didn't work, they wouldn't do it. So that's the only reason I did it. So, and it passed Assembly 20-0 in favor on April 3rd in the Assembly. So it's going to pass anyway, and I think we're the only county opposing it. I know there's a couple assemblymen that have come out, but it passed 20-0 in committee. So I've wasted enough of our time.
Supervisor Wilson?
Sure, I'll speak directly
Thank
to
you.
this letter, if that's all right. There's a couple of reasons, and there's a reason why a letter or opposition to this would be longer than the language in the bill, which is basically a redefinition of customary maintenance for billboards in California. Currently, customary maintenance is just the repair of what we would ordinarily understand as a repair of a structure, a significant structure. Many of these structures are quite large and or adjacent to our transportation right-of-ways. What this would do would mean that it would redefine customary maintenance in a way that no other structure in the state of California would have the entitlement for. It would basically make customary maintenance definition, meaning no building permit required for any substantial structural changes, including anything that just reduces one post number in the structure, meaning you could, as defined here, basically replace the entire structure or almost the entire structure. There's no definition. Could be 99% of the entire structure, so long as the face was made the same. So you would do that without a permit. So there would be no jurisdictional review for a permit. Currently, you would require a building permit. You would submit those plans, and they would be reviewed. Under this, there would be no safety review of that structure. No other structure of this size in the state of California gets that kind of waiver. And so that also means that then if you put in new posts of larger size, and especially under earthquake considerations, it means foundations. How large those foundations would be without permit would be something that would be waived. This could be in areas of environmental concern, in ecologically sensitive areas. We have billboards currently in Humboldt County in wetlands and estuaries. So there would be no permit required for all the large equipment to put that in. There would be no permit required for historical or archaeological review. I'm sure tribal entities would not like that very much. And so it also doesn't account for reconfiguring this in any way, shape, or form. So it would completely exempt these structures from this type of review. Also, we do know, and we have had in Humboldt County, people go off the road and hit billboards with their cars. There's a big difference between hitting a wooden structure and a metal structure. And this this customary maintenance would allow for that repair, or allow for that changeover in materials without any review of the safety of the road, the people on the road. So that's another consideration. Again, that's what this is about, is exempting these large structures from these types of review. It would even exempt this type of work from having the property owner. So sometimes the billboards are actually in many cases encroaching on public lands or on properties where the owners don't even know that they're there. We've seen that all over the place. We've seen it in Humboldt Bay. We see it in Del Norte County and other places. And so this work will be done without notification to the property owner as well. So this redefinition of customary maintenance, again, is something that no other structure in the state of California would have. And it's just odd that we would support this unsafe and environmentally significant change in the code. And for that reason, I am motioning that we support this letter. And I know we still have to go to public comment. Thanks.
Supervisor Arroyo.
Thank you. Just thinking of the cultural resources aspect, I think it makes great sense to include that as a concern. When it comes to roadways, many of our roadways were, especially highways and arterial roadways, were once old wagon roads a couple hundred years ago, and a few hundred years before that, they were pathways for tribal people to be able to get around, and often located near village sites. So I think there's an abundance. There's a reason why Caltrans has so many, tribal review personnel, and why that's an important component of what they do. And I think continuing to uphold that effort to make sure that we're not impacting archaeological resources is a bit of a moral imperative for those of us in elected office. So I think that's something that's important to me, and I agree with everything else that has been said. I appreciate you bringing this forward, Supervisor Wilson.
Thank you. So I'm going to go back to Supervisor Bohn, but I wanted to ask, so this bill in its entirety is for billboards that are already erected, correct?
Yes. Yes, that is true.
So they already have had a permit process, and so it would be for repair. And actually, I'm going to ask Director Ford to come forward because...
Can I answer that question?
I'm going to
Okay.
finish if I could. I'm just curious, but they've... John? And this goes along, we just did a billboard ordinance in Humboldt County, and so I'm just curious of Director Ford's outtake.
Yeah, a lot of the billboards that exist out there were never permitted. So they just are kind of added to and modified over time to provide the structural support.
So, but it wouldn't allow for new billboards, this bill, from what I'm reading.
Well, I think from a policy standpoint, that's the line that this, I think, crosses. Because essentially what it allows a billboard company to do is completely rebuild the billboard. Under existing law, the way that the Business and Professions Code works is that there's certain things you can do under customary maintenance, and it's not well defined. But then when you get into placement, these are terms of Business and Professions Code, that's when it becomes new. When a billboard comes down and is no longer operable, that becomes placement. So it's not clear under these provisions, if you were to take everything down and rebuild it in place, whether that encroaches on the old definition of placement or whether this would supersede.
And land use for Humboldt County, this would trump that. Is that correct?
Yeah, we have no jurisdiction over Business and Professions Code.
Okay, thank you. And Supervisor Bohn?
Yeah, just so you know, I'm not saying I support it. I just oppose the letter the way it's written. We talked about heavy equipment, and So last night I counted 7 pieces of equipment exceeding 50,000 pounds, building a trail next to the wetlands and cultural resources. We're talking about just between Eureka and Arcata. And then I look at the wetlands that we built going southbound, where we took 90 acres of agricultural land and built a marshland enhancing, which is fine. But we had very, very large equipment out there. And they actually found resources and skeletons and everything out in that project, and we're able to move on. So, I mean, I'm just saying, all I do is oppose the writing of this, the way it's written, it makes it sound, and according to the state, anyway, there are laws in place, and I just oppose the letter. I don't necessarily support this, so.
Is there, would you like to have some portion of this removed so that you would support it, or?
Well, there's so much. I don't think Mike wants it changed.
Okay.
It's fine. I mean, if there's something you want to change about it, but I just don't think, I think what Supervisor Bohn is saying is like, it's in depth, and I want to respond to a couple things here. One is all the laws that protected the ecological and cultural values of the projects that were just mentioned by Supervisor Bohn would be exempted by this. So every precaution made, every review that was done when those resources were found, there were processes and procedures to deal with that. Those would all be exempted under this bill for this particular use. Again, this is a use that is not in the, not in the public trust best interest. This is for private commercial use, and to get an exemption from all the cultural resources protections, all the environmental protections. It just seems it goes really far for something that is and even public safety. And understand the city of Arcata, in a lawsuit, Viacom sued our city of Arcata some decades ago about the city of Arcata's ability to do a building permit for public safety purposes. They red tagged a billboard, and the state of California, the court system, upheld Arcata's rights and that local jurisdiction's rights, so counties and cities, to be able to have building permits for these structures in the interests of public safety. This is where you get that review. This language would remove that review of our public entities in the public jurisdiction, so there'll be no public safety review for these structural changes. It's hard for me to imagine why we would do this we don't do this for houses, we don't do this for schools, we don't do this for, there's just no structure we do this for. Why would we do that for this? It seems extreme, and I hope that we oppose it today. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Supervisor Bohn.
The only thing that concerns me about what Mike just said, he says, remember, this is for private use. And I look out at this crowd, and a big portion want to know where we're going to spend our Measures E dollars, which come from sales tax, which is not government provided, is actually provided by private companies that collect sales tax and go forward to Measures E. So, I mean, private use is not a bad thing. Private use is what drives this county. We can try to make it all public, but then nobody's going to pay the bills, as we see what's going on now. So I don't like the sound of just private use. I don't know how many, I mean, earlier, you know how many cars have hit those billboards, and now they're going to put metal. And I noticed that every guardrail that's going up now has metal posts and metal guardrails. They don't have wood posts anymore. So there's a lot of metal a lot closer to the highway that people, we can take it to extremes. I just think, we've killed the billboards pretty much as we can here. So I'm thinking, anyway, I just can't take the letter because it talks earlier in the staff report about it affects the quality of life. I had 2 friends die this weekend. I'm thinking about their quality of life, and I don't think the billboards had a damn thing to do with it. I think we better reevaluate some things. So it doesn't affect my quality of life.
Thank you. We're going to go out to public comment, and we're going to start with Zoom.
Thank you, Chair. Caller 7718, I will unmute you, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Ken Swansky, I'm looking forward to the 13 comments. I think we have 13 tribes here. After I speak, either in the room because it's important to them, or on Zoom. If I hear a majority of those tribes objecting and wanting some consideration, maybe they wish to have some provision where any of the existing billboards, they would have their TIFO review to see if it was a site, and then they would have further oversight because of those specifically. The public perception here, and it's come out of a long time, is basically we've had a bunch of ones cut down, perceived to be people from Arcata who engage in eco-terrorism and cut these things down because it's so difficult to put them back. There's a public perception of even one of the people sitting up at the table at the dais there was complicit or has knowledge of that having taken place. Billboards are not an evil thing. I think if they're regulated fine. I think maybe making them so they can't change saws to not cut down the post. Rex's logic regarding metal and things like that is 100% on point. Where just about every safety structure is made out of metal. And most of those areas you're talking about now have guardrails in front of them. They would have to go through to even get to those particular billboards. And a lot of them are set way off the road. I could, if I was sitting at a dais, I'm not. I could not support that. Most likely you'll get a 3-2 vote on this one. But then when you're driving around looking at the people who advertise there, I think you're going to see Hawaiiasi used to be big on there. A whole bunch of the weed growers were big on there. I think there's only 1 or 2 left of those type. Open Door Clinic has billboards out there. And you'll see just about every diverse group. I've seen people of all different persuasions as far as political parties using those during election time to advertise on. Some people find them offensive. I do not. It's been referred to that the current generation, younger generation, Z, X, or whatever we're talking about, don't look at them. But why are these billboards directed toward that youth or those younger people when they're advertising? So I can't see the city can't see the county taking a position on this. It's worthwhile, and I would support either putting this back together to have Rex draft something he's comfortable with, and then maybe you get total support. 3-2 isn't much of a support when it comes down to opposing something, and I highly suggest you come something that you can at least get a 4-1 or 5-0 on this topic. Thank you, Miles.
Thank you. That's all, Chair.
Thank you. Is there any public comment in the room? Hi, good morning. Welcome.
Thank you. I didn't know this was on the agenda, but listening to the different people speak. My name's Joanne McGarry. I took the bus here from Arcata. As you ride the bus, you get to look out the windows. And I'd rather see beautiful open space than the blight of billboards. But that being said, on this Earth Day, today is Earth Day, and when we're thinking about what's good for the earth, having rules and regulations in place on any human constructed thing that's going to be put on the earth. We don't need exceptions to those rules, especially for things like advertising, and private ownership of those advertising structures. They need to recognize that if they want to let the public know about something on a billboard, they also need to know that that billboard needs to be under the regulations of anything else that people are trying to build. We have so many strict rules about so many other much more necessary things in our world than billboards. So opposing a bill that allows billboards to be constructed with no permit necessary, and just all the reasons why those things are necessary. I support our county opposing this assembly bill.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment in the room on this item? Seeing none, I'll close public comment and bring it back to the board. Supervisor Arroyo.
Well, I hope I won't rob you of this opportunity by making the motion. I'm thrilled to move that we approve this letter as written, and I will also just note that the item of local control is mentioned in here as well, which is something that I think we all can appreciate.
I'll second the motion and also note that, yes, guardrails are put on the sides of the road. Yes, they are made of metal, but again, they are done and permitted and designed, and we know that they're done for the purpose of safety. This bill would exempt metal posts along our roadways with no review for safety of anybody. So with that, I'm hoping we can get a yes vote. Thanks. That's my second.
Okay, I'm kind of torn on this one because I don't like the idea of not having local control and having the state do land use regulations for Humboldt County. It bothers me greatly to the end that where do they stop? This is the beginning of one, and local control is so important when you're dealing with land use. So I'm just not sure what I'm going to do here.
Motion carries 4-1.
Thank you. So we'll go on to public comment on non-agenda items.
Thank you, Chair. Caller 7718, I will unmute you and you'll have 3 minutes.
So I'd like to make a brief comment on what the state allows with very little oversight. City of Blue Lake is facing a project out there, a Danco project, which it will be an at-right use. In other words, it won't go before the Planning Commission. It can go straight to the counter with whatever guidelines have been set up. So we get a complete change of the makeup of Blue Lake, and the state said, oh, that's okay, we have a clause here. I did wish to make comment. Somebody mentioned that they saw some writing on the road, big red letters on, I think, a county road, referring to somebody being a pedophile, or naming that person. I don't support graffiti. On the other hand, I can't object to someone going to those extremes when children are subjected to that and the court system fails, CWS fails, the whole thing fails. I think people will have a right to know what's going on there. So I'm just guessing you may find a lot of pain out there with people who are getting very irritated regarding the current process that's supposed to protect children from pedophiles. And they take, I guess they're taking law in your own hands. I don't know. So I'm not going to condone it, but I can understand it. Let's put it that way. Sometimes there's only some ways to get a message across. I guess you could buy a billboard and have a list of people up there. And of course, if they wanted to take you to court, they could say you slandered them. But 99% of these times when these accusations are made in the manner I've seen them made, they are true, and it's just a failure of Humboldt County's law system, court system, CWS system, and it gets to be very irritating, to have to keep going to the mat on these particular topics, just because someone's known ahead of CWS before many, many years ago doesn't make the actions that are being taken in this forum correct. And I strongly support people look at that. Next thing, there's a last thing here. There's a song called Suave Rico. And I love the term Rico. And I think that's going to be a topic you may be having to address. Rico is when you money launder, and everybody's wondered why they don't go after people in Humboldt County. Well, I can explain that to you. This will be future topics when I could have some face time with the board. So thank you for the opportunity to speak on this non-agenda item today.
Thank you. That's all, Chair.
Okay, so we're going to go to the room, and this is going to be public comment on non-agenda items. Welcome. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm Stephen from AFSCME, and I'm here to make a comment about the ongoing negotiations that are between AFSCME and the Board of Supervisors. We've been negotiating in good faith for close to, well, at least as far as I remember, since December, and it seems like we can't seem to be meeting on any kind of agreement. We keep getting posed further and further apart, so I've been taking part in being here every Tuesday that I can be for some time now, and one of the things I've noticed is that the will of AFSCME is steady and strong. Everybody still wants a fair deal, fair wages, and fair benefits. And the other thing I've noticed is that there seems to be growing public sentiment for AFSCME because we keep getting lots of positive feedback every time we are outside on Tuesdays at lunch and after work. And then I've also noticed on how there seems to be growing public sentiment against what's going on in the world right now with the protests, the most recent one that just happened last weekend. And I can't help but notice that there seems to be momentum building for causes for people who are fighting for themselves and wanting to advocate for fairness and decency. And so I hope you all can take that at heart when you are negotiating with AFSCME, that public sentiment is in our favor.
Thank you so much.
Have a good day.
You too. Hi, good morning.
Hi, good morning. I'm just here because I am aware it is Child Abuse Prevention Month, and I was not able to be here last week or the week before. There is a movement happening right now, today, and yesterday and tomorrow, and there are non-complacent parents who are sick of their children being abused. There are survivors who are speaking out, and this isn't getting smaller, it's getting bigger. If there is nothing, and things die out and they fizzle away. When there is something, it manifests, it grows, and it multiplies. And unfortunately, this is multiplying, it's manifesting, it is growing. Victims are speaking out. Evidence is being found, and you're either part of the problem or you are part of the solution. You can do the right thing, or you can hide your head in the dirt and deny that this is happening in this area, but it's going to come out and it is going to be uncovered because nobody is going to stop fighting for their children. There is something very wrong happening around here in this building. I want to address and put it out there for any survivors, any parents, anybody that is going through a situation where they feel that they are alone, that they are have the system being used against them. There is a new Facebook page, Survived Trafficking Child Abuse in the Emerald Triangle or Humboldt County. I've come across that. There is a coalition of California concerned parents. There are resources. People are banding together. Like I said, if there's nothing, it goes away. If somebody's onto something, it gets bigger, and this is getting bigger. It is getting bigger, and you guys can be heroes. You can be the good guys, or you're going to be part of the complacency. And it's the worst thing imaginable when children are being abused. There is nothing more important. Road signs, potholes, how much the cops get paid. That's nothing. These are babies. And we're not going to stop fighting for them.
Thank you. Hi, good morning. Come forward.
Hi, my name's Angela, and that's my sister. I am a victim of child sex trafficking. I am realizing that this is a billion-dollar industry that has been going on for over 30, we've tied it to 30 plus years. This is happening in your districts. This is on your hands too. The last 6 months, we have formed a team. I have handfuls of victims. We are adults now. These children grow up and they become adults and they have voices of their own. And I am ready to utilize my voice and my army. And it's true, you guys can be part of this good fight or you are compliant.
Hi. Welcome back.
Hello again. My name's Joanne McGarry. On this Earth Day, I chose to come to the Board of Supervisors meeting to remind us all that the Earth is where we live, it's our home, and we've got to take care of it really well. One of the things that we did almost a year ago in this chamber was pass a ceasefire resolution against the attack in Gaza that is harming, to this day, thousands of innocent people. And it's using monies and weapons that are being sent by our federal government. And on this Earth Day, I just really need to remind you how destructive war and that type of conflict is in the world to the planet. Not just to human beings, although it's so important to remember the human beings. But if you have to bypass that and think of other things that are being impacted, our climate, the flora and fauna, the oceans, temperatures, the pollution. And so our ceasefire resolution of last year, it would be really wonderful for us to recognize that we did that, and we want to say it out loud again in some way, because we all know that Pope Francis died yesterday right after talking about pleading for a ceasefire in Gaza. And so I would really like on this Earth Day for you to consider the real need for us to take action on these types of issues that happen in other parts of our global planet. And they impact us. I can't tell you how many people are suffering here by knowing what's going on there. And so on this Earth Day, please consider resurrecting the ceasefire resolution and maybe even making it more potent, because we need to do something right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment on non-agenda items? Seeing none, I will close public comment on non-agenda items. We're going to go to our next item, which is H, Planning and Hearing Department. Public hearing for revocation of 24 cannabis permit applications. So I'm going to open the public hearing. And is there any ex parte communication from anybody on the board? No? Okay, then we're going to go to Director Ford.
Thank you, Chair Bushnell, John Ford, and Colin Slavey to present this. I'm just going to turn this over to Mr. Slavey to go through the presentation.
Good morning. My name is Colin Slavey, and today we will be discussing the revocation of 24 cannabis cultivation permits. The purpose of these revocations are due to a failure by the operators to pay outstanding balances due to the Planning and Building Department. Today, the total outstanding balance is $111,157.81. Brief background, we're familiar with this. The Board of Supervisors announced on October 23rd that cannabis permit holders must pay for their permit processing costs and establish a payment plan for payment of Measure S taxes in October of 2023. March 31st, 2024 was the deadline for permit holders to pay department invoices. On April 23rd, 2024, a letter went out suspending the permits. And on March 7th, 2025, applicants were informed by certified mail of the Board of Supervisors hearing today. So these 24 permit holders as of April 12th, 2025, did not pay department fees, asterisks, did not indicate any intention to pay, and have been suspended since April of 2024. Following that date, one of the outstanding balances was paid, and I'll address that later. State licenses have expired or were never issued for 23 of these projects. One license is still active. All of the properties were inspected either remotely or in person in 2024. As of the 2024 inspection, none of the properties were cultivating. It's undetermined if the projects to be revoked have remediated the site, removed infrastructure. And the status of conditions of approval and compliance agreements for each of these projects have not yet been assessed. The current situation of the payments, as I mentioned, one payment was received between noticing and the hearing today. That was project number 12926. The applicant was Robert G. Thompson. And then one Measure S payment plan is active. This is for PLN 11258. Currently, $5,329 are due for Measure S taxes, but there is an outstanding balance due to the county. The sum is $2,291.82. Again, the total outstanding balance due today to the county is $111,157.81. So finally, the recommendation from staff to the board is to adopt 23 resolutions to do the following. Find that the permits have been exercised contrary to the terms and conditions of approval, and revoke the 23 permits per section 312-14.2 of the Humboldt County Code, and to address the resolution for PLN 12926 and consider not revoking the permit and remove it from the staff recommendation on the staff report because the applicant paid the outstanding balances on April 17th, 2025. Thank you. That is the presentation.
Okay. Do you have any else? Go ahead, Director.
I just wanted to be real clear there. There's two permits that we believe warrant just being removed from consideration. One has paid their outstanding balance, even though they were suspended for over a year. But given the fact that they have paid, and then another one is in a Measure S payment plan. And given the board's last action on Measure S, extending the time for that, we believe there's could be consideration there to allow that to not be revoked.
So the recommendation was PLN 12926. What would be the other one?
That was 11258.
11258. So then recommendations would be to suspend 22?
Correct.
And not suspend the other two?
Correct.
Okay. Are there any first of all, is there anybody in the room that these applications affect? Director Ford.
Just to be clear, I'm sorry. Either you or I used the word suspend. It is revoked.
Oh, revocation, sorry.
Yeah.
I think I did. Is there anybody in the room that these applications pertain to? Okay, I'll bring it back to the board. Supervisor Wilson?
Are we going to go to public comment, or was that okay? I'll wait for public comment. I'm happy to make the motion to move this forward. Thanks.
Okay. Supervisor Bohn?
Yeah, I don't have any problem with this. I'm just saying, on all of these, and I think we've discussed this, by some reason, a lot of these people have left town. A lot of people, you can't contact them, so it's a pretty safe bet that they're not accepting correspondence or anything else. But if somebody buys the property and comes in and wants to make, since it goes with the property, and decides to make it whole, you know, you look at these dates of, 2016 got approved in 2020, the extent, are we going to be able to use all that information if they want to pre-permit their property, or are they going to have to start at square one?
They don't have to start at square one. We typically advise them, try to encourage them to see if they can get a hold of the prior permit holder and to see if they can just get it transferred into their name. That's the easiest.
No, I understand that, but how's that worked out for you guys?
That's been okay.
You've been able to get a hold of them?
Actually, the prospective permit holder has been able to get a hold of the previous permit holder and complete that transaction.
And give them $5,000 to sign the...
Probably.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, knock, hello. Okay, I just, if for some reason somebody wants to do, buy the property and enact, because I see a lot of properties for sale, you can also, there's the opportunity to get the permit. I just want to know what the problem is.
So could I ask a question? With doing that, if you assume someone's permit, you also assume their debt. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So, or you could permit yourself and not assume the debt.
Or they
No, it's
can
not.
process a new permit and some of the existing information can be reused, except in the impacted watersheds.
So the debt does not carry to a new permit?
That is correct.
Okay. Are there any other questions of the board? No? Okay, we'll go out to public comment. We'll go to Zoom first.
Thank you, Chair. Caller 7718, I will unmute you and you'll have 3 minutes.
Good morning. This is Kent Swatsky, and this is something I've been tracking quite thoroughly. So I do know squat about this one, Rex. So in my communication with our Amy Christensen there, and I always appreciate her getting back to me with relevant information, I wanted to know how many people entered into the payment plan during the last minute thing here. And out of a whole bunch of permits, 7 people did that. So I would applaud the people who did that. Thank you for doing that. According to the math that's been done, I think 215 people that were available to enter into that happen. Since I think we'll have a revocation coming soon for 243
Kent, Kent. Hello? I'm sorry. So we're going to stop your time. You are not audible at all. If you want to try to recall back in, if it's your number, we'll come back to you after I do public comment in the room. I'm sorry. We're going to have to cut you off. We cannot hear you. Please try to call back in. Is there any other public comment on the Zoom?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Caller 9744, I'm going to unmute you and you'll have 3 minutes.
Yes, hello.
Hi.
Can you guys hear me? I'm calling a comment on the agenda item that you guys are talking about right now.
I'm sorry to cut you off. We're having some technical difficulties. It's just static on our end.
We're going to take 1 minute and check our system. Is there any public comment in the room on this agenda item? No? Okay. Hold on 1 second. CAO, are you trying the system? Okay. We're going to take a 5-minute break to check our system. Public comment again. If they have their hands raised, or if you're listening, please try again and we'll call on you.
Caller 9744, I'm going to unmute you and you'll have 3 minutes.
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
So is my 3 minutes of public comment starting now?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Scott Raymond. I'm the sole owner and operator of 2 of the permits that are up for suspension. One of them is 13340. The other one is 13349. And I'm calling because I want to keep one of those permits alive. One of the reasons, or the main reason, that I haven't been able to pay the fees on both those permits is because there were some fees that were misallocated by the finance department and the planning commission, or the planning department. I tried to clear my fees back in July of 2024, and I made a payment to the collection agency for one of those permits to clear out all the fees that were due. And that payment somehow landed with Humboldt County Planning and Building, and they split it between 2 different permits instead of applying it to the one that I was trying to save. And so I would hope that you could take 13349, which is the permit I'm trying to save, and take it off of the suspension list or the revocation list. 13340 is going to be a revoked permit, and that's okay. But 13349, I'm trying to save, and I think that once I can clear up the discrepancy with the finance department and the planning department, I won't be very, pretty much all those fees will be covered. So if I could just get the permit removed from the revocation list in order to clean up that issue, then everything would be able to stay in good standing, and that's why I'm commenting, and that's my request today.
Thank you. I think, thank you for your comment, and we will have Director Ford speak to that after public comment is done today.
Okay, so is there anything else I should do to try to explain that situation further?
No, you're fine.
Thank you. Caller 7718, I will unmute you and you'll have 3 minutes.
Kempswatsky, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello? Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on this. It's a topic that I've been tracking quite rigorously over time. And I, unfortunately, during the technological problems, I lost my exact email. But I've been in communication with Amy Christensen with your tax collector's office there. And according to my best memory now, there were approximately 250 people who needed to come in and apply for this, or were able to come and apply for the payment plans. Out of that 250, I believe only 7 applied, if I recall, leaving 243 revocations that should be coming forward to you hopefully rather rapidly. I strongly support you allowing the person who did take the time to call in to kind of a little distressing that person experienced what he's going through there and is now at this point. I'm glad he is tracking. I'm glad he's still local. I wish him the best of luck. I strongly support you going with staff recommendations and moving forward with all the other ones in the queue as far as those ones as soon as possible. Also would like to suggest that money you do get from this, when people do follow through and do what they're doing and are not revoked, that money be used for remediation to clean up the sites that you are revoking as we speak. So thank you for my opportunity to speak on this particular topic.
Thank you. That's all, Chair.
Thank you. Is there, once again, any public comment in the room? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to close public comment, and I would like Director Ford to address PLN 13349, if you could.
Thank you, Chair. I hate to hear about these things at the last minute at the hearing. That's why we do try to notice people well in advance of the hearing so that they have time to come in and talk to us. We are looking right now, as it does appear that he came in and his payment was split between the two permits. The total amount owed right now between the two permits is about $8,000. He came in and paid about $4,500 that was split before. That would have paid and brought 13440 current.
1349.
Or 3449, thank you, yeah. That would have brought 13449 current, which would have taken him out of the revocation realm. So it would be our recommendation to allow us to work with him to reconcile these two.
Okay.
And keep 13449.
Okay. Any other comments from the board? And how about Supervisor Bohn?
For the 17 other permits, or how many other, this is an example. If you answer the call from the county planning building or answer the letter, we're willing to work with you. Basically, Ben, I mean, look how easy that was. You'd made an effort, we're willing to meet you halfway. Please make the effort if you want to be in the game. If not, call us and say, hey, we're gone, so we don't have to go through this process, so we can move from there, both with the tax collector and getting the property cleaned up. So, thanks.
Thank you. Supervisor Wilson?
Yeah, I'll make a motion if I can. The motion is to adopt the resolutions in the attachments 1 through 24. We'll be adopting 21 of those resolutions. We'll be removing resolutions associated with PLN 11258-ZCC, PLN number PLN -12962-SP, and PLN -13349-CUP. We find the permits have been exercised contrary, the ones that we're going to move forward with, exercised contrary to the terms and conditions of approval. And we will revoke permits, 21 permits per section 312-14 of the Humboldt County Code. And we are directing the clerk of the board to provide certified board order to the Planning and Building Department to be included with notification of the decision to the appropriate parties. And that's my motion.
I will second that. However, I see staff wants to make a comment. Director Ford?
Yeah, I just want to clarify and make sure we've got the numbers right. We're removing 11258, 12926, and 13349.
Correct.
Yes.
I also just would like to make a comment, just really recognizing what Supervisor Bohn said. Don't wait until your 3 minutes at public comment to react to your notice of suspension. Please reach out to the planning department or the tax treasurer, and they're more than willing to help you facilitate a payment plan. So with that, and I'm going to be closing the public hearing.
Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, thank you. Does the board, I know we just took a 5-minute break. Is the board fine to continue on to Measure Z? Okay, so we are going to go on to Okay, so we're going to go to I, County Administrative Office for fiscal year 2025-2026, Measure Z recommendations. This requires a 4/5 vote, and I think we're going to be starting with Deputy Jessica Messiel and Sean. Sean.
All right. Good morning, Chair Bushnell, members of the board. Sean Quincy, Deputy County Administrative Officer, here with Jessica Messiel, also Deputy CAO, here to present to you the fiscal year 25-26 Measure Z recommendations. And so in front of your board today are ultimately 3 decisions. First is to determine which new projects to fund for the coming year. Those are one-time projects. Second decision is to determine whether or not your board wishes to move the Public Works brush cutting crew project from Measure Z over to be funded with Measure O. And the third decision is to determine what to do if your board does decide to move Public Works, what to do with that leftover funding. That is an ongoing allocation. And I'm going to be talking about these three issues in succession because they are potentially interrelated, as you'll see later on in the presentation. To talk about the Measure Z funding sources so that we're aware of the overall amount of funding available. The one-time funding available is $1.3 million this year. That is made up of the revenues above our $12.5 million base projection. We're projecting $13 million in Measure Z revenue this year. $12.5 million of that is spoken for. There's also $447,000 in actual revenue above projections from fiscal year 23-24. And there's $353,000 in expenditure savings from 23-24. All those numbers total $1.3 million available. That's one-time funding that's available for projects. And then the ongoing funding that's available for potential reallocation is $407,000 from the aforementioned Public Works project. To quickly give you an overview of the three-year spending plan, I mentioned that $12.5 million that is spoken for already. We're in year 2 of this spending plan. $1.67 million of that funding is dedicated to community partners, and $10.83 million of that is dedicated to county departments. So the first issue onto the applications. In total, the committee this year received 11 applications, which is down by more than half from last year. This makes sense considering that last year there was $4.1 million in one-time funding available, while there was only $1.3 million available this year. The total amount of funding requested this year also dropped by more than 50%. All but 4 applications reduced their funding requests, while 2 requests were withdrawn completely. Kamal Medical Center, withdrew its application as it is already receiving a base amount of funding of $325,000. Bear River submitted 2 applications, one for Office of Emergency Services staff and one for dispatch service, and they withdrew their application for dispatch service. All 11 of these applications were deemed by the committee to be within the spirit of Measure Z and therefore eligible for funding. The Measure Z committee met twice, once at the end of February, once at the beginning of March, and they did their usual ranking process. This is the result of their ranking process. Out of the 11 applications, these 4 are available to be funded. You'll notice that as there's only $1.3 million available, this total comes to $1.339 million, leaving $39,000 that the county would need in order to fully fund those applications. It's particularly noticeable that the applications, the Rio Dell and the Fire Chiefs Association, those applications are tied in the rankings, and the committee tried to break that tie, and they still couldn't break it. So there will need to be a decision made on how to address this issue. These are the other applications. The public defender submitted an application for 1.0 deputy public defender. Again, the Bear River Band of the Ronerville Rancheria for their OES staff. Shannon O'Neill submitted an application for a group therapy pilot program. City of Trinidad submitted an application for water system replacement, and Wild Souls Ranch submitted an application for equine therapy. Oh, and I'm sorry, the public defender's application amount is mislabeled up there. It's not $31,000. It is $166,000. My mistake. So issue number 2 is reallocating the ongoing funding of that Public Works application. This was the brush cutter crew that was awarded in fiscal year 23-24. Again, that's $407,000. Measure O passed in November, and that has capacity in that funding source to fund that project. This board has discussed openly, and so has the Public Works Director, about transferring that project over to Measure O. And again, the recommendations that the committee provided, the county is short of funding by $39,000 to fund those 4 applications. I will also note that in that spending plan on the county side of that ledger, those county departments, based on our projections when we developed our spending plan, those county departments are short of funding this year by about $660,000. Those are all kind of the factors that I'm presenting to you as consideration for what to do with this $407,000. And again, a little bit more detail on that base funding. Kamau Ambulance, Fortuna Police Department, they received $200,000 for a drug task force agent. The fire chiefs are receiving a little over $1 million this year, and Star Ambulance is receiving $137,500 per year. This is a little bit more detail on the county department side. I will note that those projects with the asterisks next to them, those are projects that have 4 employees or fewer. And so while the other projects have flat funding, you'll notice DHHS, the district attorney, probation, and sheriff, their funding stays flat throughout the span of this spending plan. The other departments, they will grow with those salaries, and that's because they are they only have a few employees, and if they have flat funding, they're not able to absorb any funding shortages, while the larger departments are assumed to be able to do that. And that highlighted amount in the Public Works line on 25-26 and 26-27, that's the amount that we're talking about. And so staff are presenting some options on how to reallocate that Measure Z funding. The committee was not able to provide a recommendation on what to do with that funding. There were some options that they threw out, and they are the options that I'm presenting to you here. The first option would be to take that funding and redistribute it to the large departments. Again, those large departments are short of funding in fiscal year 25-26 by about $660,000 based on our projections. And this would reduce that shortfall to about 3.1%. Piece that I didn't mention was the funding split between outside agencies and community partners that the committee has expressed to you they're concerned about. Back in 23-24, when we developed our spending plan with these base funding levels, that was due to the county receiving about 95% of Measure Z. And so there was a lot of work done to create a more equitable plan, and they expressed a desire to bring the funding split to about 70-30. So about 70% overall Measure Z funding, they desire to go to county departments, about 30% to community partners. It trended that way for a long time until the last few years. So with option 1, that split would drop down to 78.5 to 21.5, 78-21, sorry. Option 2 is an option that would make up for that $39,000 shortfall with the fire and Rio Del application. So you would allocate $39,000 to fire, $39,000 to fire, and then the rest of the funding would be reallocated among those large departments that have a shortage this year. That would bring the split 78%, 22% almost. Option 3 would be to take that $407,000 and put it all towards the applications on an ongoing basis. So next year, there would be an additional $407,000 for applications, and also this year would be additional $407,000. and that would bring the split to 75-25 roughly. And this graph shows what the increases would be to the different agencies if you were to follow the various options. Option 3 shows which applications would be funded if your board chose to take that funding and apply it all to the application process this year. We would be able to fund all of the applications, and we wouldn't be able to fully fund Wild Souls. It'd be about $30,000 short. I will note that if your board were to choose option 3, that the Public Defender's Office would receive a 1.0 FTE employee, and that would turn into a guaranteed allocation every year because they have they would still have fewer than 4 employees. One of the positives with option number 2 is that the fire application, they're looking to get up to $2 million to split it between the different areas, giving them $39,000 here and approving their application would get them up to that mark. And so with that, we're back to the decisions for your board to make, what to do with the one-time allocations, the applications, what to do with the Public Works Brush Cutter Program, and where your board would like to see the Public Works funding reallocated. And with that, here to answer your questions.
Thank you. I wanted to give Director Mattson an opportunity if he wanted to talk on the brush cutting, or if you don't want to, that's okay also. Sure, I want to give Director Mattson an opportunity.
Thank you, Chair Bushnell. Tom Mattson, Director of Public Works. I do recommend moving this. The Measure Z is, oversubscribed. We've been very successful over the years at Public Works of getting money from there. And frankly, without our local fire departments and our local ambulances and our sheriff, we're pretty much dead in the water. We all work together, especially in storms when all the firemen come out and start cutting trees out of the road. They've probably put in more than $400,000 worth of value doing that alone. So I'm fine with moving it, as Measure O is basically double what Measure Z is, and the money is needed, definitely needed Measure Z for the people that are applying. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Mattson. I'll go.
Mr. Mattson.
Sure. So Supervisor Bohn and then Supervisor Madrone has a question for you.
Comparatively speaking, how many more miles of roads are we getting brush cutting? How many miles did we do last year compared to 2023?
We're getting about an additional 100 miles a year with that brush cutting, and that is leveraging a lot of fire money for like Rio Shelter Cove, who's used our brush cutting costs as a match for state grants to do further fire clearing. So it's a good, solid investment, let alone just the safety on the roadsides.
Supervisor Madrone has a question.
Thank you, Chair. Well, Tom, I certainly appreciate you guys being willing to let go of these funds, being replaced by Measure O. We're thankful to the voters for that. So we have that funding now, but I would say one of the most underfunded departments in the county is our parks, our divisions, is our Parks and Trails Division. As you know, we used to get up to $100,000 out of the TDA funds through HCOG, which was a process whereby whenever HTA or the transit services could not use all of the transit money, whatever was left over could go to Public Works for road and or trail projects. And for quite a few years, there was about $100,000 going to that, which includes mowing of the trails, right? It's a mowing operation along with other maintenance. That's disappeared lately to where all of the transit money is being used. Today, we're going to be making a decision here at the board on what we might allocate out of Measure O to transit, but I'm still very concerned. I mean, I'm hearing that we might be closing some of our parks, some of our trails because of lack of funding. So I'm just wondering what your recommendation would be. I was thinking, well, what about if 100,000 of this 400,000 were to stay with Public Works for parks and trails maintenance? But what would your recommendation be as to how to replace that? Would it be in that way I just suggested, or perhaps out of the TOT funds, or what's your recommendation?
So I would not recommend any Measure Z funding be allocated outside of the competitive process. I think that is very unfair to everybody that has been there. Measure O was, we put out very strongly, roads and transit. Yes, parks are a big problem this year, and we've got about a year or two that we can live off of our trust funds. We were getting $65,000 a year out of the TDA. The way the TDA works is their priorities. Transit is first, and then roads. Our parks qualify secondly, and third, anything left over went to roads. Of course, now we spend all of that money on transit, and so for this year and last year, the $65,000 that we got for park trail maintenance has been gone. We've been struggling using our trust fund, and we need to find a solution, and I will be presenting some options on May 5th when we present our budget with what the issues are and what our recommendations are going to be. But frankly, if the county does not invest in its parks, then we will need to get rid of some of our parks and turn them over to partner agencies who can afford to maintain them.
Okay, I look forward to those recommendations. But what I'm hearing is not Measure Z, and I can appreciate that competitive nature there. Not Measure O, because that was roads and transit. But I think the argument could be made that our trails and parks are a big part of our tourism. And, perhaps this board might want to consider, when we get to that item later today, some allocation from there. But I look forward to your recommendations. Thank you.
And that is totally in your prerogative, and we would support wherever you want to go with that as best. But again, Sean and I spent many, many, many hours going around the county, and we only talked about transit and roads. We did not talk about parks or anything else. So I'm very concerned about not living up to what we told the taxpayers the money would be going for.
As am I. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, I would like to go out to, unless there's any other comments, I'm going to go to public. Go ahead.
I believe that the Measure Z chair is online.
She told me she wasn't going to be. Tammy.
Tammy Trent?
Yes.
She is on. I'm going to ask to unmute.
Okay, and don't time her, please. Hello?
Hi.
Hi, Tammy.
Sorry, I had to try to figure out how to work that.
That's okay. Go ahead.
This was very difficult for the committee, not having very many funds this year. So, I mean, we had a really hard time agreeing on what to do with the leftover money for that. Sorry, my dogs are shut them out here. My recommendation would be the number 2. We didn't really want to go down the full list, and we didn't want to add any new things that have to be funded next year because of the fact that the money keeps going down, and it makes it more difficult when you fund a new position or a new thing, and then that next year there's not the money to follow up with that. So this is a hard decision for all of you, I'm sure, but unless you have any other questions, that's all I have to say.
Okay, hold on for 1 second. Are there any questions of this board of the chair of Measure C? No? Okay, thank you, Tammy.
Okay, thank you.
Bye-bye. So at this time, I'm going to open it for public comment, and we're going to go on public comment to the Zoom first, and then in the room.
Thank you, Chair. Caller 3876, I will unmute you and you'll have 3 minutes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Joe Tagliabashi, City Manager of the City of Trinidad. I want to thank you for the opportunity to discuss our grant fund request for water plant improvements. As you probably all are aware, Trinidad has had some difficulties with staffing and recently adopted rate plan that will help us address some of these issues going forward. However, we did use all of our capital improvement funds to cover the staffing shortage. This money will be used to help us with both public water consumption and for emergency firefighting and emergency firefighter needs should they occur. So I would humbly request that you consider our funding request, and thank you in advance if you can help us. Cap.
Thank you. Caller 7718. I will unmute you and you'll have 3 minutes.
Well, I'm glad that Tammy mentioned, not funding any long-term things. Personally, if it were up to me, I would say put the whole, anything you have available at this time into a fund for the future use. I'm not optimistic. You continually are heading towards that precipice of needing money, and once you cross that, I think you need the latitude of making informed decisions as far as that's spent at that time. Strongly appreciate Tom's attitude there regarding being forthwith on the needs there. I do support, there's always leeway within a department with all the money that apparently voters decided to do on Measure O. There should be some wiggle room within Public Works to make money happen for parks. That's just how things happen, although that maybe is not how it's designed to be. That's how things seem to work out. I took a little time to vet one group who's applied for you here, and that was the Wild Soul Ranch group. And I have somebody who knows all about these topics. I'm sure some of you know who that person is. And there seems to be a whole bunch of really big, fancy, brand new trucks and other things. And a little disappointed that might be the case, but I would not recommend funding that particular group. Thanks for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. That's all, Chair.
Okay, is there going to be any public comment in the room? Hi. Morning, Chief.
Hey, good morning, Chief, Shelter Cove Fire Department. My name is Nick Pape. Thank you guys for having me. Today I'm speaking for the Fire Chiefs Association. I am also on the Citizens Advisory Committee. First off, I just want to say thank you to Sean and Tom for committing to the Measure O and taking those funds out of Measure Z. So I know Southern Humboldt Fire, we help campaign, the fire chiefs down there help campaign really hard for Measure O. It's super important for our roads and to help alleviate some of the burden on Measure Z. First off, Measure Z is a success. I know there's been a lot of people saying different things about Measure Z. The hard part about Measure Z is what we're asking for it to do. That's the only failure of Measure Z, is we're asking it to do too much. For the Southern Humboldt Fire Departments, there's 17 of us down there right now. Measure Z is a lifeline. We would not be operating anywhere close to legally without the support that Measure Z has given us over the years. So as far as the three options that you guys have, number 2 is the best for the fire department, is fully funding us. I know you guys have a hard decision with what's going on financially with the county right now. If there could be an option 4, which would be no extra county funds, and this fund goes to the non-county agencies, I do believe that is the more difficult task, is how to open up more funding for the non-county agencies. There's no general fund that we can use for that. There's no other funds that we can tap into along the Measure Z lines. I do think that is the more difficult opportunity, and you guys have an opportunity right now to put $400,000 back into the non-county pot that can fund the other projects that were on that list. If we don't do that, then we're funding 4 projects out of the 11, I believe, that were on there. If that's not doable, and again, I don't envy your guys' decision that you have to make on this, I would support option number 2. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi there.
Hey,
How's it going?
Good. How's Redwood House?
Crappy.
You're welcome. Tom knows all about it, I'm sure. And thank you, Tom, for the kind words on helping out with trees. Yes, we do with trees. Rick Nicholson, Humboldt County Fire Chiefs Association President. I'm also in supporting option 2 with the county fire chiefs with the caveat that $400,000 go to the county as a one-time use and then put it back in the pot up for reallocation next year. Because the committee does do hard work. Your Measure Z committee works hard. I know I've given them a hard time at times on issues relating to fire. Community services officers are important. Don't get me wrong, we all utilize them. A lot of these applications are important. Like Nick said, we've oversold Measure Z for the amount of money we have to deliver. $39,000 may not seem like a lot. When it came down to in front of the Measure Z committee, you guys have our application in front of you. Sean's provided that. If you choose not to fund us, I would like the Board of Supervisors to figure out where that $40,000 would come from, who you would not fund in our agencies. So we are countywide, Orleans to Shelter Cove, Palo Verde to Oric, and we serve everybody in between. So again, we're supporting option 2 with the caveat that $400,000 come back to Measure Z committee next year for reallocation instead of permanent funding to county agencies. Just a little tweak than what Sean presented, but I think once we start going down to that, there's going to be less and less money available, and we'll be back in that fiscal year 23-24 like we were, where a lot of it was going to county, and that's not what the voters asked for. So that said, thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment in the room? You guys are hiding on the wall back there. Good morning.
Morning, Chair, Board. I'm Josh Finney, Chief of Police for Riadel. I appreciate your time this morning. I am here asking for a CSO position to be fully funded for the city of Riadel. The reason this is important is I'm struggling to fill the 2 vacant officer spots I currently have. I'm not struggling to find applicants for CSO. I have several qualified ones already lined up, and they can do the majority of the work that an officer can do. Obviously, they don't have a gun, they can't arrest people, but they can do just about everything else. They can go out there, handle collisions, cold case investigations, evidence processing, records, animal control, code compliance, the list goes on and on. As far as the most bang for my buck, a CSO is the best option here. I have one currently, and she handled 572 calls last year. 88 of those alone were code compliance issues, and she is currently carrying 22 active code compliance cases, meaning houses or vehicles or problem properties that require ongoing corrective action to remedy those, up into doing cleanup warrants that she also actively participates in. The need for a second one is really great with my department. I have evidence processing, my evidence collection center, and my record center is way behind date, 15 years. I have cases that have to be taken and migrated into new systems that can't be paid for. It has to be done manually by my personnel, and we don't currently have the time to do that. The CSO that I do have, with a second one, I would be able to branch off and assign a lot more of these collateral duties, free up additional office time for the public to come in, as well as free up officers to handle more important investigations throughout the town. As far as funding for this, the city is looking at fully funding this after this next year. Currently, we're still in the middle of repairs from the earthquakes, and all funding is going towards making those repairs to the city. But we are committed to funding it after this fiscal year. I'm happy to answer any questions that the board may have.
Thank you. Josh, I want to say thank you for the conversation yesterday and explaining to me one of the large requests from Riadel is to have your office be public facing and open to the public, and you explained to me that with having the second position that you would be able to accomplish that. That's correct?
Yes, I would.
Okay, and I also understand that your department has funds for 2 more officers, but not having a success in finding those officers. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. I really appreciate the conversation we had yesterday.
Thank you, Michelle.
Supervisor Arroyo.
So I think that the message is clear that these funds are shrinking in availability. So are you, just to put a finer point on it for my mind, is this something that you can consider as a, potentially for one-time funding?
Yes, that is something we went into with that in mind right from the start,
Okay.
and the talks have already been had with the city council and the city manager about funding this after this next year
Okay,
expires.
thank you. I just wanted to be crystal clear on that point. Thank you.
So when I had the conversation with Josh yesterday, I specifically said, how are you going to fund this next year? Because we're not going to be able to.
Great.
And so we had a lengthy conversation and concerns around the Rio Del public that really, we used to fund through Measure Z administrative secretary that allowed them to have their office be public facing. And that was one of my huge concerns, was being able to address a lot of the concerns in the public, which Chief assured me that this position will allow that. Currently, he is manning the door, which is not really sufficient for your chief. And so I think this is a good position and fit for Rio Del. Any other questions of the chief? Okay, thanks so much.
Thank you.
Hello there.
Hello, Matt Eberhardt, Chief of Fortuna Police Department, here to support emergency services partners. Definitely advocate for option number 2. We appreciate the ongoing support that the board has given Fortuna and Measure Z. I have a different take on, I know agencies are asking, for the money to go back into Measure Z. I think you have a tough decision, and I think the option 2, as Sean and people that put the work into it, is a fair compromise, as you have a lot of responsibility to still make sure that the county services are there too.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the chief? Supervisor Bohn.
Chief, I remember back when we decided to increase the cost so you'd have a drug task force officer.
Yes.
And the big issue, and that's been what, 10 years?
Yeah.
And the big argument was, and I was a big proponent of it, and so was Estelle, the big part of that was every time you guys got short, you had to pull your officer back for understandable reasons. Well, since we now have the drug task officer on there full time, what are we up? 1,000% on white drugs, preferably white drugs, off the streets, Fortuna, because your officers are able to talk to one of their officers. He brings it back to the drug task force. So it's probably been one of the most successful parts of this, and I'm just trying to reiterate that officer on the drug task force means a lot.
Yeah, and currently there's a K-9 associated with that.
Yeah.
So definitely it's been extremely beneficial, and we have kept to our word and made sure to maintain that position even with our own in-house staffing struggling.
I think we still need to thank Sierra Pacific Industries for that last dog, right?
Yes.
For the very generous donation. So anyway, I appreciate that, and I know that's a big part of the drug task force. And Tomlin got it started, and they haven't stopped one bit now with the leadership they have now. So thank you. And I know the resource officer, I'm in favor because it goes Ferndale, Riedel, all the way down to Scotia, and anywhere else they're requested of. So I appreciate that. So thanks.
Thank you.
So the school resource officer, I believe, hits about 15 schools.
Yeah,
is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Hopefully.
Yeah. Supervisor Arroyo.
Thank you. I'm curious about, and maybe this is a good opportunity to meet with the school resource officer in a separate meeting with the Juvenile Justice and Delinquency Prevention Commission, which I sit on. We'd really love to see, to the extent possible, youth participating in diversion programs so that, they're ultimately, working to avoid other consequences so that they can kind of stay on the right path. And I'm curious, with this position, like any others, I think, I would say the same thing, funds are dwindling, and what ideas do you have about participating in teen court or other diversion programs with the youth, so that you can sort of leverage those opportunities in conjunction with the school resource officer?
I can tell you, as I served as a school resource officer, honestly, it was the best part of my career. Happy to be a chief in a position now where I have more direction over that. Definitely a valuable position. I am of the mindset, too, that, youth are going to make mistakes. We don't need to, make criminals out of them. Yes, we need to hold them accountable, but I definitely think there is options and programs and things out there that we can expand and participate in, and I would gladly have the school resource officer or myself sit down with you and discuss those.
That sounds great. Yeah, I think the commission is really interested in having that happen, and sent a letter actually, but it was sort of odd timing. I think it was addressed to Chief Day right when he was on his way out the door. So anyway, it'd be great to have that conversation as we're looking for kind of ways to, frankly, stretch the dollars a little further and use existing community resources. And I know the commission is really interested in that. So I wanted to bring that up because it's come up before in our commission meetings. I'll just say there's a level of discomfort with, school resource officers, but I think only in that sort of classic old school mindset of, we're going to, hold these kids' feet to the fire only and not help them. So we want to see, or at least I'll say for myself and for that commission, really want to see us not basically criminalizing, getting kids in that kind of criminal mindset really young and making sure they have options.
Yes, definitely. There's a real opportunity to handle calls differently when you're dealing with youth, and especially a school resource officer that can take the time, can work with the family, can work with services, and really make a difference.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. I'd love to be involved in that conversation as well. I have had an opportunity to meet with your school resource officer in Fortuna and also talk with the kids who just flourish around that officer, whoever it may be. And they just have, the kids especially have had so much good to say and just have really bonded with that position, especially with Fortuna High. And so I would advocate for the school resource officer over and over again. And I really appreciate the commitment that Fortuna PD puts into that resource officer and how they utilize the officer. So with that, I think Supervisor Wilson has a comment or a question of you as well.
Yeah, one's kind of more technical and the kind of broader. Yeah. So in Arcata, we have a diversion officer as opposed to a resource officer. It's just kind of a more focus on sort of getting resources directed to young people so that they are out of the system as much as possible. My technical question is, there's a salary amount of $102,000 on here. Does that include like overtime or something? Where is that? Is that the salaried amount for that position?
I believe it includes all of the benefits. And
well, it has the benefits here is $90,000.
Yeah. So, no, not that I'm aware of. I admit that I personally did not fill out this application. It was when Chief Day was here working with the finance director. So I am coming into this a little late in the game.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just was unfamiliar with it when Arcata had a resource officer that the salary was significantly less than this, and so I was just kind of wondering, and that seems an unusual salary for this position.
I will tell you the difference between when you're talking about a diversion officer. I know that I'm not familiar with Arcata's situation, but I know that our officer is fully equipped with his gear, ready to respond to any emergencies. Unfortunately, we do take we have had students with firearms, we have had dangerous situations. So as well as they deal with the diversion type issues, they also have to deal with real life criminal issues and safety issues.
Okay, my next question it's not for you, so
I need to finish public comment, Mike, if I could.
And Chip, we're throwing a lot at your community service officer, who we just realized has 15 schools, 6 superintendents to answer to, and a lot of Hispanic, Indigenous. There's a lot of things on their plate. So, but I don't know how much more we can add and more meetings, but so.
Well, thank you for your consideration of option 2.
Thank you. I do want to clarify with Sean that these 2 funds for Fortuna are part of the ongoing 3 years that we committed to agencies, correct or not?
Only the DTF agent, $200,000.
Okay.
That is the only one that's part of the base allocation.
Okay, all right, thank you. So anybody else for public comment before I close public comment? Okay, I'm going to close public comment and bring it back to the board, and Supervisor Wilson.
I just want to follow up with this a little bit, because last year the city of Arcata applied for funds for the diversion officer, and it went through a lot, and it was pared down, and it required the city of Arcata to pay 2/3 as a match to get the $35,000 out of this process, which really deterred them from wanting to or participating in applying for Measure Z again. The message to them was, don't apply, there's no more money, as well as the city of Blue Lake applying for funds to support its public safety budget as well. And so I want to say, when I look at this as 11 applications this year versus 23 the year before, the message went out very clearly that, don't apply, basically, or from my community's perspective. And so I support school resource officers and diversion programs. I think they're important. I do have some reservations about the sort of enforcement end of that, but nonetheless, I think, in an overall balance, those are very important. But what I'm getting at is, as Michelle mentioned, there's $200,000, which is ongoing to the Fortuna department for the drug interdiction program, and now there's an additional $200,000. So of this, the city of Fortuna is getting $400,000 if we move forward with this. And I want to just say, and if you add Rio Del into this, the balance of funds for Measure Z is not equitable throughout the county under this paradigm, the way that it is in this moment. So it's making me, it's just making me a little bit uneasy from that perspective. In that, when we're getting requests over and over again from other places, and they're deny, and then they decide not to do it, and then this imbalance occurs. I'm not blaming Rio Del or Fortuna for applying. I think they should definitely do that. I'm just saying that we're going to have to do a better job, I think, of thinking about, when we make these requests, that we're not dissuading. And I know there's not been direct, people saying don't apply, but the message really clear last year was there's going to be less and less. So, put your resources elsewhere. So I just want to point out that I feel there's just an imbalance here, and I'm not sure what to do about it necessarily, because the city of Arcata chose to tax itself, is paying for its position, right? City of Fortuna chose not to tax itself, and we're subsidizing this position. And I think that that's something we need to, think about a little bit, in how we allocate and those things. I do know that these positions are regional. I get that. And they should be, because taxes, this is sales tax, and people come into the towns, and that's where they spend their money, and so that's understood. As with the juvenile diversion officer for the city of Arcata, is regional, so the city is supporting, those efforts beyond the city limits in order to be supportive, and is not receiving these county funds to do that. So. That was all. I just want to, I'm leaning towards, towards this option 2 that's listed here. I even kind of think that the chief's suggestion about taking the 400,000 and just putting it for next year so that we actually can have a more robust application process and so that we can have a broader community member participation, I think would be of value. I've proposed many times in the past, maybe even having $100,000 for smaller grants managed through a third party, like maybe the Humboldt Area Foundation or something like that, so that we can have public safety smaller grants for smaller communities and smaller projects. That would be great. But I appreciated the chief's suggestion. I'm kind of leaning in that way. I just wanted to point out the disparity in this round from a regional perspective. Nonetheless, those programs still work and are important. That was just the point I wanted to bring. Thank you.
Thank you. So first of all, I'd like to say that I see folks in the audience that are for the annual report from Travel and Tourism and Arts Partners, that we're going to be going into closed session before we receive that, and the chambers will be closed. I anticipate that we'll come back out of closed session around between 12 and 12:15, and then that will be the first item to go, just in case you're here for that. And then the second statement or thing that I wanted to say is the Drug Task Force officer is regional also, although this one is pays for Fortuna. Fortuna does not work solely by themselves for the Drug Task Force. It is inclusive of the entire county. I did have a question, and then I'm going to go for Supervisor Bohn for Sean. With item number 2, if you pull up that screen, and if we were to fully fund the fire chief's request, and then to fund also the city of Trinidad, I'm, interested in that water. That's, I think it's 39,000. What would that look like? And then saving those funds for the rest of the funds.
It'll take us just a second.
Okay, and then so I'm going to go to Supervisor Bohn, who had a question or statement, and then Supervisor Madrone, or I'll come back to myself if you have that slide up.
I feel more comfortable just staying where we're at on option 2. I just wanted to say I think everybody has tried to go to their Fortuna tried extremely hard to get a public safety or a tax this last year, and they were unavailable. It was unavailable. So I support Riadel and Fortuna because they don't stay on their property lines. Now, Arcata, much to their dismay, they got, I think they got a utility tax and a 3/4. Didn't they get a 3/4 cent general tax to their? So they have got some extra income, and that's what we're all scraping for. And I'll sit up here, and I wasn't going to say a word, but disproportionately, if you ever look at all the years of Measure Z, we bought a pickup for the Fortuna Ferndale 7 years ago. But I mean, as far as District 1, I got a little bit of road money, got the worst road. So I'm just saying, the whole idea when this, you got to understand, when we put a ballot measure out and when we say things about it, and then we come back to it and we try to justify or decipher it different. This was for public safety throughout the county and for a lot of things. And so I think the people have spoken. We're kind of going outside the lines because we help private businesses, which is, I mean, nonprofits, things like that. I don't know if that was exactly where this was supposed to go. So, but anytime anybody talks about it being unfair for regions or districts, give me a call.
Supervisor Madrone?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I know you're doing some numbers over there. But on option 3, where the $407,000 that would be freed up from the mowing account to Public Works, there's a list in our staff report of funding increases that could occur with that $407,000. And that actually does include $39,794 for fire, which is the same as option 2 in the sense that it includes for fire there, but the difference between 2 and 3 is that 3 would provide the balance of that 407 towards these other proposals. I really like that a lot because I think it spreads the money around the community. I mean, on one hand, I'd love to squirrel away $1 million, frankly, given everything else going on, but Measure Z was designed to go out for public safety projects, right? Not to balance our general fund and things like that. Those were kind of the promises made to the voters. So I like option 3 a lot because it provides that $39,000 to fire, but it also helps fund the public defender, which is woefully underfunded on many, many levels, and Bear River, and Rural Response, and Trinidad, who has some serious water cost overruns that they're working with, as was mentioned by the chair. And I love the work of Wild Souls Ranch. So, I mean, for me, I really like option 3 a lot because it does all of those things. So, but we'll see where we go as a board.
Thank you. I'm just going to chime in, and no disrespect out there, Luke, but I have a hard time with the $166,000 to the public defender, and where are we going to fund that next year? And I don't think Measure Z is going to be available for those fundings. So then what happens? Our general fund is not able to pick up that $166,000, and it is completely against what the Measure Z committee has talked about with funding positions. And I also haven't taken the opportunity to say thank you to the Measure Z committee. I was able to attend 2 of those meetings, not all of the meetings, and I saw Supervisor Bohn there as well. And they had a tough decision, as always, with the funds dwindling, and they do a lot of work. And so I really do want to commend the Measure Z committee and the chair of Measure Z for all of their hard work and recommendations. I am leaning towards option 2. But I would consider funding Trinidad. I was here when they spoke, and the public drinking water debacle that they're having up there is quite severe. And so if I was to fund anything else besides fully fund fire, I would kind of look at that as an option. Anybody else on the board want to talk? Supervisor Wilson?
I mean, not discounting the importance of that issue that you're bringing up, I just think that application is kind of on the margins of what our understanding of Measure Z was. And I think that if we really are going to have applications next year and we approve something like that, then we're going to see an expansion of what the interpretation of what people imagine Measure Z is about in applications coming in. And so I have some concerns about that. I think it's really important. I think the city of Trinidad should have a healthy and robust water system, just like every other community. It's just that every other community is also scrapping for monies for their water systems too. And so I'm not sure it's in this lane is my concern. So.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Arroyo.
Thank you. I'm inclined to go with option 2 as well. It just seems to be the middle ground that I think it sounds like we're all in agreement about fire. Needing to maintain robust funding to the extent possible from Measure Z. I think our community is fairly aligned in that way. The other applications, I'm inclined to sort of in the future consider a much smaller funding threshold for Measure Z, so it can be like these one-time equipment funds or capital purchases or something like that, and the money can stretch further, but that's not the conversation we're having here today. So I'd be inclined to go with option 2, and that hopefully makes more whole some of our own public safety functions within the county while also addressing fires needs. And I think we all come from different places with what we'd like to see this funding go towards. So I think that's an okay middle ground.
Thank you. Well, I'm just going to make a motion to fund items 1, 2, 3, and 3 tied, and then to also go for option 2. I'm just going to throw it out there for a discussion to see if we get a second.
For discussion, I'll second, but I want some clarification of that motion so we can start moving through this.
So the 1, 2, 3, and 3, that's Eureka, Fortuna, Rio Dell Fire Chiefs. And then option 2 would be providing that additional $39,000. That is increasing fires allocation ongoing. And then that is increasing the county department's allocation. And you all have talked about whether or not in 26-27 to move that $407,000 up to the application process or to leave it in the county allocations on an ongoing basis. And I think that that might be a good place to provide some clarification.
Okay, so I would also amend my motion to for the motion that I made, plus I think to move the $407,000 next year into the application process.
I know I suggested that, but I'm not totally clear. I mean, I'm just giving it some more thought here. Yeah. I hadn't really thought about it this way. So can you bring that back up on the screen? So, but what would happen is that those departments would get less of those funds. So.
Those departments would essentially receive a bump in funding this year to cover some overages, and then give them an extra year to plan, and they would go back to the allocation that they have in the current year now.
Okay.
Can you
a spike?
Can you actually put it up there?
Sure. Yes.
And then I still would need, as the seconder, okay with that amended?
Yeah, I'm okay with that, but
Okay.
I could be convinced otherwise.
Okay, so we do have a first and second on the motion of, and plus the amendment of opening the 407 to applications next year for the Measure Z committee. Supervisor Bohn and then Madrone.
So, break it down who we're funding.
Sure.
Who did we add to the measure on option 2?
Sure. So option 2 would provide additional funding to DHHS, the district attorney, probation, and sheriff's office.
Can you go back to the slide that shows Measure 2? Right back, right there.
Mm-hmm.
So it would be the current, my motion would be to fund 1, 2, 3, and 3, which is City of Eureka, City of Fortuna, City of Rio Dell, Humboldt County Fire Chiefs at 993,787, plus to fund the fire chiefs at 39,794 to bring them whole, and then DHHS, DA, probation, sheriff, and then to move the 407 from the brush cutting to open applications next year for the Measure Z committee to distribute. Correct? Okay, and Madrone is next.
Thank you, Chair. As it sits, I wouldn't support the motion. I do think Trinidad has a critical water issue that they're seeking some funding. Maybe not the whole 59,000, but I think you mentioned possibly the part for the water element, which I'm looking at the budget that was submitted in the proposal. How much was that part of it? Well, it was 59 total.
57,450.
For the total.
Correct.
But how much of that was for the water element? You're able to parse that out? And while you're looking at that, I will say that I agree that there are other water systems in the county that could use help, but they didn't apply. And it could be because, like you were talking about, that people got the message that don't apply. But Trinidad did apply. You know, they made the effort and they submitted it and it competed. And I appreciate that Arcata has taxed itself in a big way. And when we get to the other measures later today, TOT and Measure J, there are other issues there that we might talk about as well, about how we're divvying up that money to different cities and or not, and things like that. But in regards to this, I would support the motion if we could amend it to at least include that How much would that be?
I would say, just kind of rough math, the critical items that they had in their budget, labeled as critical items, is around $48,000.
Yeah, well, if we could
Maybe a little
include
more.
that, if the motion maker might consider amending the motion, and if the seconder were to agree, I would be able to support this motion as laid out. Thank you.
So I think, can you bring option 2 up again? I mean, ideally, I think that if we were to amend that motion, it would probably come from the sheriff. Is that correct?
It would come equitably between
Equitably.
all those.
So it would reduce them all. Okay.
That's correct.
Jess, I mean, I don't think we need to do that work right now, but does the seconder think around 45,000 to the city of Trinidad would be okay?
48,950.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying 45, which I think would.
That's for the critical items listed in their application.
I think they could do with 45 is what I'm offering. What do you think?
I think 40,000 will be fine, and I think that'll work. It'll get them through. And Supervisor Madrone is totally correct. They did apply, and it did pass and went through this thing. That is reasonable. It wasn't as high on the list as everything else, but it's critical. It's important. I think that'll get them through, and I think it'll be a big bump.
So I'll amend my motion. However, I don't want to take from fire. I want to make fire whole and take from the other departments to amend my motion to include the city of Trinidad for $40,000 to go to their critical water function.
The seconder approves of the change to the motion.
Okay. So we do have a motion on the table. We've amended it 3 times. I'm going to ask Kaylee to Supervisor Arroyo.
I want to be clear. We're using up the idea that we're rolling over the $407,000 for next year. We're using all of it.
No, it's in the rears. So next year it'll be a new application process, and so the 407 will be open to applications.
But next year we don't know exactly what the amount will be. So I think it's reasonable to say that we don't yet know, unless my internal calendar is very wrong. And so I'd like to understand, the idea is that we wouldn't be out, that this would be a one-time allocation of these funds and that we would be reassessing it again.
So the 407,000 is dedicated to the brush cutting on the items that we had dedicated for the 3 years. That's why it would be rolled over, because it already is sanctioned out to be utilized for the brush cutting. And so it would be guaranteed to be there, I believe.
That's my understanding as well.
Yeah.
Because we've baked that into the 3-year spending plan, so that allocation is set.
Yeah.
And then we can designate that for the coming year as well.
And that wasn't set to be, to fluctuate based on the amount that Measure Z brings in.
No,
Okay.
it was not.
Thank you.
It was going to be set to grow with salaries, but because there are going to be no employees in that budget unit next year, we can freeze it at this value in time for next year.
The idea of the rollover is the part that was, I think, throwing me off. But we will have 407 again next year that we have designated for brush cutting, had previously designated for brush cutting, that will be available for allocation.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, so you have your buttons up, and let's see if we can get a vote on this. Who are we missing?
Chair.
Oh, I didn't hear you. I'm sorry.
I'm going to vote for it because it's unanimous and because fire and the public safety and everything else. But this idea, because they applied, we just turned down people that applied. So next year, we're going to have people applied, and we're paying for infrastructure for an incorporated city. And I wouldn't care, who it was, but I'm just saying, we went so far off the path, and again,
Valid criticism.
Motion carries 5-0.
it's more political.
Thank you. Thank you to staff, and thank you to the Measure Z committee once again. So at this time, we're going to go into closed session. And County Council, could you read our closed session item? You're fine. What did you say? Yeah, that's fine. I'm going to ask you guys if you could walk out to the front. We're going to try to read in our closed session item. Thank you. Thank you guys for coming up. Get out.
Thank you all.
See you, Rick.
Bye, Rick.
You want the doors closed?
No, not yet. County Council.
Thank you, Chair Bushnell. It is the intention of the board to meet in closed session pursuant to California Government Code Sections 54954.5 and 54957 in order to consider the public employee appointment for the position of the Aviation Director. It is also the intention of the board to meet in closed session pursuant to California Government Code Section 54956.9 D1 in order to discuss existing litigation in the case of Patrick Flavin versus Jim Allen Hogan et al., Humboldt County Superior Court Case Number CV 2500684.
Thank you. I'll go out to public comment, and we'll start with the Zoom.
Caller 7718, I will unmute you and you'll have 3 minutes. Caller 7718, you can press *6 to unmute yourself. Last try.
Caller on Zoom, we are asking you to unmute. Unmute, please. This is going to be your last try. Are you there? Yep, there. You're muted again. Try one more time. You're unmuted.
He's going back.
Are you there, caller? I know who it is. Okay, I'm sorry. We tried and you can't seem to get unmuted, so we're going to close public comment. And I anticipate that we will be back in chambers around 12:15. We're in recess. Okay, we are back at a closed session, and we will go to County Council for a report out.
Thank you, Chair Bushnell. There was no reportable action taken with regard to item K1. With regard to item K2, the board voted unanimously to authorize the Humboldt County Counsel's Office to defend the County of Humboldt in the case of Patrick Flavin versus Jim Allen Hogan et al., Humboldt County Superior Court case number CV 2500684.
Thank you, and I'm sorry we're going to skip around again. It's going to be very short. We're going to go to item 5 for Human Resources, and we're going to go back to County Council.
Thank you, Chair Bushnell. Currently before the board is an ordinance of the Board of Supervisors of the County of Humboldt authorizing an amendment to the contract between the Board of Supervisors of the County of Humboldt and the Board of Administration of the California Public Employees Retirement System.
Thank you. HR. Mr.
Good
O'Hannon.
afternoon, Director of Human Resources, Zach O'Hannon. I intend to make this your quickest item of the day. So what you have in front of you is an amendment to our contract with CalPERS. The item lists out sort of the logistics of all the pieces that have to go into this because it's an ordinance thing. But brass tacks of this is in 2016, so I don't know if all of you know this, but we actually have firefighters that work here at the county, although we don't have a fire department. Those are our airport service workers, and so they are considered safety fire CalPERS members. In 2016, a contract amendment came before the board and was approved, but there were some of the benefits omitted from that contract that they should have been getting. This was sort of a requirement of CalPERS to separate those out in a separate contract. So what this is doing is remedying that, which is also, it is referenced in their memorandum of understanding with AFSCME that they need to have, particularly that is referenced as the sick leave credit benefit. So when someone goes to retire, we tell CalPERS how much sick leave credit they have, and that can be converted into service credit. All other employees get it. This was omitted at some point. Really got to give credit to Catherine Lorenzo, our Human Resources Information Systems Manager. She found this, and this is what you have in front of you to correct that.
Thank you. We'll go out to public comment.
Thank you, Chair. Caller 7718, I will unmute you and give you 3 minutes.
Hello, can you hear me this time?
Yes.
Hello? Oh, good. Yeah, I've multiple times, at least asked me here in an email that I hit *6. Yep, not my first rodeo, probably first time. Anyway, financial impact, there is no immediate financial impact future accrual statements provided by CalPERS will include costs associated with providing these additional benefits. They'll be charged for the aviation department as part of the cost of staffing fire safety employees. All of these CalPERS issues are going to be very worth paying attention to. Of course, I guess there's no way that EWAG, Educational Wireless, guess as far as what that cost would be. But you're going to want to watch all the nickels and dimes. Thank you for the opportunity to speak, and I'm glad that Zoom is currently working.
Thank you. Any other public comment?
That's all.
Okay, any public comment in the room? Hi, welcome.
This is just, my name's Joanne McGarry, a little information, because CalPERS has been coming up in different municipalities and elsewhere. And so just as information, there's currently a movement afoot to have people and agencies send letters to CalPERS asking them to divest in weapons industries and other things that cause harm to a great population of people all over the world. So I just wanted to inform you that that's a movement afoot.
Thank you. Any other public comment in the room? Seeing none, I will close public comment and bring it back to the board. Supervisor Bohn?
Move staff's recommendation.
I'll second. Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. Have a good day. So the next item we're going to go to is going to be it's going to be the receive annual reports from travel and tourism and art partners. I want to say that we're going to be skipping 3 after that and going right to number 4, which is the TOT tax fiscal year 25-26, so that we can do those items together so y'all don't have to wait. Our last item of the day would be the Measure O, which is the taxation we did for the county and how to distribute that between roads and public transit. And with that, I also would like to say that, apologize to the group, there was a debacle on times and presentation length, and all of that got confused with department chair, CAO, and it just didn't work out the way we had anticipated. I really apologize for the confusion. And with that, we're going to go to Peggy.
Thank you, Chair Bushnell. On June 10th, 2024, your board directed economic development staff to contract with the 5 gateway communities represented by chambers of commerce or visitors bureaus that had formerly been contracted with through the Humboldt County Visitors Bureau. Those include Southern Humboldt Business and Visitors Bureau, Thor Chamber of Commerce, Southern Humboldt Chamber of Commerce and Visitors Center, Willow Creek Chamber of Commerce, and the Arcata Chamber of Commerce. In addition, your board directed economic development staff to include the Lolita Chamber of Commerce and the McKinleyville Chamber of Commerce. In addition to these 7 entities, we also are contracted with the Ink People Center for the Arts and the Redwood Region Entertainment and Education Liaisons, more commonly known as the Humboldt Del Norte Film Commission, for travel and tourism activities. As part of their contract, they were required to do an annual report to your board. We have these 9 entities with us today to provide these reports. They have been asked to try to keep their reports to 5 minutes. With that, we will start with introducing the first. That would be Ink People Center for the Arts with Leslie Castellano presenting.
Thank you. So if you have a written presentation for the board and you have 6 copies, you can hand to our council and to be distributed. If you don't have the 6 copies, after you present, you can see the clerk of the board, Tracy D'Amico, and she will make copies to email the board members.
Great. I believe I did distribute 6 copies on Thursday last week, so I believe you have them before you. Thank you. I'm Leslie Castellano. I'm here as the director of the Ink People. Also, as part of the Humboldt Creative Alliance, which is who the Ink People has been kind of embedded with as a partner in distributing these funds. Oh, geez. Okay, here we go. Is this how? Okay, we will talk about past funding, present funding, and future plans for this funding. So in 2023-24, we received the first round of Measure J funding, and this is after the arts and culture community played a significant role in the passage of Measure J, and including advocacy efforts to really support the county in receiving and success for this tax measure. Through that first round of funding, we funded outdoor events, underserved communities, artist resilience efforts, and organizational capacity and innovation grants. Throughout the process, we worked closely with the arts community and culture community to ensure that these funds were distributed throughout Humboldt County, with special attention given to kind of gateway communities, as well as folks who are from underserved communities who may not have opportunities to receive funding in other spaces. 2023-24 funding, subgrants were awarded to 83 unique projects through collaborative efforts. And, I just want to thank the Board of Supervisors for their support of this kind of deep collaboration and community building throughout the region. It's been very significant to see how the impact of community building and resource sharing has really shaped the arts and culture community, as well as kind of deeply affected the well-being for people throughout the region, including creating spaces that are more inviting for tourists and attracting visitors to the area. Often arts and culture is sort of an unrecognized partner in tourism development, in that people want to go places where people are happy, where things are happening, even if they don't necessarily know that those things are happening beforehand. And for sure, we'll get to why we're helping amplify those efforts going forward. People are then more likely to return when they see that they've come to a vibrant community. I'm going to hand it over to Jackie and Barbara to talk a little bit more about those efforts. And then Eric is going to talk about some of the marketing efforts to come.
Okay, and I do have the time up here for you.
I see it right there.
Thank
I just
you.
wanted to say thank you too, that a lot of what this funding did was that it allowed us to go outside of our urban centers and really embrace some of the more rural areas, from Klamath to Hoopa to Southern Humboldt to the Bridgeville UFO Fest. We really these fundings allowed us to reach out to those communities that really are, on the travel route between San Francisco and Portland and, tourism up and down the county. So those funds really allowed us to do that. I'm going to let Barbara talk a little bit about Southern Humboldt now, often underrepresented in our arts funding. Go, Barbara.
Yeah. I've been part of the arts community for about 44 years down in Southern Humboldt, which, as Jackie just said, is definitely an underserved area. Recycled Youth, a teen theater program, is the only opportunity for teens in our neighborhood to be able to practice in the performing arts. And that festival that was sponsored by HCA, whatever that group.
Humboldt Creative Alliance.
Humboldt Creative Alliance allowed us to have a whole bunch of different theater groups perform together. And we not only drew community members, but we got a great tourist bunch of people come and join us. So please, we really need your funding.
Go, Erica.
All right, well, as you know, we live in a really unique place, a place that is full of natural beauty, a place that is rich in culture and history, a place that is rich in traditional and innovative art forms, and a place rich with artists that have both a local and international presence. We want to use our Lost Humboldt campaign to showcase 8 diverse artists from different mediums to create the canvas with which we will feed our website, our media, create printables that will then showcase everything that we are doing, showcase festivals, showcase anything that is funded by this and beyond, to including all of the surrounding areas of Humboldt County. And then those things will then draw people from feeder cities to come and support us here. So those feeder cities being the Bay Area, LA, Portland, Ashland, Redding, and Ukiah. We feel that the intersection between Humboldt's natural beauty, rich culture, and the arts and the people here is what will bring people here and what makes us unique. Oh my gosh!
And just to say, we've strived to be as nimble and efficient with this funding as absolutely possible. And, so thank you, and we look forward to supporting this in the future.
Wow. You guys set the bar. Thank you. So before you leave, come back up. So I'm going to give the board an opportunity to ask you questions really quick, if there are any. Supervisor Arroyo?
I know you're an alliance, so it's you're inherently multiple organizations working together. But is there, I know we have this great report about some of the things that are happening this year that are like still unfolding with the funding that we had previously authorized. So is there a good place for community members to find out about these things in one place, or is it kind of collectively with all of your organizations?
Yes, so yes, and we're in the process of unveiling, lifting out the Lost Humboldt marketing campaign, and that will be a centralized space to find out about all of these things, all of the upcoming events. And then, the Humboldt Creative Alliance website also does share them. And that's really what Eric is working on right now, is this centralizing, because this is something that people struggle with in Humboldt County is there's so much going on, but wait, where do I go to this website or that website? And so we're recognizing that and pulling it all together and really trying, and part of this was, through board support, funding some events that are really well situated to bring more tourists to the area. And so then also really highlighting those events as part of this campaign.
Awesome, thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Supervisor Madrone.
Well, thanks for that dynamic presentation. I would expect nothing less from such an arts collaborative. What communities would you say you have an impact on in terms of the funding and the activities? I mean, sort of a PowerPoint and paper that you gave to us, it was tremendous with all the pictures and everything else, but what communities would you say you're impacting?
I mean, I think, I have a statement from Laura Whitewoods, your community outreach director, about what the effect was on these fundings for the Klamath Festival and the things that happened with their parade and art installations. I think, McKinleyville is getting a multicultural festival on July 5th as we try to sort of decentralize some of the funding away from our urban centers, the sort of standard urban centers. Hoopa had funding, of course, Garberville, looking Bridgeville, the UFO Fest, the Wonder Wagon, if you look at that, that was funded by Measure J funding. It traveled, I can't even remember the number of miles, but our employee, Janie, did a really thorough breakdown of who was there, where we went, how many miles we traveled. And so I think pardon? Yeah. Willow Creek, Shelter Cove. The list is Lolita, yeah, Ferndale, Fortuna. I think it's an expansive thing, and for the amount of funding that we received, the amount of communities and people that were affected by the grant, by the funds, is really outstanding. And I think that is the strength of the proposal, is that with a few dollars, we can really make a huge impact, both on off-season tourism, so what's happening in the shoulder season. I know that the Playhouse, we have a women's festival that's in the shoulder season, and how we can bring those tourists here in the shoulder season as well. So that is a big impetus for what we're doing. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I just wanted to add that in Southern Humboldt, we had elders and young ones. So we had multi-generations involved in that festival, which was really special.
Thank you so much. Are there any other questions of the board? I just want to say the impact in Southern Humboldt, I hear it, I see it, and appreciate it very much. There's not a lot going on down there, which we're trying to increase, and I appreciate the impact that Southern Humboldt, you have been able to have in the Southern Humboldt area and Shelter Cove. Thank you.
Chair, I'm just going to save my comments on that for when we get to the next items.
Okay. So Peggy, next.
Next, your board will be hearing from Cassandra Heseltine with the Humboldt Del Norte Film Commission.
See if I can talk as fast as they did. I'm assuming that my presentation's good. Awesome. Well, I'm Cassandra Heseltine, Film Commissioner for Humboldt and Del Norte counties. And I will jump in. So we came up with this past fiscal year what our focus was after 15 years of running the office. We realized that our two main focuses are production and film tourism, which I'll talk both about those, and then obviously the bridging gap for marketing. Production brings in outside dollars and jobs. So does film tourism as well, but it also brings in quality of life for the locals that are here. So the big one, which was really exciting, is the trailer for the movie, which was called BC Project, dropped a couple weeks ago. It's now called, its third title, One Battle After Another. They filmed, as you might remember, in January of 2024. I'm reading all my notes. They finally gave me a number a couple weeks ago from Warner Brothers. The number that they spent during January and February of filming here in the area was $2.1 million, which, that's when hotels and restaurants are really low. So it was really exciting to have them here. We do get a lot of productions in the winter because they want that kind of weather, believe it or not, in their movies. It created over 900 jobs. Lodging alone during that time frame had over $700,000 spent, and over $400,000 in local wages, and they hired over 90 vendors, and those are some locals that actually worked on the production and the photos. The 2.1 million is the direct dollars, and when you add the multiplier, it becomes 6.2 million. So that's a lot of dollars that circulates in the economy. We had a lot of press last year, and we are starting to get press again that mentions Eureka and Humboldt. We also had a great location team. Those are previous movies that they worked on. We love that they gave us a quote, a shout out about working with us. They did win Location Team of the Year for Studio Feature Film for that movie and said thank you while they were on stage. We also nominated a Public Employee of the Year for our local Heidi Quenchela from Caltrans, and she ended up winning, which was amazing. It's a little off of there for some reason, but you can see this was last year's numbers, which I couldn't give to you because I didn't have Warner Brothers. So you can see the estimated direct dollars of filming that brought in last year, as well as the indirect dollars and your ROI on percentage of the past 14 years of funding our office. I think they're pretty good numbers. This is this year, and you can see that there is a slowdown in filming. It's happening statewide, and so it is also happening here. We are working on it. One of the things we're doing is part of FLIX, the California statewide organization. I am vice president of that. We did go and lobby Sacramento 2 weeks ago, and we attended the hearing. We spoke on behalf. We met with about 15 different assembly people and senators, including Senator Zbar, who wrote one of the bills for this to change the program. The governor is trying to expand the pool, and we want to also make it more competitive. There's 120 other programs around the world that we are competing with, and ours only does about half of what they do. So we're focused on that. As you know, last year you also gave me the task of trying to create local incentives. We're working on that. We've completed a whole bunch of the tasks. We're in progress for a few of them, and then we'll be able to finalize the draft and bring it to you forward, hopefully in the next couple months is my goal. We also are working on a soundstage, which we've been brought up, and we've actually had a huge movement. We did apply for the RISE grant. We were turned down, but now they actually just called me for an interview yesterday, so I did interview for them. We'll see where that goes. And Cal Poly has said they're on board regardless. So we are working with Cal Poly on creating some form of a soundstage program that will help with the students and also be there for the production. So we're really excited about that. We built a new website this year. We updated our branding. Like I said, I'm vice president. I'm the only film commissioner in the state of California who's held 2 positions. I was president, turned off, came back on. We are focusing on film tourism. We've done all kinds of things, including our museum has had over 24 states of visitors in 3 countries. Our map has been downloaded and viewed over 350,000 times. And we are dealing with the Forest Moon Festival now, which is, that's all we're thinking and talking about. The last 2 years have been extremely successful. And this year we built a new website that talks to our app. Thank you, HLA, for participating with that. I failed to mention earlier that the Eureka, the Main Street group, the one, Leslie helped me out, funded, Eureka Cultural Arts District gave us a grant for the museum earlier. I failed to mention that. But HLA did fund the app and the website for this. They were able to come in with some of the dollars to help us out. We got some new sponsors, and we are getting recognition, including a podcast that has 100,000 viewers that wants to maybe come to the event. So we're working on that. Fanboys is a movie. It stars a whole bunch of people, including it starred the late Carrie Fisher. It's a fun farce about guys that are stormtroopers and stuff that want to go break into George Lucas's ranch. We're showing the movie. Thankfully, one of our people on the team got a hold of the director, and he will be making an appearance for all 3 days of the event. And he's pretty amazing. He's also connected us with some celebrities, and they will probably be attending. We've got a couple people we're talking to. That's like the Academy Award song started. I'm not done with my speech. I think that's it, actually. I am done with my speech.
Okay.
Yeah. And we do all of this with 2.5 people, some contractors, and we're required to do it for free. We, thank you for your support for all of that.
Thank you. So we're going to have the board ask you questions while you're up here, if there are any questions. No? Okay. Great presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next, we're welcoming Laura Lassiter with the Southern Humboldt Business and Visitors Bureau.
You have an entourage. Do they want to come up?
Oh, I think they're good.
Hi, Laura. Welcome.
Hi, thank you. Okay, this is condensed here, so I'm going to try and make this really quick. Put my glasses on so I can see what's going on here. That's not. Okay, thank you for the opportunity to present today. The Southern Humboldt Business and Visitor Bureau was founded in 2017. It's dedicated to advancing holistic and integrative approach to regional economic development through strategic destination marketing and management. Our mission is to cultivate a resilient, inclusive visitor economy that reflects the unique identity of Southern Humboldt, including its legacy industries such as cannabis, while promoting a sustainable growth across hospitality, agricultural wellness, and outdoor recreation. We began a phased redevelopment of our website in October of '24 with continued enhancements along the way. This platform is supported by 3 primary URLs: Visit Southern Humboldt, SHBVB, and America's Cannabis Heartland. The site showcases the region's assets. Additionally, the platform celebrates Southern Humboldt's identity as America's Cannabis Heartland also highlighting regional lodging, hospitality, and educational offerings, creating a pathway for both visitors, attraction, and business growth. In the reporting timeframe, the site generated over 114,000 total visits and welcomed over 8,000 unique users through organic traffic. Together, these 3 gateway URLs function as a cohesive digital infrastructure. Visitors primarily access the sites via mobile devices, 67%, highlighting the importance of maintaining a mobile-friendly experience on the go. Geographic traffic metrics point to top markets including Eureka, Sacramento, Seattle, Oakland, Los Angeles, reflecting a healthy blend of regional drive out-of-state markets. The website functions not only as a digital center, but as a gateway to economic activity. Let's see, total social media followers, 7,751. The cumulative follower count of 751 across Instagram and Facebook is a primary KPI reflecting ongoing audience development and sustained digital visibility. The Facebook platform supports, supports long-term storytelling, event promotion, and direct visitor engagement. Ideal for promoting tourism activities, lodging, and community events. Whoa, I don't know what we're at here. These got mixed up. We have cultivated a dynamic library of 22 YouTube media tools since 2018, capturing a total of 58,000 views in this reporting period. A strong level of viewership resulted in nearly 1,000 hours of watch time, reinforcing the lasting impact of video content. By using a multi-platform outreach model grounded in community culture and economic growth, we continue to position tourism as a critical driver in regional vitality. SHBVB participated in a wide range of in-person and virtual meetings. With Southern Humboldt being an unincorporated region, every layer of community involvement from beautification, infrastructure, safety, and emergency preparedness has a direct and indirect impact on tourism and the visitor experience. Just a sampling, RISE tourism strategy, sector meetings, California travel advocacy days, and so on. You have more comprehensive noting of that. A sampling of some virtual meetings, CIRC, Humboldt County Growers Alliance, COAD, ham radio training series, Humboldt's Hometown for the Holidays. Let's see. The SHBVB participated in the Bay Area Travel Show, Humboldt's Gateway to the Redwood Skating Rink, sponsored by the Humboldt Lodging Alliance. The rink welcomed nearly 3,000 visitors, out of town and local, multiple zip codes, nearly 187,000 organic views during the December time period. Also, the Sohum Classic Car Show, Humboldt's Hometown for the Holidays, visitor engagement. SHBVB maintains a central office in downtown Garberville, which also features a certified rack. While the office occasionally welcomes walk-in visitors, the SHBVB's broader role extends far beyond the physical location. We are not limited to in-office inquiries. Each year represent in contact in events, trade shows, conferences, regional activities. These high-touch interactions increase destination visibility. Let's see, where are we at? Okay, there's Bay Area Travel Show, Rink, Car Show, Humboldt Hometown for the Holiday. Okay, the SHBVB directors actively holds leadership board and service roles within a diverse range of community organizations. In addition to welcoming and assisting visitors, we recognize the growing importance of being a reliable resource in a time of crisis. To support this, the director is certified in community CERT, Community Emergency Response, as well as the board of directors for COAD. Just a sampling of a few things that we've got coming up. Let's Talk Tourism, Power CA, California Travel. Oh, I'm out of time. Yeah. Wow, that went so quick. Okay, there's so much more, but you guys have a report, so thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate
Are
it.
there any questions for Laura? No? Well, thanks, Laura, and thanks for the printout, and it will go into the record. Kaylee has it. So.
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
Thank you. Peggy?
Thank you. Next is Donna Hufford with the Oric Chamber of Commerce.
Hi there.
Hello.
Welcome.
From the south to the north.
Yeah, do you need to sit or are you okay to stand?
I'm okay.
Okay.
Yes, thank you. Well, I don't really like following them and their multi-page report, because here's mine. We are a one-man band, yes, we are. Small but try to be mighty, so. Thank you for allowing me to present today. I've never run this thing. Do I have to start it?
I'll start it.
So, I am Donna Hufford, representing the Oric Chamber of Commerce. As we all know, Oric is a very small community located at the gateway to the iconic Redwood National and State Parks. It's a vital part of our Humboldt County tourism. While a small rural community, we are uniquely positioned as a prime location for tourists visiting the world-famous national park. Its natural beauty, proximity to major redwood groves, and an outdoor recreational opportunity continue to draw thousands of visitors annually. Oric has actually been one of the 3 gateway communities that has received money from the beginning of this project in the 70s. And we started in a small RV on the north end of town, moved to an old abandoned service station for a few years, and then had the privilege of having a designated spot in the Kekle Visitor Center since 1986. The Kekle Visitor Center is the main visitor center for Redwood National Park, a rare and invaluable opportunity for us to be in there. It's extremely significant due to the inability of park staff not being able to share or promote any local businesses due to regulations. As you can see on this slide, the reported visitor spending from Redwood National and State Parks was $29.6 million in 2024. We have continually focused on giving out Humboldt County information about local businesses, where to stay, where to eat, where to play. And over the years, we've hired 2 persons to staff our kiosk during the tourist season at Kekle Visitor Center. We have been fortunate to have local residents as our employees all but one of those years. Currently, I have an Oric resident who has applied for the job, and I've actually had another person apply, and I didn't even have to do any advertising, so that's good to know. But we do have to pay more these days, because if somebody has to drive there, you know what that costs. And this year, they rearranged the visitor center, and we're going to have a very nice desk setup again this year. This setup gives us the extraordinary opportunity to see thousands of visitors and encourage them to stay a little longer in Humboldt County. We are planning a FAM tour this year for our employees, as well as offering it to any employee in a tourist-serving business in Oric and even a little farther south. We want them to know of all the great opportunities to visit. Some out-of-the-way spots, as well as some of the pitfalls that they may encounter. Our goal is to improve the visit for the tourists and encourage them to stay a little longer and tell their friends to come back and visit. The Chamber has created brochures, maps, a website that highlights Oric's natural attractions and businesses, and this marketing effort has helped boost awareness of the town as a gateway to Redwoods. This year, we're going to have our very own tear-off map. You may have been used to that one from the HCVB that's yellow. Well, we've condensed that a lot and just helped people right here in our area. The Chamber supports and organizes events, including the Oric Rodeo. These events attract tourists and foster community involvement. So most of our money, nobody's really talked about where they spent their money, but most of our money, half of it is spent for payroll, because that is our main emphasis, to have somebody there. And I also man the Chamber of Commerce telephone, and it comes directly to my desk or my cell phone, so that I can always be available for people to know more about the area. But I have to say that it's not hyperbole to say that we could not do any of the things in our budget without the support of the TOT funds. We depended greatly on the Visitors Bureau over the last 40+ years, and I greatly miss that support. So through the efforts of the Oric Chamber of Commerce and the community at large, Oric has the potential to continue growing as a key destination within Humboldt County's tourism economy. I'm ever hopeful. And with continued support from the County Board of Supervisors, we can help Oric build a robust tourism industry that benefits the community, supports local businesses, and preserves the natural beauty that makes us so special. Amen.
Thank you. You 6 minutes or 6 seconds. Thank you. Are there any questions or comments? Supervisor Madrone.
Well, thank you, Donna. And for those that don't know, I think your family is heavily involved in the tourist industry with, I believe it's your daughter that does the horseback rides and all that stuff. And then your family also refurbished the Palm Cafe Motel as the Elk Base Camp, Roosevelt Elk Base Camp, I believe. So, and I know that's had increased visitor services. Oric is on the verge of a renaissance, I have to say. They're working to get a sewage treatment system in town, which has really been the major constraint towards development in the valley there with the high water table. But as that comes into play, along with, we've been all working together to try and get a microgrid in Oric as well to help make sure that you have electricity because it goes out. As we all know, northern Humboldt, we lose electricity several times a year. But I really applaud you as a one-woman show. I mean, just everything you do, keeping this afloat. But would it be fair to say that the need for funding will probably be increasing in that as the community grows and expands, the gateway to a national park,
Right, we should have more presence throughout the year.
more presence, more funding, all those things down the
Yes,
road. But you do
sure.
so much with the funding you have. I
Yeah.
want to thank you for that.
We're all volunteers.
Yes, I know. Thank you for all that, Donna.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
He's got
Supervisor, Donna, you
Hey,
can stay.
Donna?
Donna?
Donna, come back. Sorry, it stopped her mid-length just so I could watch her.
Supervisor Madrone, or Bohn.
Yeah, the Buckarettes do a good job for sure. Are you guys anticipating a move or anything with the new center that's going to be built at the old Arcade of Redwood? Do you expect to be the chamber, being the gateway? Do you expect to be involved with that and both fiscal and
I would certainly
physically?
hope that we could have a presence in whatever they're doing up there, but I may not live to see it. Who
No,
knows?
fully understood. But it's a 20 or 25 million or more dollar project, I think, and you guys are direct neighbors to it.
Yes, and I
Yes.
hope that there's business opportunities there now that the tribe is in charge.
Yeah.
More independent businesses, commercial businesses can actually be on that site and work from there.
Well, hopefully you'll get somewhere in there too for an office and
Right.
some help out of
That would
that,
be good,
so we
yeah.
don't have a duplication. And you have certainly earned it because I've been going to Oric for 30 years to do auctions, and
See the same faces, don't you?
same exact faces. Well, a few less every year, which is sad. But yeah, thanks, Don.
Okay.
Don't leave. Don't leave. Supervisor Arroyo.
I was very interested in the horse camp. Are you, who operates the horse camp?
My daughters do.
Your daughters do. Okay. Okay. I see. That's the Buckarettes reference. Okay, great. And I've heard from some equestrians recently that it's a primo horse camp. Admittedly, I'm not part of the equestrian community, so I didn't know that people really come for the horse camp. Do you have data about the usage or just?
Well, I haven't gathered any of that,
Sure.
yes, but we saw it as a need, and it started out with the endurance riders. They would come twice a year, and they would pack the place and stay a couple of nights. So we just got to thinking that this is something we could provide there on that site instead of just having a rodeo once a year. And so we've developed it more. We've built more pens this year. And of course, we were able to build a very nice full service restroom facility, even though some thought we'd never get it done, but we did. And so that's all helpful in we're raising our prices even this year, so.
The prices are very reasonable. I'm looking at your website. It's very
cheap,
reasonable.
yes.
Do you think the word is getting out to the horse community? The equestrian?
Yes, I get calls all the time, you know,
Okay,
or
great.
especially lots of people coming back.
That's great. That's great to hear. Thank you.
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson, but I do want to say the horse community does talk amongst itself a ton and is very well known. And so don't leave because now Supervisor Wilson would like to talk to you.
Well, I just
Had the shortest presentation.
you did, but I want to point out that the proximity to the national park is, of course, the most it's the biggest draw to that place, and I want to note that that just in the last week, our federal agency under DOJ has taken over national parks, and there's a lot of concern about the cuts and the changes that could be coming. And so I think it is a really good time for us to really be thinking about what that means, not just for your agent or your group and that community, but Humboldt County as a whole. And so I want to thank you for being at the front lines of being able to support our visitors as they come through, especially in this time of what could be some pretty significant and impactful changes.
I did speak to Carrie, who's in charge of the visitor bureau, a visitor center there, and she told me that they weren't very concerned at this point, that she was able to hire her seasonal people. So I was encouraged by that, because if they decide they don't have any personnel for out in the parks, they'll close off those parking lots, and that's the worst thing that can happen for us. So.
And just to follow up, this takeover was just this last week.
Wow.
And so we don't quite know yet what the impacts of that will be, and over 100 of the supervisor positions across the United States have been cut, or people have vacated, as well as half a dozen regional directors. So I just want to, again, emphasize that I think it's important that that we stay, focused on being able to provide those services. And I just want to thank you again.
Yes.
Now you can sit. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Peggy?
Our next presenter is Yvonne Hendricks with the Southern Humboldt Chamber of Commerce and Visitor Center.
Hi, Yvonne. Welcome.
Thank you. So I do have printouts for everybody. I have two I brought along.
If you could hand them to our council, please, and they'll pass them.
The report, as well as a printout of how we utilize the funds that you guys gave to us. And so we're extremely grateful for all of that. Oh, it is in the back. Okay. Oh. Okay. So I'm Yvonne Hendricks. I'm the Executive Director for the Southern Humboldt Chamber of Commerce. We span 5 watersheds and serve 5 watersheds from Humboldt to the Mendocino County border south, reaching as far as the Chandler Drive-Through Tree, west to Shelter Cove, east to Alder Point, north to Weot, and all along the Avenue of the Giants. We sponsored many of our key events this year. The Southern Humboldt Chamber of Commerce and Visitor Center is dedicated to supporting our community and is proud to sponsor some of its most cherished events. We understand the vital role that these organizations' events play in promoting economic growth and prosperity within our community. Through our sponsorship, we help fund programs that have a direct and positive impact on our community's health and well-being. And so that shows the events that we sponsored in 2024 and the events that we're sponsoring in 2025. And we co-produced the Czech Puppet Theater earlier this year with the Mateel Community Center. It was a family-friendly event, and approximately 250 people attended that. We also do advertising and marketing and media campaigns. So the Southern Humboldt Chamber of Commerce develops its annual advertising schedule around seasonal visitor trends. Each ad placement is tailored to fit the specific medium, platform, target demographics, and editorial calendar to maximize impact and engagement. And to the right there is the brochure that we developed this year in-house. On the opposite side of it is a map and guide. So we distribute that through certified folder display. We printed 10,000 of them, and we increased the range in which we have those go out. So our marketing, advertising, and media is continued, and so these are some of the key publications that we took out ads in. Global Heroes, which is a Canadian publication, it reaches 1.04 million people. Our Canadian neighbors are a very vital part to our tourism and economy. We get the snowboards going south, and we get them coming back up north. This year, I was lucky enough to attend the Visit to California Outlook Forum. Our Canadian travelers, it's a steep decline, so we're looking at ways where we can make them feel welcome here within California due to this current administration. So we continue to take out a 500-word advertorial in the Global Heroes publication, which is in the Vancouver Sun, the Province, National Point, Globe and Mail. It appears in both digital and print. This year, they added into the mix of the Chicago Tribune and the Wall Street Journal. We also do the NorCal Travel Tourism Guide 500-word advertorial, as well as Southeast Publications. So that's just a glimpse into what our advertising is. Here's some analytics for the Globe and Mail, Global Heroes for the marketing. This is their social media that they posted for us. Here's a complete breakdown of the analytics and the stats for that, of the reach, the total reach that it's had. We entered into several partnerships and collaborations this year. We felt it was really important to bring to the business community, to add to their toolbox, to add some tools there to help them pivot within the industry, out of the cannabis industry. So we were lucky enough to be given the final digital marketing workshop through the Eureka Chamber of Commerce. And so it was a 3-part, 4-hour workshop. And those are our graduates from it. We also partnered with the North Coast Small Business Development Center, again, to bring in workshops to help our business community grow and expand. We did a Start Smart Business Boot Camp and digital marketing e-commerce boot camp. Both of them were filled to capacity. The room in which we held them in is about 22 people. We attended several conferences and meetings, including the Visit California Outlook Forum, heard from 13 different countries giving market updates. We also attended the California Travel and Tourism, the Power CA, CannaFest, of which we held a roundtable with Shannon Hughes, Natalie DeLab, Cassandra Traliferro. Trying to go really fast. We attended, whoops, let me go back. We attended the regional reception for the California Secretary of State. To support the county from the north to the south, since we are a gateway chamber, we do a weekend roundup social media series that we feature events throughout. It's on our social media platforms. We also worked in collaboration with SHBVB in a countywide effort, which is a hometown for the holidays, in which we took it a step forward and built an extensive page on our website that featured 60 events that focused from the far south to the east to the west, all the way up to the north. We did our holiday passport program, local shopping impact, where we printed out 1,250 shop local holiday passports. We distributed them through Shelter Cove, Whitethorn, Garberville, Redway, Meadows Business Park. We received approximately 850 of these back, average of $125 per entry, and receipts was attached to it, generating over $106,000 in total sales was our estimate. These are our social media platforms, social media analytics. I featured on a couple of the key things. In addition to the events that we promote, we also highlight some of the historical factors within Garberville. This is another big one, social media analytics, social media analytics. Our website goals. Through our website, we have an extensive website where we promote.
Yvonne, I'm sorry.
Okay.
We have to be fair to everyone and give everybody the same amount of time.
Yeah.
So thank you, and we do have your printout. So thank you so much. And then please stay up here, and I'm going to offer the board any questions or comments that they would like.
And again, I know things changed in 2017, 18. I'm wondering, do you work in collaboration with the other Southern Humboldt group, or are you guys still completely separate?
We're still completely separate. We're separate from them, and I am an office of one. So it's just me. So I'm an office of one, and yeah, we're a separate entity.
Okay. All right, thanks.
So you have a visitor center that you staff,
Correct.
and you're open 5 days a week?
We're open 5 days a week, yes, from 8:30 to 5, from 8:30 to 5.
Okay,
is when we're open.
and so you're business driven, and the Bureau is a little different, as they discussed earlier, but you do engage your businesses as well, is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. Any other comments or questions? No? Okay, well, thank you so much. Peggy?
Next up is Shannon Hughes with the Willow Creek Chamber of Commerce.
Hi there. Thank you guys so much for hearing us today. I'll wait for this to start.
If you could pull the microphone up
sure.
so we can hear you.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Normally I talk too loud, so. Awesome. All right, well, thank you for the opportunity to present today. I will try to move through this as quickly as I can. Willow Creek is a small, idyllic mountain community nestled in the heart of the Six Rivers National Forest alongside the beautiful Trinity River. Willow Creek is the eastern gateway to Humboldt County and the Redwood Coast. We're a little different. We don't have redwoods, but we've got all kinds of other fun stuff that people can play around and have fun with. We feel lucky to call it home. Meet the board. I'll move fast through this one. Take a look at everybody's pretty faces. There's no shortage of adventures in Willow Creek. I think we all know this. We have river fun in the mountain sun. Obviously, I had a little too much of that the last couple days, but it's definitely, this is one of the most beautiful times of year out there. Visitors have tons of options for things to do. As you can see, we've got Six Rivers rafting, we've got Taco Fly Company, and then that's a great shot from Kim2 Beach. Willow Creek is a year-round recreationist paradise. Visitors can enjoy everything from camping and fishing to adrenaline-pumping river recreation and mountain biking. Solitude seekers can explore the Trinity Alps and Marble Mountain Wilderness that is right next door. Willow Creek really does have it all. And then, of course, there's Bigfoot, which is our main draw, I would say, at this point. The Chamber has trademarked the phrase, Bigfoot Capital of the World, and it's certainly caught on. Willow Creek has been featured in numerous online publications, TV shows, and even documentary films and movies. The legend, or reality, of Bigfoot brings people of all ages from all over the world to visit Willow Creek. The museum and the Chamber are now working together, and the museum is now the official visitor center for our town, receiving thousands of visitors each year. Bigfoot Days is our most popular event, and every year we hear from folks making the pilgrimage from all over the world to attend. This year it's on July 12th, so don't miss out. So we'll talk about a little bit of our statistics. The website for the Chamber and the museum have really increased the viewership over the past year. I would say we've seen a lot of increases in all of our stats over the last year. In the last year, there have been over 20,000 visitors to these websites. As far as social media engagement, that has also climbed in the last year, and we have maintained a consistent presence. Facebook in particular has received hundreds of thousands of views just within the last year. Another area that we have grown is our newsletter reach. Each week, I'm seeing at least 10 new people signing up to receive our newsletter. And over the last year, we've sent out over 34,000 emails, and our click rate is up to 40%, which is pretty high considering what the normal click rate is for those newsletters. So essentially, Willow Creek is visible, and the audience is growing really fast. I'm gonna go back, actually. So the TOT contributions, this is something that we're really excited to learn more about. We don't really know a whole lot about what the TOT contribution is for Willow Creek, and hopefully that's something that we can shed a little more light on, particularly with the inclusion of campgrounds, particularly the STRs. That's a really big form of lodging in our area. So that'll help kind of guide us and help us be able to make sure that we're marketing to the right potential visitors. All right, turn it over to Lauren.
Hello, I'm Lauren Stack, and I'm treasurer for the Willow Creek Chamber of Commerce. In 2024, the TOT funding we received was $34,117.98. As of April 15th, we have spent in advertising and marketing $819, contract services $7,996, Fees and licenses, $5,751. Payroll expenses, our largest expense, $11,618. And supplies for our events, $2,789. You'll notice our marketing and advertising budget is quite small. That is mostly printing of posters that we create and time paid out to have social media posts created. Advertising and marketing is incredibly expensive, and we have honestly not figured out a great way to do it with seeing, when we ask people about how they find out about us, it's mostly we saw the poster posted at ENF, we saw the post on Facebook, word of mouth. We would like to expand that. We know it can be really beneficial to us, but we just feel like the money is better spent elsewhere at the moment. So as of 4/15/25, we had spent $28,974.61. We still have a couple months left in this fiscal year. Upcoming, we expect to spend $2,988 with our contract services. Our Bigfoot Days event is coming up. Our spending has already started, and in the next 2 months, we project $4,540 to be spent. And we have our newest event happening, which is our Summer Downtown Mixers, which we are encouraging all of our businesses downtown to be open the first Saturday of the month with events and giveaways and prizes as a collective community event. It's relatively easy, and the spending isn't too hard for us, but we project to spend $250. So by the end of June, we will have exceeded TOT funding by about $2,634.63. And thank you.
And I'll just click through these so you guys can see the pretty pictures. And I won't spend any time. This is where we spend our money. Our community programs and engagement director, Zena Bardelis, has been integral. Our website development and visitor center staffing, which is the museum. We'd like to do more. Funding, permitting. So that's pretty much it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. I'm sorry. I have to try to be equitable.
That's great. No, I just wanted to click
we're
through the
allowing
pictures.
a couple minutes over,
Totally.
so thank you. I'm going to bring it back to the board if there are any comments or questions. Supervisor Madrone.
Thank you for being here today.
Of course.
I mean, you talked a lot about how with more funding, you talked a lot about how with more funding you can do a lot more.
Yeah.
So I hope to have a lively discussion about that here today, but appreciate the work you do with it. And I know you don't really make a lot of money on the Bigfoot event. It's really a community event. You put your heart and souls into it.
Yeah.
A lot of volunteers. So thank you for all you do out there.
Well, thank you. I really appreciate it. Thanks.
Any other comments from the board? Okay, well, thanks so much.
Thank you so much.
Peggy?
Next, please welcome Thomas Stratton with the Lolita Chamber of Commerce.
Hello, board and audience, and those watching from afar or near. I wanted to start the presentation with the opportunity to introduce myself, Thomas Nicholson Stratton. I am an implant from Eastern Oregon. I fell in love and came to Humboldt, and I'm still in love and very much in love with Humboldt and Lolita. I come to you as a co-owner of Jersey Scoops Ice Cream, Foggy Bottoms Boys, and part of Nicholson Livestock family that leads a legacy of 6 generations of family farming and dairy history. I'm also here today representing the chamber, the community chamber, as the vice president. Redwood Region Rise, California Jobs First, Equity Council co-chair, and the Leadership Redwood Coast third year class as a fellow. And as some things that I've learned in these troubled times and challenges is that we could all take a deep breath, if you would, with me, in through the nose and out through the mouth. Because it took a lot for us to get to where I am here today in Lolita. We had a lot of putting our house in order. So to put a presentation together today, as the master class has proven, would be unparalleled to the efforts that have been done. And I wanted to have a real conversation with you about what we have done in Lolita in a short period of time, in 2 years. After seeing the majority of the businesses that really brought traffic into Lolita exit. So I'm proud to be a part of one of those businesses that's bringing community and commerce into Main Street. And I can share just a few quick highlights and then would love to answer your questions. The first one and foremost is you can see that our sign has been resurrected and painted again, and that's due to partnership within our community and our members of our board working together literally hand in hand, making sure that from youth that are ages of 2 up to those that are 72, making this project happen. And we're rediscovering what that community means and is. Through partnerships with Caltrans, Humboldt County Office, or Organization of Associated Governments, CDFA, CDFW, Berkeley Safe Streets, Cal Poly, CR, University of California Agriculture and Natural Resources, and the Lolita Community Chamber, USDA, Humboldt County, you name it. The list goes on with the partners that we are currently working on projects that really surround the Great Redwood Trail and the development of the trail that's coming through our community that we see as the greatest opportunity for us to take advantage of in coming together to rally around something. From those that are the podcasters that were interviewing me this morning that were 8 and 9 in their community school to really talk about what that means and what the call to action is for them, to individuals working on a Safe Route to Schools grant and a community sustainability grant with Caltrans, Co-Central Credit Union grant, Nature Conservancy grant, the Whale Tail grant. So we are actively visioning, taking the steps necessary to perform those actions and moving forward with our community to make a difference. And that difference is to bring our community from a place that seemed to be of detriment into positive light, and that is with a growth mindset. So we're very happy to present that we haven't spent money yet because we finally have all of the cards in order to be able to accept the funds and to move forward. But when we do, you can sure as heck guarantee that we'll come back with our form of presentation and be able to share and really share more details of what we're being able to do with those funds. We look forward to welcoming you as we are here today to our community block party taking place June 21st. And we also have an awesome event happening. It's our community celebration in July, which is formerly known as Swagger Station Days. And if you have any other questions, I'd love to answer.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the board? Supervisor Madrone.
Oh, thanks for being here. And yeah, I know you're a bit fledgling, having to rebuild the community as a lot of businesses exited. So thanks for your investment in that community effort with the trail and everything else going on, the little parklet along that area there downtown. Is it fair to say, I mean, you just got your paperwork in order. You're you get the smallest contribution of these gateway funds, $10,000, and it was due to Supervisor Bohn that pushed for that last year. But is it fair to say that as you get your feet underneath yourselves, you guys can probably use even more funding than that? I mean, everybody could use more funding, right? But just
Always.
Curious what your thoughts are on that.
Yeah, absolutely, and thanks for asking it in a specific way. While we have already earmarked the 10,000 before we even knew that we had 10,000 coming, and thank you, Rex, for making that happen. We have big visions of what that means for us. And right now our big vision is encompassing about $2.5 million with inside of our scope for the Great Redwood Trail, which we have the easement for, and hoping to continue the work that's being done by RCAA and the trail development that's coming from Eureka to CR, and to pick up that from CR all the way to Fernbridge. We have a new fiber mill, Lost Coast Spinnery, that just set up shop there at Fernbridge, and there's a mass of different processing and agricultural and food type business and services that we're hoping to promote and bring up to the light of day.
That's great. And because you're taking on that whole trail effort and an extensive piece to it, I mean, every entity here today has liability insurance, I'm sure, and that was one of the requirements to get the paperwork all completed and stuff. But is it fair to say that by taking on a trail and a park and all these other things, it's a whole nother level of liability insurance and costs and things like that?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And we are one of the test sites as a gateway with the Great Redwood Trail, working hand in hand with the lane and what do we do in this situation? How has this been addressed? So as we are planning all of the portions of the trail, which is including a tunnel, which is including a trellis, or a trestle rather, we have a lot to consider in, as far as our budgeting is concerned, and liability is the largest.
Yeah, thank you.
Supervisor Bohn.
Well, the main driving force, and I think the $10,000 goes towards, they have a $5,800 insurance bill for the little parklet. And I think the Great Redwood Trail in their proposal is estimated to spend about $2 million in that little gateway, according to their drawings and their, you know, and hopefully they're going to stick to those issues that they put out there in front of the people and that carrot, and hopefully it becomes to that success where it allows these little communities, because there's been, you know, the promises made, and I'm sure they're going to. But we figured there's about $2.2 million in that little picture worth of improvements. Obviously, Lolita's not going to take it up. And the other thing is, for Lolita to have the little park that they have, to pay $6,000 a year for liability insurance, considering they've never had a claim, is a tough pill to swallow. So that's where that's where part of the 10,000 grows. But when you're giving $60,000 of your budget to insurance for a tot lot that doesn't have anything more than 48 inches in the sky, it's a tough pill to swallow before you were on the board and been going to the chamber meetings for quite a while, and that was a tough pill to swallow. So that was some of the nexus for that $10,000 to meet their insurance requirements.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions from the board? Nope. Thank you, Thomas.
Thank you for your time.
Yep. Peggy?
Next, we have Meredith Matthews with Arcata Chamber of Commerce.
Hi, Meredith.
Hey. Always weird to be on this side. All right, well, good afternoon, supervisors, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. The Arcata Chamber of Commerce is not the same organization that it was just 2 years ago. While we are still operating proudly as a de facto welcome center, open 5 days a week, stocking brochures, greeting travelers, and providing personalized recommendations for exploring Arcata and beyond, our role in the community has grown significantly. Although not officially designated, all signage in towns send visitors our way, and we meet that need daily. We are often the first stop for visitors who want to discover what makes Humboldt County special, whether directing them to see the big trees at Prairie Creek, Fern Canyon, or Avenue of the Giants, directing them to a great lunch spot on the plaza, and recommending the Redwood Skywalk, or helping them plan a weekend in Humboldt County. The Chamber continues to serve as a hub for visitors to come in, grab some information, and chat about local events. As of 2024, the Arcata Chamber has taken on the planning and production of most of the major events on the Arcata Plaza, from Oyster Festival to the 4th of July Jubilee and soon-to-be reimagined Arts Arcata. We serve also as a support hub for partner events that we don't produce, such as Godwit Days or the North Country Fair, offering marketing assistance, logistics, and volunteer outreach. These events are more than community celebration. They are economic drivers. They bring thousands of people into Humboldt County, fill hotels and restaurants, and spotlight our unique character and natural beauty. Last year, at the 34th Annual Arcata Bay Oyster Festival, the first organized by the Chamber, we broke records for attendees and drew accolades for bringing visitors from all over California. We had about 15,000 people that came, and with the information that we got, 60% of those were out-of-town visitors. This year, we are expanding activities to last a whole week to increase hotel stays and bring more folks into the area with a huge kickoff party, a Bivalves and Brews 5K at the beautiful Arcata Marsh, and a week full of oyster specials at participating restaurants all around the county. This takes money and staff time to plan and advertise. We have also deepened our partnership with Cal Poly Humboldt. The Chamber is now part of several university working groups focused on student enrollment and community integration. We believe that helping students and their families fall in love with Arcata through vibrant business districts, cultural events, and a welcoming environment supports not only the university's success, but the long-term health of our local economy. We're currently in the planning stages of a transformative collaboration with the university, details that we can't disclose yet, but rest assured it's poised to be a game changer for the Chamber, the campus, and for the city of Arcata. The Chamber has stepped boldly into the digital age with a strong and growing social media presence. We've created custom promotional videos, reels, and business spotlights that showcase our members and promote local commerce. We are storytellers for Arcata, capturing the magic of this place and sharing it with the world. If you haven't had a chance to scroll through our social media, I really encourage you to do some really great things. We just did a whole interview with Hog Island Oysters. That was a really amazing video. Supervisor Madrone put it clearly in his recent opinion piece in the Times Standard. Local budgets in cities and at the county are stressed, and one of the few ways to increase revenues for local services is to shop local. That is our mission in action, to increase foot traffic, encourage spending at local businesses, and create vibrant hubs of commerce across Arcata and beyond. When we promote tourism, we promote tax revenue. When we advocate for small businesses, we advocate for the financial health of our cities and the county as a whole. We are asking you today for your continued investment in this work. The funding we receive from the county directly supports our tourism and marketing efforts, allowing us to advertise in key visitors markets, produce visitors guides, promote events, and attract people to Humboldt County. In short, your support helps us bring people here. And once they're here, we make sure they stay longer, spend more, and leave wanting to come back. Thank you so much for believing in our mission and helping us elevate Humboldt County's visibility, vitality, and vibrancy. We look forward to continuing this work together. And I also want to thank the other chambers that are here who we work very closely with. We are a team together and we're stronger together. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Are there any members of the board that would like to talk to Arcata Chamber? No? Okay, thank you, Meredith.
Thank you so much.
Okay, Peggy.
As our final presentation, please welcome Jesse Miles with the McKinleyville Chamber of Commerce.
Good afternoon. My name is Jessie Miles, Executive Director at McKinleyville Chamber. Thank you for the opportunity to share how the McKinleyville Chamber of Commerce has been fulfilling the Gateway Agreement and why your continued support truly matters. McKinleyville is home to the ACV Airport and is a key entry point for visitors traveling into our coastal communities via Highway 299 along with Arcata. It's been wonderful to see funding reach all of the Gateway communities, allowing each of us to meet the specific needs of our area, where we each hold expertise and have the passion for what's going on there. This investment not only strengthens our individual regions, it allows us to work together, sharing our unique strengths to tell a broader, more unified story about the richness that Humboldt County offers visitors. My report today is directly tied to the scope of services for our service agreement. This was the first year that the McKinleyville Chamber has ever received any TOT funds, so again, thank you for that. We have been actively supporting all of our Gateway partners with listings in our online directory. We collaborated, as was mentioned by a few others, for the holiday hometown and Humboldt holidays, listings, a clickable map on our website. This helped create a unified, regionally focused message for both local and visiting audiences. And beyond the holidays, we routinely share events and highlights from other Gateway communities throughout the year. These are featured on our social media platforms, e-newsletter, chamber calendar, and story posts, helping amplify visibility for happenings across the county. Whether it's a festival in Arcata, a market in Willow Creek, or a new offering in Southern Humboldt, we support our partners by making sure their events reach our audiences too. We recently launched a new visitor inquiry form on our website to help us learn more about our visitors and to guide visitors and gather insights. We also offer a walk-in version in our office for people who stop by. While submissions are just beginning to gain traction, we plan to amplify it and make sure folks know about that so we can better serve them as they visit our community. We have regular phone calls, in-person stops, and online inquiries to visiting McKinleyville and the surrounding areas. Similar to Arcata, we're not any type of official visitor center, but when folks are in McKinleyville, that's where they stop by to find out about things. We're doing the direct work of welcoming people and connecting them with local experiences. The funds that we have received has allowed us to staff our office to assist walk-ins, calls, and digital inquiries, provide maps, referrals, and local suggestions to ensure positive visitor experiences, utilize funds for targeted marketing of our summer events designed to bring in visitors from neighboring counties, increase overnight stays, and support our local businesses. These already locally successful events are growing into regional draws in McKinleyville. Since July of 2024, our website has seen over 18,000 sessions with 53% engagement, meaning people aren't just scrolling by it, but they're stopping to explore the information. On social media, we've had over 250,000 Facebook views, 58,000 Instagram, along with thousands of interactions and hundreds of new followers in that time frame. These channels are how we reach and inspire people to choose McKinleyville, and by extension, choose Humboldt as their destination. We also take time to do Google reviews of a lot of our local businesses and places. We've put in over 60. They get a lot of views when people go and visit a place. They want to see what other people thought of it. So we help with that. We've added over 60 reviews, 150 photos that have received over 1 million views. We are actively supporting new projects that shape McKinleyville's future as a destination. Some of these include the new McKinleyville Skate Park that has several additional additions coming as they receive funding, the planned BMX Park, Life Plan Humboldt, and We Are Up. These are all projects that enhance the visitor experience and add long-term value. In closing, this funding has supported more than just promotion. It empowers us to serve visitors, support small businesses, and collaborate countywide to lift up all of Humboldt. Thank you for your continued support. We're proud to be a strong, welcoming gateway to our beautiful region. And with your partnership, we'll keep that momentum going.
Thank you so much. Are there any comments or questions from the board? No? Thank you.
Thank you.
Peggy?
This concludes our Travel and Tourism Partners annual reports. Thank you for your board's time.
Thank you. We're going to go out to public comment, and we'll start with the Zoom.
Thank you, Chair Bohn. 0820, *6 to unmute, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Nikki.
Sorry.
Chair Bohn.
I am so sorry. I'm so sorry. I apologize. Okay, you're unmuted.
Okay, am I live?
Yeah, now we can hear you. Thank you.
Oh, beautiful. Good afternoon, honorable supervisors. My name is Bob Judavine. I'm a resident of Eureka and have conducted business in Arcata for 35 years in various capacities, such as a small business owner on the plaza and banker. I'm also past president and board member of the Arcata Chamber of Commerce. I wish to thank you for past funding for the Arcata Chamber of Commerce. It is an extremely effective, non-political organization that plays an outsized role in promoting and supporting tourism to the North Coast. In the past few years, the Chamber absorbed the Arcata Main Street program, has grown and polished their events to be a significant attractant to outside visitors that benefit the entire county and happen year-round, with Oyster Fest being the largest. Most of these events are not intended to be moneymakers, but to stimulate business and attract tourists to our county. In addition, the hardworking team at the Chamber are fielding visitor questions, emails, and staffing the office 5 days per week. Funding from the county has been a critical element in providing those enhanced visitors, attractions, and services. The board and Chamber team appreciate your support. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. The next caller, 7973, *6 to unmute, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Hi there. Thank you, Board of Supervisors, for having a public comment and holding this meeting. My name is Ashley Oja, and I'm the Development Director for Friends of the Dunes, and I'm also the Board Secretary for the Arcata Chamber of Commerce. I'm calling to give a couple personal experiences and also just voice my support for all these projects as well as the Arcata Chamber of Commerce. In addition to marketing tourism in Humboldt County, it also creates jobs for artists, vendors, and musicians in our community at Oyster Fest. It also creates connectivity in a time where we all need to come together to support one another by creating volunteer opportunities for people such as myself and friends and all kinds of people feeling brought together by the event and supporting our community by volunteering. It creates opportunities for nonprofits to make money, such as selling oysters or beer at the event, as we all need an extra revenue stream this day and age, so we appreciate that. And as a personal note, it's one reason that my husband and I applied to graduate programs at Cal Poly Humboldt after attending Oyster Fest 2010. We liked the town, and it really was vibrant, and it brought us to graduate and become lifelong residents of Humboldt County. And last but not least, my husband is becoming a chiropractor, and he's going to practice in Eureka. So inadvertently, Oyster Fest 2010 has brought a healthcare professional, which we desperately need, to Eureka. So with that, I voice my support for the Arcata Chamber of Commerce portion of the TOT tax. Thank you so much. Bye.
Thank you. Caller 7718, I will unmute you and you'll have 3 minutes.
Ken Stawowski, I did want to do a shout out. I have been watching what's been happening in Willow Creek with their chamber, and they are doing a fantastic job there as far as I can tell. And I've seen all your other smaller communities. Unfortunately, Blue Lake's not part of this for some reason. I don't know exactly why. Maybe or something, I don't know. Anyway, our chamber doesn't seem to be that functional. If there's some way to help, we have an Arts and Heritage Committee out there, and they're trying to do some things, maybe get some murals and some other statues done, that they don't seem to be involved. So maybe they need to make some kind of application they have, or maybe somebody from your organization can reach out to the Blue Lake Chamber. Still are they? And they do plays out there. Actually, Michael Fields does them in the Lager Bar, and they do have some artistic things out there. We were supposed to get a Portland Loo in our city center, and then that went away, and now we're supposed to get some B&B portable toilets with some artwork on the outside of those. That's still not there. And anyway, whatever you could do to reach out to Blue Lake to see if there's somewhere they can participate, I think that would be greatly appreciated. So thanks for all the good work you guys do. That is the future of Humboldt County as far as I can tell. The tourist business has always been the one that most likely will always be here, hopefully. And your continued work is greatly appreciated by those who benefit from the jobs and the money that you all bring to our local area. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Caller 9963, I will unmute you and you'll have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Nancy Stevens, and I'm here today to voice my strong support and continued and future funding of the arts through Measure J. The support of the arts is essential to our community as well as our economy. It is important to be available to share our vibrant culture with one another as well as our youth, in addition to attracting tourism to our area. Measure J funds have already begun to show what's possible when we invest in the creativity of our community. While our community is abundant with creativity, we lack sufficient financial support. So thank you for the support that has been provided thus far. I ask this funding continues into the future. Thank you.
Thank you. That's all, Chair.
Okay, we're going to open it to public comment in the room. Is there anybody in the room that would like to comment? Hi.
Hi, my name's Joanne McGarry. I came here by bus from Arcata to speak on a topic that's coming up, but I'm recognizing the connection to a lot of things, especially on this day, which I remind you again is Earth Day. And I am such a supporter of so much of what the people have been presenting from the arts community and from the chambers of commerce, and I've participated in many, many activities. I hear about a lot of these activities in places where I currently can't get to, living a car-free life. And I would just like to connect the dots to the concept of, if you really want vibrant communities, vibrant arts, you need to provide people collective ways to get to these places to enjoy that. Because the Climate Action Plan is coming up, folks, and it's going to talk a lot about reducing greenhouse gas emissions. And that means we need to find different ways to get to these wonderful events and activities that people like me really want to participate. I had to hitchhike on a Sunday from Arcata to Eureka for an event. So let's support these arts, let's support these chambers' activities, but let's find ways for us to get there differently than we're currently getting there. There's lots of reasons, and I might be up here again talking about that. Thank you.
Thank you. Am I allowed? Yeah, you can make a public comment.
I wasn't sure. Great. Hi, I'm Shannon Hughes. I just wanted to kind of touch on a few things, just basically the sense of gratitude that we have. I didn't really get to that part of my presentation. Willow Creek definitely has tourism assets.
So I'm sorry. So
Yeah.
you made a presentation and now your public comment has to be in general about all, not to add to your presentation?
I can't talk about Willow Creek.
I mean, you can talk about Willow Creek, but just everybody has their time. I guess everybody could have 3 more minutes, but.
Well, I was more just going to talk about how Willow Creek, really does benefit from the TOT funding, and that we are really excited to be able to work together with the county. And as has been mentioned, we've really been working together with the other chambers. We're all one big team. I just really wanted to make sure that part of my message came through because I was only focused on Willow Creek earlier. And I also just wanted to talk about how much we really do appreciate the ability to use those funds to create opportunities for our local businesses, which does have a trickle down. Supporting local business creates more sales tax revenue. And so I really am hopeful that the Board of Supervisors can recognize how important this funding is to all of our chambers and all of our gateway communities. And that's it. I just wanted to make sure that was said. Thank you.
I just want to thank everybody. If it's okay, I just want to play off of what Shannon just said and just reiterate that. We all work together, so we guide each of us as gateway chambers. We guide visitors to explore countywide attractions from the scenic Lost Coast and the towering Avenue of the Giants to the Victorian charm of
Yvonne, I'm
Ferndale.
going to ask you again to make it more general and not just about the Garberville Chamber because you all had your 5 minutes, but make it more general about the entirety of the chambers, if you could, please.
I just want to make it entirety of the chambers. How we all work together to support each other and how we all foster a team environment, how we communicate with each other, work well off of each other, and how we're all supportive. And so we all work as a unit. And so I want to thank you for the time. And we also greatly, greatly appreciate the support and appreciate everything that our gateway chambers add to it. And we love working with them. It's a family atmosphere. And so that's it.
Thank you so much. Is there anybody else that would like to come forward and make public comment? Okay, last chance. Okay, seeing none, I'll close public comment and bring it back to the board for questions of Peggy or comments. Anyone? Okay, the Supervisor Madrone.
Yeah, thanks for organizing this. This was really great today to hear all these updates from all these amazing organizations. Couple questions. One, on page 3 of the staff report, it's got the list of where we applied the money for 24-25. And
That's the next item. You're on.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're absolutely right. Excuse me. I'm
Yes.
jumping the gun. So, yeah, no questions. Thank you for the wonderful presentations. Just to show I could be just like the audience, Thanks.
It's been such a weird day. Thank you. So I'm going to bring it back to the board. I do want to thank all the presenters and once again, thank you for adapting to our time frame and me cutting off your public comment on those on those items. I want to thank Peggy and Diana for their work bringing you all together and getting this all organized. And I'm hoping to entertain a motion from the board. Thanks, Natalie, Supervisor Arroyo.
I'll move that we receive these presentations, and I'd like to add that, I just really see how far you're able to stretch the dollars. I know we all would love for it to be greater, but it's really impressive to see. I don't think we always have the ability to stretch it quite that far. I love to think we're agile, but you are our agile partners in the community who help stretch those pennies to every last corner of the county, and it's really impressive. So thank you.
Second.
Thank you.
Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, we're going to take a 5-minute break, and when we come back, we will go on to the item that Supervisor Madrone was talking about. So 5 minutes, and we'll be back on the dais.
Try to keep it moving.
Okay, so now we're going to go a little bit out of order and skip over 3 and go to 4 because we have the TOT and chamber folks here. So we're going to do transient occupancy tax fiscal year 25-26 funding recommendations. This is a 4/5 vote required, and we're going to go to Jessica Maciel. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Bushnell. If Kaylee could bring up my presentation. As Chair Bushnell said, I'm Jessica Maciel. I'm a Deputy County Administrative Officer. I have Sean Quincy, Deputy CAO, as well here with me. Today, we will be considering the allocation of transient occupancy tax, otherwise known as TOT, funds for fiscal year 2025-26. I have a very short presentation. Just a little bit of background on the TOT funds. In 2022, Measure J was approved by the voters and increased the TOT tax by 2% from 10% to 12% and added RVs and campgrounds. The board established a TOT work group to consider allocation of these additional funds. The work group returned to the board in February 2023 with 3 funding proposals, each prioritizing a different sector. Last year in 24-25, your board deviated from that original funding to a slightly different methodology. In addition, for the base TOT, the non-Measure J portion, you elected to move in a different direction and directed staff to go out to RFP for a marketing assessment. The RFP is anticipated to be brought to your board to award the contract in early May. It originally went out in December and received proposals in late January, and the review panel has selected a vendor to bring forward to your board. And ultimately, in fiscal year 2024-25, your board budgeted $1.8 million in expenditures of TOT funds. And this is what those expenditures look like. I know that's like kind of a large chart. I wanted to separate out what was base TOT versus Measure J. And additionally, your board only chose to allocate through fiscal year 24-25, which is why we're here today revisiting for fiscal year 25-26. One point I want to point out is the Measure J reserve that your board allocated has not been utilized in fiscal year 24-25. If those are not used, those funds will be returned to the general fund to maintain general existing county services. And to that, I will point out on the next page what our recommendation is about that. So we have 2 main recommendations in the staff report for your board to consider. The first recommendation is to set the allocations at the same level as fiscal year 24-25, both in base TOT and Measure J, including the $615,000 in reserve. That would allow your board to be able to revisit those mid-year if you chose to. Additionally, as the marketing assessment is anticipated to be completed by the end of the calendar year, we believe this assessment is critical to inform ongoing investments in travel and tourism efforts. And additionally, the treasurer tax collector is working to contract with a company that specializes in getting Airbnbs and VRBOs registered, which will allow us to have a better idea of where TOT dollars are coming from. Approximately 30 to 40% of TOT revenue comes from those sources. The second recommendation is to consider allocating the portion of funds that were allocated to HCVB in fiscal year 24-25. It's just under $150,000. At the April 15th board meeting, your board heard a presentation on Project Trellis and expressed interest in maintaining the program. Staff shared that the program is heavy in administration, especially outside of the funding period. Your board may consider allocating these funds to the Economic Development Division for Project Trellis and other such board-directed programs that do not have a funding source, which could include business attraction and retention, airport marketing, or strategic plan initiatives that are not funded, such as childcare, broadband, and community engagement. And with that, I'm available for questions.
Okay, thank you. I would like to go out to public comment first and then bring it back to the board, if that's okay with my board. Okay, so we're going to start with public comment, and we're going to go to the Zoom first.
There is none, Chair.
I'm going to give him just to give it a second. No hands popping up. Okay. Kaylee, no hands?
No, sorry.
Yeah. Okay. Hi, Julie.
Hi, Supervisors. It's nice to see you all, and thank you for doing this. It's really good to hear all the reports from the chambers. I know they've been working really hard. I do have to say how disappointed on behalf of all the businesses who depend on tourism for their income and their livelihoods, that if the Bureau goes away, if it's not continued to be funded, that it's going to impact, especially in this economy where the projections are that tourism is going to be down because of the way people are thinking about their own money and the impact on them. So this is one last rallying cry that maybe you think instead of giving the $143,000 somewhere else, that you actually reinvest it in the Bureau for another 6 months. And that way we can maintain all the things that we do outside the community and keep Humboldt's reputation alive as a premier destination. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else for public comment? Okay, I'm going to be closing public comment and we'll bring it back to our board. Board comments and questions? Supervisor Madrone.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I think we're all seeing some alarming reports about tourism. There was a report I think I just saw last night about 70% reduction in bookings from Canada, for instance, and massive reductions in bookings from Europe. And the article talked about those reduced bookings being connected to people being picked up on the streets and taken off to other countries and stuff like that. Not to put it bluntly, but that's what it talked about in quite a bit of detail. So there's that, along with what Julie was saying as well. But enough of that. I appreciate the 2 recommendations that were put forward. We do need to make some decisions here today about where we're going to allocate this funding. I like that we did put some reserve aside last year because our general fund is hurting. And this Measure J funding was always anticipated to try and help with all services, not just tourism, but we have put a vast majority of it into tourism, which is, I think, a really good thing. I also really appreciate the comments that were made by all of our presenters about the collaboration that occurs between all of the chambers and all of the different groups. I think that's phenomenal because it really is one county, and when we're all working together, we're better for it. And I think many of the efforts really kind of dovetail and build on each other in a really, really important way. And Meredith, thanks for that little note on the article. I mean, you know, shopping locally has always been a thing, but as I tried to say in the article, it's never been more important. And I had never really thought a lot about how shopping online in particular, we simply don't get the tax revenues that we do when we go right into the stores in Eureka, Arcata, Garberville, McKinleyville, or wherever we go, and we actually spend our money locally. And I think a lot of people think that it's cheaper to do it online, but then you're not looking at the loss of revenues for local services. When you do that, it certainly is more convenient, but again, that's less jobs, all those things. But again, I talked about that in the article. But one of the things that's always been interesting to me is how these numbers have been set up between the different gateway communities and who was a gateway. As you might remember last year, we talked about, well, what about Lolita? What about McKinleyville, you know, right there at 299 at the intersection? And so I really appreciate the board's support for McKinleyville and Lolita. I think as we heard in the presentations, probably every one of these entities could use more money. But it's always been interesting to me how Southern Humboldt gets just a little less than half of the total money for the two organizations, and the rest of them get quite a bit less individually. And I remember Mark Rowley coming in here last year when we talked about this. And Mark, those of you who know Mark from Willow Creek, he's been involved in the tourism industry for most of his career. And he said that from his perspective, the reason that larger chunk went to Southern Humboldt was because at one point in time, before short-term rentals in particular and other things, Southern Humboldt, as a gateway to Humboldt County, really did bring in a lot of the bulk of the TOT money and the tourism economy in the county. But things have changed. I was talking to John Ford recently about when we passed our STR ordinance, we talked about eventually having another action where we would require the STR owners to actually pay directly to the county so that we could start accounting for that and understand who's paying, who's not. Because right now what we do is we get these lump sum checks from VRBO or Airbnb, and we don't have a clue who paid or who didn't pay or where the money came from. And it's not as simple as just saying, well, this money came from this community, so therefore it should go back there, because it's about how that money's leveraged, right, in terms of tourism and all that. And some communities might have less money, but leverage a lot more visitor days and expenditures. So it's complicated, and I certainly don't want to suggest that I understand it all or even have a great formula for figuring all that out. Another point is that on this chart, which you had up there earlier, I don't know if you can pull that back up, for last year's expenditures, I think it could be informative in our discussion to have that up there. But in that last year, we put $25,000 towards economic development. And today we have a proposal from staff to maybe consider providing the $145,589 to that effort for the coming year. Yeah?
Yeah. I just wanted to make a clarification that economic development received $220,000. $50,000 of that was for the RFP, for the marketing RFP.
That's right.
And $25,000 was specifically to manage all of these contracts.
Gotcha.
And then the remainder was for staffing to develop the marketing RFP and get it out there and manage that process.
Good point. $220,590 is the total as it shows there.
Correct.
Yeah, thank you for that, Jessica. I appreciate that. Then we also put $100,000 towards local housing trust fund. That hasn't been expended at this point and could roll back into the general fund. Although I know there was good arguments made about wanting to build up our trust fund to leverage more housing monies because of our housing situation. Go ahead.
Yeah, so the local housing trust fund money has not been journaled over there, but it will go into a dedicated local housing trust
It will.
fund. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we're building an account there to help leverage other funds to help with housing projects as they come online.
Correct.
Also aviation, $45,000. That was for marketing, airport marketing. Did that get spent, or is that also rolling over, or?
Sorry, yes, they are, I believe, in contract with, is it that Volair? Volair,
With
yes.
Volair for that part?
For
Okay.
that piece, yes.
Okay, and we may or may not choose to make those similar allocations this year. That's kind of on the table, or we might choose to do other things. My biggest concern, again, is the fairness and how we divvy up these funds, because they're all limited. And I don't want to cut anybody, but frankly, you know, for Southern Humboldt to be getting just a little less than half, you know, basically almost a little over 200,000, and the other 5 members of the Gateway community is getting 34,000 apiece, or 28 or 25, or Lolita 10. I would like to see theirs increased. I just think it's only fair that the money gets spread around in a little more fair way. I'm not, again, I think from what I've heard, that's kind of a holdover from older times. So that's just one of them. And then there's only one city in here, and that's Arcata. These are county funds that don't come in from the cities per se. And there's one city, and the point was made about Blue Lake. I think a strong point could be made about Trinidad as a gateway community. I mean, it pulls in a massive amount of visitation because of its strength as a beautiful coastal village on the bluffs. What about Ferndale? Ferndale's an incredible attraction. I know a lot of people come to Humboldt to go see the Victorians in Eureka or in Ferndale. What about Fortuna? What about Riodale? So I don't know. I'm not suggesting anything here per se. I'm just kind of talking out loud about some of the things that have been of concern and interest to me. But again, look forward to more discussion at the board. Thank you.
Thank you. We directed you guys to do a tourism marketing asset that we have not finished. Is that correct?
That's correct. That's the RFP that will be coming back to your board in early May to be awarded.
And also, currently, I know the tax treasurer has sent out letters to TOT holders to accommodate figuring out the percentages of TOTs, but we are not able at this time to say who brings in the most TOTs within the county. Is that correct?
That's correct. And even so, it is still voluntary that they register, and so it won't ever be perfect information.
Right. But when I was talking with tax treasurer, there's not a mechanism right now. They're figuring that out and hopeful to have that in the next year. And I see that one of the recommendations is status quo until we can figure that out. While I think that, Southern Humboldt used to be, and I may be speaking out of turn, but I do think they still bring in the majority of TOT because of the STRs that are down there, which are vast, and most of them are down there. I think that it would be more than fair to leave these numbers alone for right now, decide what we're going to do with the HCVB monies and with the Measure J monies until we have those comprehensive studies done like we had asked for before. Would really be a disservice to the chambers and to everyone really that we change all these numbers before we have those studies done, would be my recommendation. And then for this board to talk about what we're going to do with the HCVB monies and then the Measure J monies, which could be status quo as also. And I'm interested in hearing more from the board. Supervisor Arroyo.
Thank you. Broadly speaking, I support the staff recommendation. I do want to talk a little bit about the Measure J reserve and what we're going to do there, but we can come back to it because I think the issue that's been raised about the equitability is a tough one. It's a tough nut to crack. I mean, if we get more data, we could slowly over time, aim for a more per capita distribution. And that said, I don't think it's ever going to be perfect because, for example, I see the benefit of providing the ORIC chamber with, support and if we used a, per capita basis, who knows what the data would come back as. So I don't know that we're going to fine tune that precisely. I'm conscious of the fact that there's communities that have a chamber or a similar organization that aren't represented here. That said, I support, moving forward with this because I anticipate that a lot of folks in this room are hoping and expecting and probably budgeting based on that, at least in their minds. And, it provides us some, while it's an imperfect tool, a sense of continuity. I do really appreciate all of the value that all these organizations working together and independently bring. I did want to ask a little bit more about that reserve fund, but I think that we can come back to that if that seems like its own kind of nut to crack. So,
yes, I agree. Supervisor Wilson. And happy, to work this into a motion too, as, we have other items coming about before we can adjourn. I'll come to you next, or did you have?
Yeah, I'm ready. I was just waiting for a pause. For me, the analysis about TOT isn't just about the sort of equity of collection and distribution within. There's kind of two big buckets. One is of TOT, generally speaking, is mitigation. So that is a place where, you really do concentrate funding to mitigate for impacts related to tourism and those things, and those go into those communities most impacted by having many tourists, right? That's real. I think the other part is if you're using TOT monies to leverage more tourism, it actually doesn't matter where it gets spent. It should be focused on what generates more visitors. And so that's not necessarily regional in what we've seen. I mean, there's some regional, what I mean by that is there are disproportionalities about how many people stay in a place versus how many people visit the place. And I think that certainly Oric is one of those places. And I also, because I have a little bit about that, in these days, Arcata is one of those places because in Arcata have lost several of our hotels, a lot of hotel space due to conversion into housing, both for housing, student housing, and homeless housing, and so the TOT has dropped dramatically. But the number of festivals that occur in that small space and the bleed over in terms of where people stay means they're not necessarily staying in Arcata, they're staying in all these other places and all around. What I'm getting at is if we're talking about investment of TOT to drive tourism, that may not align exactly to where you derive your TOT dollars. And for instance, and I'm not going to downplay, but it's like a lot of people may stay in a hotel, say at the McKinleyville in the business park because they're passing through and they're going to a festival and somewhere else. So I'm just saying there's just sort of we have to think about it. Impacts, that's different. Impacts happen in the place where that's happening. That being said, I'm okay with the way things are, the status quo that we're talking about today, but I'm really looking forward to this analysis. And I just wanted to input that into the future analysis, is that we're looking at two different ways to look at TOT. And some communities do all TOT is just mitigation. They don't do any investment in more tourism. That's just like fixing things and paying for police or doing all these other things. Some communities take all their TOT and just invest it in tourism. I think we can do a good hybrid because I think we have good, smart people and we can make that happen. So that's where I'm at on that. I will say I wanted to speak to the Inc. people for just a second and the investment in that. That does speak to, it's very interesting. I've been a proponent for a long time in terms of investment with relationship to tourism, is just being a cool place to go visit. And it's not just about redwood trees, which are awesome, and people do that, but it's also about your vibe. It's about what's happening when people visit. It's about the spontaneous interactions that they have through the community, and if there's an arts events here or a cultural event there, and even if they're kind of in weird and sort of like remote spots within the community and people run across that, those are the stories that basically generate sort of a broader and understanding. Also, the infrastructure that we invest, say, in our trails and our parks and the other things that we enjoy that make us happier as a community. When people travel through that community, they see it, they feel it. Again, it's like when they walk out of their hotel or their short-term rental and they walk their dog down to the park and it's awesome and they meet cool people and it's interesting space. Like that is such an integral part of that experience. So for me, I want to make sure that as we're talking about TOT and where we spend it, that there's an emphasis on that. And going back to the Inc. people part, I mean, I will say, like, I have not, like, just consistently through the year, you'll just see this event and that event and this event and this event and this event sponsored by, this money. I have never seen $150,000 just spread so evenly across the community that it like touches on everything, which speaks to the sort of the resilience and the what's the word? I'm not efficiency, but I mean that. But it's like just how artists are just able to take the smallest amount of money and really make something really amazing happen and have that magic be spread everywhere. So I just really wanted to just a shout out of appreciation. And to the Housing Trust Fund, it's important that we keep that growing. It's important not just from having that ability to leverage that when we need it, but when funding agencies see that we are doing that, they're more likely to fund us for housing projects. So it's very, very, very important. Those are my comments. I support both the options that were put up there, the first and the second option. And when we're ready to make a motion, I'm happy to do that, unless there's something else. Thanks.
Supervisor Bohn?
Well, I remember the old days when we'd get the booklet from the Visitors and Convention Bureau about all the hits and all the people that came here, and the New York. We were just in New York Times with something that they had given, and domestic travel, like you said earlier, domestic travel is always good. International travel is great. Redwoods is still the number one item that's Googled about California, so they are still a little bit of a draw. The Oyster Festival brings in, and I know it brings people, and then the addition of the Rumble in the Redwoods, 13,000 people, an estimated 4,500 from outside the area, and it'll be bigger next year because the aviation, they were worried that they were going to pull it off the first year, and it was probably one of the most successful first-year ventures we've ever seen. So their dates are set, and people are already booking rooms, and the hotel next to it's already happened. So these new ventures that we're doing and getting people involved. So I still like the Visitors and Convention Bureau, and nothing against economic development, but I don't know. I'd rather keep them funded. 6 months, I'd rather see them going for a year, but I think they bring something to the table. I'd love to, 2017, 2018, there may have been an idea that we needed to have two organizations getting over $100,000 apiece or close to down there in Garberville, but everything has changed so much. I didn't hear, when the presentation was made, I didn't hear what one did different from the other, except they don't work together, but they're blocks apart. So I think they both provide services, but it would be great if they could work together, and maybe they get the same amount of money, but maybe make sure they're not traveling in the wrong direction. They're both traveling in the same direction. So I look at that. First District gets $10,000 for ORIC. For Lolita, I really appreciate that, you guys. So thanks.
So just to clarify, the two chambers do work together. They have quarterly meetings, and they have done a lot together, as Yvonne stated, for the Christmas, I forget what it's called exactly, hometown Christmas thing. They do work together, and I do understand what the board is saying, but I also want to recognize what Supervisor Arroyo said, that the budgets, they are already dependent on their budgets, and I don't know if we would cut them right now, and then what do we do? It would be very difficult.
In no way did I say cut them. I'm
not
willing
saying
to go.
you said
and I appreciate you sticking up for them. I expect you to, and they deserve to be stuck up for. But what I'm saying, these are things as we go down, we may not have this availability next year.
Okay.
And I know that we're supposed to fight hard for our districts and everything else, but I've got to look at a bigger picture of what happens next year. Right now, we have a situation that we can go forward with the way it is, and that's great. But I think the awareness has to be made that everybody may have to take a haircut. So that's all it is, nothing.
So to finish my statement, I know that next year we're going to be looking at a different scenario, and I am hopeful that maybe I wanted to ask the CAO with the $145,000 if we don't fund, which the contract with Humboldt County Visitor Bureau is expired December 31st of 2024. So we currently are not funding them and not in a contract with them. And I don't know if this board wants to go backwards. That'll have to be a discussion. But to fund the economic development with the $145,000 and to talk about utilizing that for some of the trellis, they also receive funding from the trellis for admin. Is that correct?
That is correct, and this is in reference to the conversation we had last week where we talked about if we continue with Trellis and continue to apply for future grant rounds, that there are a significant amount of activities that fall outside of the time frame for which we can pull down admin costs from the Trellis funding. And the staff suggestion was that we would likely bring back a recommendation to allocate an additional $50,000 roughly from the general fund. And so acknowledging that if your board approved this recommendation, that could be pulled out of this bucket of funding.
So I'm wondering with that statement, so that would be 50,000, right, out of the 145? So that would leave around 95,000. And I'm wondering if this board, would want to consider moving that somewhere else. As you heard, the chambers, some of them got funded very little, which would be McKinleyville and Oric. And Lolita got kind of thrown in there last year when we were talking about this, recognizing that some of them didn't get that. So I don't know if this board wants to talk about that or just do status quo, and Mike's shaking his head already. But I think if we could get a motion out there and so that we could have a discussion, that would be great. Supervisor Arroyo?
Great. I'll take a stab at it. All right. I'm going to move staff recommendation to approve TOT allocations at the same level as fiscal year 24-25, with the exception of HCVB. Allocate the HCVB amount to the Economic Development Division, and add one additional change, which is to take the Project Trellis related funds needed from the Measure J reserve amount and allocate the remainder of that to the general fund from the Measure J reserve fund, recognizing that we are in a fiscal crisis.
Can I clarify that we would utilize the, on that motion, can I clarify we would actually use the 145,589 from Humboldt County Visitor Bureau that was allocated to them for the trellis and TOT, so we wouldn't need to use out of the reserve from Measure J. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes. So what I'm hearing from Supervisor Arroyo is potentially for the full 615 to go into the general fund for future uses.
I wanted to make sure our economic development team has enough to work with, hearing that they've had a lot of demands for their time, and I was suggesting that the trellis related additional funds come out of the Measure J reserve fund, with the remainder going into the general fund to ensure that economic ECDEV has a little bit more to work with. Now, if that's not a need, I'm happy to amend my motion.
It's definitely a need. I don't even have to
They're
look to
all
see all the heads nodding. Yeah,
They're all very excited.
It's been a big challenge for that team to keep up with board priorities, and furthermore, there's a significant amount in the strategic plan that's also assigned to economic development. So
can I clarify then,
certainly,
before I second, that ECDEV would be getting 200,000, 145,589 plus 50,000 out of reserve from Measure J? Is that what you're saying? Because the staff recommendation is that the 145,589 go to ECDEV.
Whether we want to say it's for Project Trellis specifically, I mean, I guess, yeah, it would go to ECDEV, but specifically for that project, so that the 145 is wholly in the ECDEV realm.
Right.
So,
and
yeah, it's It
So
says
then-
one half dozen of the other,
So
but yes.
200,000 to ECDev?
Sure, yes, we can put it that way.
I would second the motion, but I want to have a little discussion and possibly an amendment to that, if I might, Madam Chair? Thank you. So if we stay with the status quo, it's not only the 145,589 that was going to Humboldt Visitors Bureau, plus the 50 that would come out of the reserve, making it 195. But there's also a line item here for 220,000 under ECDev. So if you go with the status quo, you're actually talking about $410,000 or so here to ECDev, and I don't hear that is the need. What I heard was that the current 220,000 was under contract for to be completed on a project with Voltaire, was it? I believe. Or
Sorry, my microphone wasn't on.
Voltaire, yeah.
Through the chair, to answer that for Supervisor Madrone, the Volair contract is through aviation. That's the 45,000 for aviation. I think you're talking about the RFP marketing assessment, which is the 50,000. It is 50,000 of that ECDev allocation for the current year, and you are correct. The staff recommendation would allocate 220,000 that was currently allocated to ECDev, plus if as the motion stands, another 195,000. As I have been reporting previously at some of the budget presentations, the ECDev fund has been strained by board approved activities that did not have an associated funding source. We are still working to bring that fund balance back to where it should be. ECDev could use those funds to get its fund balance back where it needs to be. So I will just say that there is still strain from unreimbursed prior board-directed activities in the ECDev fund balance.
So just to be clear, we're talking about $410,000 to ECDev, not just the 195. And so
Correct.
Just continuing with that thought there, let's say so that's where the motion's at that I seconded. But then there's also the 45,000 for aviation that's in the current year balance, not necessarily allocated next year. And if we stayed with the status quo, it would be for aviation, but we could take that 45,000, for instance, and move the Arcata Chamber, McKinleyville Chamber, and Lolita Chamber up in our allocation, for instance, utilizing that 45,000. We could, for instance, say Arcata Chamber moves up equal with Oric and Willow Creek to the 34,118 that they currently have allocated. We could move McKinleyville Chamber up to that, and that would add up to, let's see, that's 6,000 plus 9,000, that's 15,000, and we could make Lolita 20,000 because, as was mentioned, they have a lot of really big projects they're working on, and their liability insurance is eating every dime of it. You know, whereas we heard the Garberville Chamber has one full-time person working 5 days a week. None of the other chambers have a full-time person funded in these monies. Maybe they do through other sources that they're able to bring in to create a whole picture in their budget. But I know that's not true for Willow Creek, and it's certainly not true for McKinleyville in that perspective. This only provides a small portion of those things. So, I mean, I'm just trying to figure out a way how to level the playing field a little bit. I understand we're waiting for data, and I think, you know, what Supervisor Bohn said is people need to not be counting on this, and yet I know that's a difficult thing, right? You want to be able to plan multi-year budgets and all that, but I'm getting a little tired because last year when that came up, I said, you know, you really need to be not planning on it because at some point, these things are going to change. I don't know how they're going to change, but once we start getting the data on where the money's coming from, which isn't the only consideration, as Supervisor Wilson spoke to eloquently, it's about what leverage, you know, how much does that money leverage and what's going on? And what about mitigation from impacts? I will tell you that in the summertime, Trinidad is overrun with tourists. If you come to our little store and wait in line for 15, 20 minutes, you will understand what I'm talking about in the parking lot or all over town on the trails. We have a massive amount of tourism in Trinidad, and it is a huge impact. And we don't get a dime from this pot of money for Trinidad's Chamber, and they're struggling. So I'm just trying to figure out a way where we might be able to try and level the playing field a little bit, like using that 45 grand making Arcata Chamber 34,118, McKinleyville Chamber 34,118, and Lolita 20,000. That then would use 6,000, 9,000, that's 15,000 plus 10, that's 25,000. And then I would offer Trinidad 20,000 to their chamber as well. Now, you know, you could say I'm speaking strongly for my district, Willow Creek, McKinleyville, Trinidad, and that's certainly true, but my district is massive, and I have like 8 or 9 towns and communities, whereas some of the districts have like 1 town in them, you know? So I'm going to speak strongly for it, just like Supervisor Bushnell is going to speak strongly to maintain the status quo for Southern Humboldt, and I get that. I don't blame you at all for that. Like Rex said, Supervisor Bohn, you know, we're going to speak up for our district. So I seconded it. I would love to entertain a motion whereby we would make the Arcata Chamber 34,118, the McKinleyville Chamber 34,118, Lolita Chamber 20,000, and add Trinidad in there for 20,000. That would be an amendment I would ask the motion maker to consider.
Thank you. I want to add one thing before she considers. Are we going to start funding all the incorporated areas? Because Fortuna, Ferndale, Rio Dell add so much. Arcata has a very good base of money to add to their chamber. And I would hate for us to start the TOT that comes out of Arcata, that comes out of Trinidad, that comes out of Fortuna, Ferndale, and Rio Dell does not come to this county. And I do hear what Supervisor Wilson said, but you know, if we're gonna start doing this, there are many incorporated towns, cities in Humboldt that we're gonna equitably give to Arcata and Trinidad, but not give to any of the others. I have a big problem with that.
I spoke to that, Madam Chair, as well.
Yep.
But that was started when Arcata was added, which was because they had a California
I
Welcome Center.
I know why
and
it was.
I appreciate, Meredith, the comments you made about how you still are a welcoming center, you know, and you look at the events you guys hold in Arcata, and I think Supervisor Wilson made a really strong point about how in order to deal with houseless individuals, not all from Arcata, but they come there because their services, you have converted a lot of hotels and TOT tax into housing, right? And it's commendable. Eureka has done some of that as well with some of its motels that have been converted into housing. These are complicated things, you know, so I'm not trying to complicate them, but Arcata is already in here, and they're the only city in the whole county that is. And Southern Humboldt's getting just a little less than half of all the money, so these are valid issues to try and grapple with.
Sure. So the seconder, Supervisor Madrone asked a question, but Supervisor Bohn has had his hand in the queue. Do you want to hear what he says, or do you want to consider?
Nobody.
I'd love to hear what everyone has to say.
Supervisor Bohn?
I was just what are some of the unfunded directions that we've given you that you need the 400,000 for? I'm old, I forgot. So in ECDEV, of course.
Yeah, I listed a list, and Peggy may have more to add, but just for off of the top of my head that I had in here were business attraction and retention, airport marketing. So the 45,000 that your board allocated was for destination marketing, which is slightly different than the work that happens through what we call Project SOAR. And there's no funding source for Project SOAR activities, which is like airline recruitment. Then also there's strategic plan initiatives included in your board's strategic plan around childcare and broadband and community engagement, and there's no funding source associated with those either.
Okay.
Supervisor Arroyo.
Thank you. I know this will be disappointing, but I would like to not modify the motion, and I want to give my reasoning. We are, you know, I will also say if we're talking about our districts, not a single chamber in my district, and they are doing phenomenal work, or community within my district is on this list. And I recognize that countywide we have a lot of unincorporated communities that need the support, that are gateways, and that have complementary efforts that they're undertaking in conjunction with folks in my district. So we're all in it together. It gets, I think, just in the interest of creating a sense of ongoing stability and recognizing the good work that is happening, I'm willing to keep going with what this is for this, what it's been for this last year, especially having served on the ad hoc to bring forward these recommendations initially with Supervisor Bushnell that we implemented in this past fiscal year. Moving into this fiscal year ahead, I'm happy to keep supporting that. And, I think it's an imperfect system, but we've heard today about all the great work they're doing. So I want to see that continue. But I also want to ensure that we're resourcing our own county economic development department appropriately. And the idea of keeping this reserve to help stabilize county funds at a very uncertain time seems like the responsible thing to do in my book. If we were going to have if we were going to kind of open up the whole process again to analyze, the return on investment and who's doing what where, I think it would be a whole different conversation. But I came to this conversation today with this as the staff recommendation and being able to, by and large, support it. So I'd like to stick to that. I think there's great value in what all of the communities that aren't funded are able to do. And I think those who are funded could do great things with more. But trying to balance these competing priorities where we know that our own county budget needs help and we need resources to do the things that we've already directed our staff to do. So I see it as sort of looking out for our whole community and our district and this county as an institution by reinvesting those funds, and I'm going to stick to my original motion.
Thank you. So we have a motion and a second on the table. And
I'm withdrawing my second. I'm sure you'll probably be able to get another second. But we do need 4/5 vote, so we'll see where we go with this.
I will second the motion.
May I ask a clarification on the motion? Is your intent for us to still budget the reserve?
The intent was to take the 50,000, was it approximately 50,000 for the trellis funds that we decided on in a previous meeting out of that Measure J reserve just for that specific project and stabilization for that project, and to take the remaining 565,000 of Measure J reserve funds and add it to the general fund for stabilizing county funds.
Great, thank you.
Supervisor Wilson.
I'm going to support the motion as it's stated, and not because I think it's perfect, but because I think it's as good as we can get with the information we have today, and even just the, and I'll say it, the sort of economic and political considerations of just the body and the county. I think this is where we're at. I think kind of pulling it apart. I do associate myself with the criticisms and the concerns of Supervisor Madrone in this, and where there's these gaps. But I don't want us to have this, and we're just like allocating pots of money without any sort of analysis to it. And I realize this was created without a lot of analysis to it. So I want to be cognizant that, Supervisor Madrone is completely correct that a lot of this is just, it's just sort of like built up over time, and this is where it is, and we don't want to be in that place where we're just doing things the same way just because that's the way it was always done. But I do want to have some more analysis to, as much as possible, depoliticize this process in the future. I know that it was brought up, so I'll just say it in Project Trellis in terms of like the administration. I even saw an article about it. It's like, yes, there's our 100,000 we invest, that we have to do as a match, and there's this 50,000 that sort of like that's on the front end and the back end. But even the 10% that we are funded for administration in the middle during the operation doesn't actually cover our costs. So it's actually more than $150,000. It's whatever it is that's, I don't know what it is above that 10% that it's been. So I want to be clear that even that doesn't fund our our administrative costs even during the administration of it. So it's more than whatever that 150 number that's been put out there. So that being said, I support what the motion is today. I think there are some good opportunities to move things forward. I will say we do have a child care funding stream that if that's something we need to talk to ECDev about, then maybe we should look at that that pot of funding in the future and where that's at and the allocations and how that's been going on, because we allocated that $4 million, I think 3 years ago or 4 years ago, and there's still funding available within that space. And so I want to make sure that maybe at some point we might want to take a look at where we're at on that and be strategic about how we move forward with the rest of those allocations. And with that, I'm done. Thanks.
Okay, I think our vote buttons are up.
Motion carries 4-1.
Okay, thank you. We are going to be switching spots with Tom or is Jessica, are you doing this one too? Okay. We're not. Do you want to come up or you just want to hang out back there? Okay, that's fine. Bye, you guys. Drive safe. Bye. Okay, so we're going to move on to our last item. I think is Scott Miles going to come back? He said no?
He might be running right now.
Yeah, he had to recuse for those two. Did he tell you he was not coming back? Yeah. She's going to grab him. So we're going to wait for county council, and then we're going to start our last item once county council comes. We need to reset our Zoom, so Kaylee will be doing that right now, and then we'll start our last item.
It's fixed, Chair.
Okay, thank you. We are going to talk about resolution adopting a Measure O spending plan establishing Citizens Oversight Committee. A 4/5 vote is required, and we're going to go to Sean Quincy, I believe.
Yes. Good afternoon, Chair. This is the last item in our tax measure-a-thon for today, and I appreciate your patience. I do have yet another presentation. I will try to get through this quickly, but I've got to start to say that there is a lot that we tried to bake into this resolution here. After all, we were looking to establish a 5-year spending plan with one of the goals that we wouldn't have to touch it very often, because as we know, the more we touch these different funding sources, the more it adds cost and time and delays. So we try to build a lot into this with automatic mechanisms for funding, and I'm going to go through that with you all here. So overall, The potential actions for you today are, number one, to review the Measure O allocations for roads and transit, confirm the eligibility, who could be eligible for this funding, and the allowable uses for transit funding, and then finally to adopt a resolution that sets the funding in place for 5 years and establishes the annual reporting and public input process, and establishes the Citizens Oversight Committee as needed through the ordinance. Before we go further, just want to provide a little bit of context and framing for the process. This is the process that was outlined during our entire community education efforts, and today we are looking at that first step in the process, the funding ad hoc's recommendations. So the composition of that first step, the funding ad hoc, was determined by your board on February 11th. It was comprised of Supervisors Madrone and Wilson, as well as the Public Works Director, Humboldt Transit Authority General Manager, representatives from the CAO's office, HCOG, MCSD, Builders Exchange, and Humboldt Del Norte Building Trades, and the Coalition for Responsible Transportation Priorities. Their task was to return with an allocation plan for the two functions that last several years. At that meeting, both HTA and Public Works presented high-level work plans at different levels of funding. While the approaches varied, with Public Works presenting a relatively stable budget dedicated to different functions and HTA's plan increasing over time, both agencies favored the idea of having concrete dollar amounts heading into each fiscal year to help with long-term planning. In a broad sense, those who attended agreed that a majority of funding should go towards roads, while transit should receive a smaller but meaningful allocation. Establishing a contingency account was also favored, as sales tax funding has proven to be volatile. The roads plan that was presented had a primary objective to address the county's pavement condition index. The sample budget provided dedicated most of its funding to paving projects, a portion to match grants, funding for the brush cutting crew from Measure Z, incrementally replacing large equipment, hiring engineers to deliver projects, creating a set-aside for emergency repairs for disasters, and also beginning to address its negative fund balance, which is currently at $7 million. Transit's plan was a ramp-up that focused on maintaining its existing services, also providing new vehicles, then moving to expanded hours, and later introducing express services, and expanding dial-a-ride, and later expanding frequency of service, and hiring additional drivers. I should note that both of these plans were created relatively quickly, while it provides a high level of insight into future planning, those plans should not be considered a final product. More detailed planning will come once these allocations are finalized. And again, I'm going to back to the community education around the measure, as these are some of the pressures that put the county into a place where we felt like we needed to go to voters and ask for local funding. The increase in disasters, combined with the delay and uncertainty around state and federal reimbursements, have led the roads fund to absorb millions in costs over years, and sometimes without receiving reimbursements at all. As I mentioned, the road fund is negative $7 million. 3 years ago, your board also allocated $7 million in ARPA funding to help deal with that negative road fund balance, which was at that time at negative $15 million. Local roads have been suffering for years, and the system was recently rated as poor on the state's rating scale, meaning our roads will deteriorate even faster. At current levels of funding, our roads will be rated as failed by 2033. I should note again, as Director Mattson and I presented to your board earlier, the counties that have good or very good roads all have local funding measures that fund their roads. And finally, Humboldt County has $500 million in need for road pavement over the next 10 years. That is to bring our roads back up to an average state. Delaying the maintenance on these roads will only increase the cost in the long run. And finally, here's the ballot language that went to voters. And so with this in mind, the funding ad hoc provided this summary of recommendations. Operating with a $24 million baseline revenue projection over each of the next 5 years, the funding ad hoc recommends that 86% of the funding be allocated to roads, 14% be allocated to transit, and that the board uses funding from fiscal year 24-25 to establish a $3 million contingency. The ad hoc's plan was built around Humboldt Transit Authority being the sole entity that receives transit funding. Other recommendations provided in the resolution are that there be an allowance by Public Works and HTA to carry forward funding that is obligated into the next year. And on top of that, the resolution also states that Humboldt Transit Authority could request up to an additional $1 million in their unspent allocation to be applied in the following year. Any additional funding beyond those two funding sources would be allocated to roads. Regarding allowable uses, the Humboldt County Association of Governments just last week on the 17th provided a recommendation that the uses focus on operations and capital expenses that contribute directly to service maintenance or expansion, excluding large construction projects. I will say that that HCOG's recommendation on the entities that would be eligible for the funding, that recommendation was that HTA would receive the funding in the first year, but they wanted to see that eligibility could be revisited after year one. The resolution that's being presented today has HTA as being the sole recipient for the entire 5 years. This graph shows how the baseline funding would be allocated each year without accounting for any additional revenue received above projections. This shows that even though we are receiving funding in fiscal year 24-25, there are no allocations occurring this year, and this serves two purposes. First, that funding in fiscal year 24-25 is our established fund balance. That will help us provide the cash that is needed for transactions early in next fiscal year. Come July 1, there will be an additional $24 million of spending authority allowed for Public Works and HTA, and that represents a significant pressure on the county treasury. For example, the resolution provides that the county would provide 25% of HTA's allocation up front, and we would need the cash on hand to make that transfer. I should note that that transfer is proposed to be made to HTA so that they can have the cash on hand for their own transactions. So the cash flow is an important issue, and why this plan proposes holding that fund balance 1 year to be used, to be allocated the following year, similar to what we do with Measure Z. Secondly, this helps with sustainability and planning. So in this graph, we would be looking come mid-year of 25-26. We would look at our revenues and see how the revenues are coming in, and if we felt like the revenues are coming in pretty well, then we could take the fund balance from 24-25 and allocate it in 26-27. This would help with planning for Public Works and HTA so that they only have to go to their committees once a year, and we only have to allocate once a year. The cycle will continue throughout the lifespan of this spending plan. Again, we are proposing what I just described was a kind of a true-up method that we're already using for Measure Z. This has allowed us to stay within the actual revenue we receive and not overextend ourselves. And because of this, we would allocate funding, again, once per year, which also helps agencies plan their work year over year, including going to committees only once for public input and review. I'm going to go over a couple of the different policies, financial policies that I've included in this resolution. Often agencies discussing the carry forward funding, that first box on the left, often agencies will have to place an order that cannot be fulfilled for many months, especially when there are purchases for heavy or specialty equipment like buses. we're proposing allowing both Public Works and HTA to carry forward funding directly into the next year if that funding is obligated by April 1. Additionally, because HTA's expenditures are likely to increase as the years go on, the resolution proposes allowing HTA to request up to $1 million of their prior year's allocation that is either not spent or obligated. This funding would act like fund balance and be available the first full fiscal year after year end. Any additional funding, as I mentioned before, beyond that would be transferred to roads with a priority that funding be used to help shore up Public Works' negative fund balance. After 5 years, if any unspent funding after the 5-year spending plan would be returned to the county in this scenario. There's a contingency proposal included in this resolution. This approach is proposing to use some of the funding that is being collected now to be allocated to a savings account for use in a future year when revenues do not meet expenditures. The resolution proposes restricting use of the contingency only to fund road expenditures. It would be up to, under this resolution, it would be up to Humboldt Transit Authority to hold space within its allocation to deal with revenue shortfalls. Finally, the contingency is set at $3 million, which is 12% of our revenue projection. The Government Finance Officers Association recommends 16% of revenue, or $3.8 million, and this could be built up in years when there is excess revenue. On the eligibility criteria and allowable uses, there are 2 options for your board to consider. Option 1, again, this recommendation comes from developed by HCOG. Option 1 is public transit agencies. These are agencies who are eligible for STA funds, and they provide service to the general public. Again, locally, HTA would be the only entity eligible in that scenario. The second option is that general, specialized, and private transit providers are eligible. That's not limited to HTA. If your board were to choose a second option, this would be a grant process administered by HCOG.
I'm going to allow
Sure.
Supervisor Bohn to ask you a question.
Thank you. So that would be like dial-a-ride, H-car, along those lines?
I believe so, yes.
Can I answer that? Dial-a-ride is operated by HTA now.
Okay.
I believe that the Senior
Resource Center.
Senior Resource Center would be one of those entities that would be available for grant funding. I believe tribes would also be available for grant funding under option 2.
Okay.
Thank you.
And again, the allowable uses would be restricted to operational and capital expenses that directly maintain and enhance services. Not defined in the resolution, but discussed is that large infrastructure projects would be excluded, would be prohibited from, use. This slide just shows the reporting cycle. I showed a version of this to you all back in February, so I won't go over it too much. The main points here are that both the Public Works and transit agencies would present a proposed work plan in the winter to technical committees at HCOG. And then after taking review from those committees, then they would go to their respective boards. Public Works would come to your board with a finalized work plan for adoption, and HTA would go to its board. And then after receiving approval from their boards for those plans, they would go and submit quarterly reports to our office in order to receive reimbursement for their costs. And then annually, they would report to the audit committee on their actual expenditures. The audit committee would then compare those expenditures with the approved work plans. December 31st every year, by December 31st every year, a report on all of this activity would come to your board for review. And again, the designation of the audit committee, this would serve as the citizens oversight committee required in the ordinance approved by voters. And with that, this is just another summary of all of the recommendations that are being presented to you through this resolution. And with that, I would be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, I'm going to have the board ask clarifying questions, but I'm going to go out to public comment and then back to the board, if that's okay.
So Greg is here from HTA, and so can I ask questions of him in terms of how this functions for that organization?
After public comment, would that be okay, or the clarifying questions?
I don't know. Sure, we could do it after public comment, but I think I guess I kind of want to hear from him before public comment, because I think there's folks here who are going to speak to the transit element of this, and so I'd like to get a couple clarifying questions out of the way so that we can all speak more knowledgeably about that or ask good questions. So, Greg, you want to come on up? How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. Want to introduce yourself?
Yes. My name is Greg Pratt. I'm the general manager at Humboldt Transit Authority.
Thanks, Greg. So there's a proposal here. I mean, part of the proposal here has this $1 million unspent sort of allocation. If things are unspent, but you can't go higher than $1 million. I mean, do you think that limit works for the type of growth in the or equipment needs in terms of HTA? I was just kind of wondering, like, I mean, what do you think you're going to need in sort of reserve as you're talking about sort of the build out associated with this effort?
I think maybe the first year it will, but 2026 we're being mandated by CARB to start purchasing zero emission vehicles, and they start at 1 million, they go to 1.3,
right,
1.4. So
okay,
it could be a little tight because the lead time for a bus is anywhere from 10 months to 18 months from the time we order. So
then a question for Sean: if we doubled that to $2 million, what would be the impact? Because what's happening here is, what I'm hearing is, like, there can't be sort of an accumulation of a prior year's budget of more than $1 million. If there is, everything goes to roads. That doesn't happen in the other direction. And I'm just saying, roads doesn't, like, if roads doesn't spend all their money, does that then transit get an opportunity? What are we doing there?
So I will also say, to Greg's point, the carry forward piece that I mentioned on the obligated funding, if Greg were to order a bus and it's not going to come in for 12 months, he could carry forward that funding amount, and that is not subject to the $1 million limit. So he would carry forward that amount and up to an additional $1 million of unspent allocation from the prior year.
And so what if he orders 2 buses or 3 buses? What happens?
He would still have to stay within that $3.3 million amount.
But in a timeline of 2 years, or do you see what I'm saying? Like, it's like we're not allowing that accumulation of assets in order to manage in the same way you would in any other entity.
So as long as the funds are obligated or encumbered, so the order has been placed, the purchase order has been issued, those are not subject to the $1 million cap. So they could have 3 buses on order and still, beyond that, still carry forward $1 million.
But what if they're budgeted but not ordered? Do you see what I'm saying? Like, so in terms of like planning, you're not necessarily ordering things as you're budgeting and you're moving things forward. So I'm just looking for flexibility. I don't want to get HTA caught in a place where they're having to, like, divert funds to the roads where that slows them down in year 2 and 3 and 4 in terms of, like, the equipment needs. And it just seems like I don't understand the purpose of squeezing them in this way.
So if I may, through the chair, I will say that The $1 million amount was based on the, albeit not finalized, work plan that we went over in the funding ad hoc, and I believe that one of the highest year's allocation in that year was a little over $4 million. And so by providing that $1 million of unspent allocation to move forward on top of carry forward, I figured that gave flexibility to meet the needs outlined in the work plan with some flexibility there.
Okay, I understand your intent. I was just hoping that reflects in the actual implementation of the program. So I kind of dug into that like enough for this moment. I think the next question I have is the non-HTA transit needs and where. What was what I'm hearing is that HCOG made the TAC I think maybe made the recommendation.
It was also approved by the HCOG board.
Okay, that whatever it is in this arrangement that of that 14% proposal is that would all go to HTA. Where does that leave the other non-HTA transit entities or funding needs?
I would probably leave that to somebody who is better informed on transit issues.
Okay.
Yeah, no, this is, again, this is a reflection of recommendations that we have received from subject matter experts.
Okay, well, we're flushing that. And Greg, do you have an idea of what our current non-HTA funding streams are these days, or in?
Yeah, I think Rex named them off earlier. I know the county, I believe, provides funds for Humboldt Resource Center, Humboldt Senior Resource Center, Adult Day Healthcare. I'm not sure. I don't think you have anything with HCAR, but that is another organization. And then the other agency would be Yurok Tribe.
Okay.
They have a tribal transportation program.
All right. That's the only questions I have for Greg at this moment, but I'm sure there'll be more after the public comment.
Thank you. Are there any Supervisor Bohn?
Greg, I keep hearing that you run a $4 million deficit every year, and I got to go to a couple of your meetings over the years, and I never heard this come up, that it was this extreme, and, that's a 40%. So you had a 40% shortfall every year, and that kind of brings up the fire ladders and everything else, and you've got, in the last 4 years, $59 million in grants?
Probably a little more than that.
And then I know we were going to spend $10 million, or you were going to spend $10 million on an IRF center.
That's
which
correct.
Was for housing.
Correct.
Not busing or anything
It's
else.
for the 10 million's for the transit center. The rest
The
of it
bus
is-
stops at the bottom of the IRF center.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it wasn't that much different than what they've got now. All right, I'm just trying to figure out this $40 million or $4 million deficit, and I don't see it. And I'm not saying I'm against transit or anything else, but the delivery here is getting a little bit skewed from what I remember what we did here. So
It was, years ago, it was only $1 million deficit. But the local transportation fund has been pretty much stagnant when our costs are going up. We've added night service. Greyhound went out of service, so we provided service to fill that in. So it's grown, and we use our grant funds to fill that in.
Good, thanks.
Okay, if there's no clarifying questions, Supervisor O'Brien.
I do think it's helpful to understand a little bit more. It would be helpful for me to understand a little bit more about those other transit service providers in the community that you talked about with Humboldt Senior Resource Center, Tribal Transit. I know Fortuna has their senior bus. And my understanding is that, and I'm just kind of making sure that this is correct, that those are categorized a little bit differently because they're not open to all single riders and maybe don't meet some criteria for the Transit Development Act. Is that correct? Is it TDA or something else that was that criteria that HCOG discussed in the SS TAC?
Yeah, I think in the staff report it shows STA, and that is under the TDA, and that's part of the TDA is open to the general public, I believe. But the executive director from HCOG is here. She may be able to clarify that.
I think our CA.
Not to this in particular, just
Okay.
have a minute if I could interject.
Okay.
So I think the idea was that those are not, it's not to say those are not valuable resources in the community, but they're not open to the general public. So there's a little bit of a difference in how they operate and what funding streams they have access to and all of that. So, okay, thanks.
Thank you. I think Supervisor Wilson would like to speak to Director Mattson now
Yeah, I have a question for Tom.
before we go out to public comment. And CAO Hayes is going to.
Thank you. Just while Director Mattson is coming up, just to your comments, Supervisor Wilson, I do want to also say that part of the motivation around the staff recommendation to cap that carry forward at 1 million is to encourage these agencies to spend the money, right? If they know I only have 1 million I can carry forward, they're going to press to hit that benchmark. And I think it's very important with this tax measure that the community see swiftly that there are enhancements to services and that these dollars are going to the intended place. Around the conversation about buses or large fixed assets or large capital assets, I think we could probably add something in that says, you know, with CAO approval, we can carry forward more if it is tied to a large fixed asset. So if HTA were to come to us and show us a quote for 3 buses and say, we really want to procure these 3 buses, we need to hold this year's funding, we're going to order it in September of next year, then we can give some approval to carry that forward with some light documentation that there is an intent to purchase a big asset.
Okay, well then we can, when we get to some kind of motion, we can modify, and I appreciate that language. Tom, it's good to see you. So I know there was, what we were talking about, the messaging around paving and paving and paving, and there was a lot of that messaging. And I will say that when I was in the community, maybe my messaging wasn't completely aligned with that, and so I want to be really clear. And when I find people ask for, this happens a lot, people ask for a road to be repaired, it happens all the time, I've potholed this and that, and so, reach out to Tom, and he works his schedule magic, and things get repaired. And I will say that so often in the next week, people are like, where's my speed bump? People are driving so fast, the roads, so it's like, what I'm speaking to is people oftentimes feel unsafe around, when the roads are better and faster. What I'm getting at is that, in my intention, and I'm hoping, and I know Tom understands this, and I'm speaking a bit rhetorically, so I just want to understand that Tom does understand what I'm getting at here, which is that we need to I feel like we need to be very explicit in the understanding and allocation of fundings associated with what we call complete streets, and that we just can't pave a road and make it faster for 911, but make it safe less safe for the community around it that exists, that it goes through. And so that requires funding for striping or bulb outs or crosswalks or bike lanes, sometimes even sometimes separated infrastructure, because part of keeping roads safe for drivers is also keeping it safe for bicyclists, walkers, equestrians, other transportation modes. This is about transportation. And I want to just make sure that we're very explicit that this funding, albeit for roads, isn't just about the roads. It's about the ecosystem that road lives in, exists. And so, Tom, would it be, how could we enumerate that and say, like, 10% of this money is associated with complete streets, or these types of infrastructures to support the roads that we are, that we're making better and faster through our communities? And just want to hear what your thoughts are on that and how we might do that and what would work best for you, because I know these are goals that you're familiar and support.
So, Tom Matson, Director of Public Works. As any good government bureaucrat, we track everything. And this would just be adding a code into our tracking system. Is it part of a complete street network or not? Bike lanes that we restripe are part of the complete street. Curb ramps that we install are part of the complete street. Rapid flashing beacons are part of the complete street. I don't want to get tied to an annual percentage, because when I deliver the Garberville Complete Street project, that's going to be well over 50% of a $20 million project. I mean, it's a $12 million project right now, and it is all built around a complete street community that has a road in it, not a road that goes through the middle of a community. It's built from the sidewalk in, not from the road out. And so, you know, my oversight plan is basically, you know, several pots that money go into. $1 million to pay off outstanding debt, $2 million to get ready to go into winter have funds for winter storm damage, $2 million available for matching grants, and that would be like complete street projects and everything else. 10 to 12 million a year, not just paving, but surfacing. And then when we surface the road, if it's in a community, we look real hard at the striping to see if we can fit in a bike lane, what can we fit there. In the rural areas, we're going to stripe a shoulder. And then the chip seals and the micro surfacing or slurry seals that we do. And so, as part of every one of those projects, there's a complete street project thought that goes into it. And we may not get a lot of agreement on what is a complete street or not, but I think a very wide shoulder is a complete street, even though currently California Building Code does not allow me to call it a walking path, but you can ride your bike on it. And so we can track this by simply putting a code into our system and training our people. When you fill out your time card, they all fill it out so we can track where our money's going, what road it's going to, what kind of repairs it's going to. And so we can track and report out on the annual report as a performance measure. This is how much we spent on complete streets.
Let's take the Garberville example for a second. But that, I mean, do you anticipate that project will be completely funded by this measure?
No, but it's a $12 million project.
Right.
And so I've already got $250,000 from HCOG for the conceptual design. We are starting on the $1.5 million this June for the final design, and then the project of the $10 million will probably be $12 to $14 million by then, and we'll be looking for trying to find an 80% federal grant if there are any federal grants left at that point, or we'll be going back to the STIP to see if we can get money there.
I see.
And matching it with Measure O.
Okay, so what I was getting at is Measure O money set aside, not necessarily like other funding, but I get you, because some of our Measure O will be matched.
Yes.
Hopefully a lot of it, hopefully all of it. But okay, I appreciate that very much. I just wanted to figure out a way that we're really clear in our funding streams that these are important priorities for us, and I know they are for you, so we'll figure it out. Thanks, Tom. I appreciate
Could I add a clarifying point on
please.
the bus service funding? And so all the services that don't qualify to get funding through HCOG, their Transportation Development Act funds come to the county and all the incorporated cities. And so all of those services that were mentioned that can't directly access the HCOG funding, they access it through me. HCOG passes the money to the county, and we fund all of those services separately than baseline HTA funding.
Tom, I'm going to ask the board if there are any other questions of you while you're up here before we go to public comment. Supervisor Bohn, yes or no? Okay. Oh, sorry, gotta turn my head. Supervisor Arroyo.
Thank you. I appreciate the questions that Supervisor Wilson asked about the complete streets, and I think that's worthy of exploration and understanding. And I just wanted to, I have a couple questions. One is, we have transportation corridors of all kinds, all stripes in our county that need maintenance. I would like to see you have the leeway to maintain public transportation corridors. And do you feel that the way that this is written, with the portion of the funding that's dedicated not to transit but to other needs, you have that leeway?
I would want some clarification on that statement, because the way this has all been presented is roads and transit. So if we're starting to talk trails and other corridors, I would not it's a general fund tax. You can direct where this money goes, but I would not recommend it, because that's not what we told the people and what the resolutions told the people.
Okay. And then when it comes to, we've talked in the past about how we need to have some analysis of county roads to consider removal from the county road network. We have a lot of miles of road, and some of them are very minimally used. And I know we've had this conversation here before. How does that? I'm not necessarily proposing that this be something we're weighing today, but it factors in to what we're maintaining as far as our county road network. What are your thoughts around that, and how could we see something come forward that you have capacity for around analysis there?
Well, I think we would want to have a deep dive discussion into some criteria before I start recommending things. The easy one is it serves, there's no private property, or it serves as no access. It just connects two different roads. That may be an opportunity, but it may cut fire response times as well. And so we would need to go through a whole, I can come to the board with a report with a bunch of criteria, but before I go analyzing everything and get everybody really upset, I would really like to have a set criteria of these are the types of roads we want to look at.
I'll just say, I know this is a little bit of a different item, but I would like to see that come back. And I think, we could have $50 million for roads, and we still wouldn't be able to get to every portion of our county road system that needs it. And I think if we're going to be responsible with this funding, that needs to be part of the conversation too.
Supervisor Bohn.
And I don't know if you were here, Tom, because you've been here a while. There was a big push. Was it the 90s?
It was before 1998.
Yeah. There was a big push to take a bunch of roads out of the public, because what we did, there was supervisors that put farming roads, county roads, lanes to two ranches into the structure. And to this day, we're still grading them and fixing them and everything. But we tried to get them out. Yeah, you want to see this chambers full. And those guys have tractors and things like that. But it went over like a fart in a spacesuit, because it was not very well accepted. So as we move forward, that sounds great to take public roads. I remember when Sonoma decided they were going to take 500 miles of their road about 8 years ago and take them all to gravel. That filled their chambers up. So we've got to be real careful how we do that. The other thing I wanted to ask you, when HTA was suffering these deficits and everything else, did they, since I know they get a lot of their money through you, did they come to you asking for more money to cover those deficits?
They've always operated, at least from us, within the TDA allocation amounts that we had available.
Okay, I just feel like maybe I slept through a lot of meetings, because I never realized it being this extreme. Okay, thanks.
Are there any other questions of Director Mattson? No? Okay, we're going to go out to public comment. Thank you, Tom. And we're going to start with Zoom.
Thank you, Chair. Caller 8912, I am going to unmute you, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Hello, good afternoon and happy Earth Day. My name is Matt Simmons and I'm the climate attorney at EPIC, or the Environmental Protection Information Center. Robust public transit is a necessary strategy for reducing our carbon emissions and preventing climate change. Not to mention, many of the most vulnerable members of our community rely on public transportation. I, along with many of my friends in Humboldt County, voted in favor of Measure O because we believe that the revenue generated would support our public transit system. Increasing funding will improve the service and allow more people to use transit in the community. Now is the time for Humboldt to double down on climate-smart policies like strong public transit. I've reviewed the proposed resolution and staff recommendations, and I have the following suggested changes. I would like to see the funding allocations be based on percentages and not on specific dollar amounts. I also believe that 20% of the revenue should go to transit, not 14%. I also believe that any excess revenue beyond the initial projections should go 100% to transit as opposed to 100% to roads as is currently written. Revenue collected in the first fiscal year should go to transit and not only to roads and contingencies. And that unspent transit funds at the end of the 5 years should not go back to the county and should instead be set aside for future transit needs. Thank you, and I appreciate this opportunity to comment.
Thank you. Caller 3379, I am going to unmute you and you'll have 3 minutes.
Hello, this is Melody Meyer. I'm speaking as the Eureka resident. I wanted to speak in favor of having budget be allocated for percentages of Measure O.
Please speak up.
Hello, can you hear me?
Not really, you're very quiet.
Okay, how about now? Is that a little better?
Much better.
Okay, so I just would like to advocate for the funding for transit for HTA to be higher to 20% if it is based on percentages. I think it's really clear that Humboldt County is very far behind in providing adequate public transportation. Just for an example, I was trying to get to Arcata for a 10 a.m. meeting, and I would have had to leave like around 7 a.m. from Eureka. So it's really abysmal service right now, and I'd love to see it improved. And the other thing that I want to make clear is to have you all make sure that HTA has flexibility in their budget so that they can save and use the funding from year to year and not have as many limitations on that. I think, you know, I've kind of heard the staff's explanations so far and they don't really make sense to me. I know that there's a idea of prioritizing the road maintenance. I think that's already been made clear by having it be 80% allocated to roads. And so having the flexibility for HTA is fine. I don't think the community will be upset with that. And I think, you know, we understand that it takes time to procure things, and especially considering that grant funding might be limited in the future, especially under this administration. So please stand in support of good public transportation for our county. Thank you.
That's all on Zoom, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Public comment in the room, please come forward. Hi, Michael.
Hello, Chair Bushnell, Honorable Board. I'm Michael Evenson, Interim Auditor Controller. I want to advocate on the downstream effects of bringing an additional $24 million into the county, particularly on administrative departments. Right now, the Auditor Controller's Office has 2 accounts payable staff. I also allocate about another 3/4 of an FTE of higher level staff to processing accounts payable entries. These are vendors who, in our community, who are getting paid to do work on behalf of the county. When we bring in this much revenue and this much outflow related to projects, I fear that we're going to see delays in payments. Roads invoices are among the most complex that we do. We review every line, we review the contract, and we review the board action. It takes a lot of time. It's a lot of effort. Additionally, there's a lot of downstream accounting impacts related to this. Every project results in a capital asset for the county. Somebody in the auditor controller's office has to manage that capital asset record and the ongoing construction in progress while it's going. The allocation to HTA, HCOG, however that works out, is a liability to the county, the unspent portion. There's a lot of reconciliation that we have to do at the end of each year and ongoing throughout the year related to this project, including encumbrance management and everything else that we do. So I'm here today to advocate that you don't forget about the auditor's office, and for my ask would be 2 positions: a senior fiscal assistant to help in the accounts payable team, and a senior accountant to help with the high-level accounting related to this. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, welcome.
Good afternoon. My name is Colin Fisk. I'm with the Coalition for Responsible Transportation Priorities. CRTP and the community of transit riders and advocates are requesting that at least 20% of the Measure O revenue be dedicated to maintaining and improving public transit in the county. You know, they say that a budget is a statement of values. This year's Humboldt County budget shows $44.3 million going to roads and $2.7 million to transit. That's 16 times more spent on roads than on transit. And it's worth noting that, you know, all that money that goes to transit is state funding, TDA funding that is required to be spent to meet transit needs. Adding 20% of Measure O revenue to transit with the remaining 80% to roads would still result in 8.5 times as much money being spent on roads as transit. So even at that 20% figure, roads will get a lot more money, or you might say be more highly valued by the county than public transit. Of course, you can point out that more people drive than ride the bus in this county, and that's true, partly because we have not invested enough in our transit system, but a lot of people do rely on the bus. At least 36,000 people in the county, that's 27% of the population, don't have driver's licenses, for example. That includes kids, a lot of whom do use public buses to get to school, to see friends, to reach extracurriculars. It includes seniors and people with disabilities, many of whom rely on the bus to get to life-saving medical appointments, to buy groceries, to access services. And it includes low-income people who ride the bus to work and other destinations. And of course, that 27% doesn't include all the people who do have licenses but can't afford fuel or insurance or car payments, or who just don't want to ride. So that's more than 27% of the population who are non-drivers, and we hope that you value these constituents in your funding allocations. HTA has to maintain and improve a transit system covering our huge county, and as you've heard, you know, about 40% of their budget is a structural deficit. Another 17% roughly is federal funding, which is subject to cuts under the current administration. And there are many millions of dollars worth of unmet and unfunded transit needs, including improving service on the expensive but important Southern Humboldt intercity route and other rural routes. So the proposal that's brought to you is 14% for transit. I sat on that ad hoc committee and I dissented because, as you've heard, I don't think that's enough. Really, the proposal is for less than 14% because of all the various rules being proposed, like providing $0 for transit out of the contingency, $0 out of future revenues that come in above current projections. We're just asking that you don't play those kinds of games. Dedicate at least 20% of all Measure O revenue to transit. We really think this is a matter of values. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, go ahead. It's fine. Come forward.
Okay.
Hi, ma'am.
Hi, everyone.
Hey, we're going to adjust the microphone for you.
Oh, thank you.
There you go.
Thank you very much. No problem. Thanks.
Kaylee, restart that time, please.
Okay, and I'm not looking at the clock, so if I'm starting to run over, just say the word.
You'll hear a little beep.
Ding.
That'll give you 30 seconds, okay?
Okay, so my name is Peggy Martinez. I am a voter and taxpayer and small business owner. I also serve on the Social Services Transportation Advisory Committee, that is via HCOG, and I'm also a board member of the Coalition for Responsible Transportation Priorities. And I appreciate the opportunity to talk with you today. So yeah, Colin just expressed a ton of great information that I'm not going to repeat. What I think is important to say to you is that you all have constituents that would take the bus if there were buses available. There are many of us who do not drive. There are very valid reasons for not driving. And I just think it's really important that the non-driver be considered as you consider this, this budget allocation. I think that it would be a lot better and a lot more equitable if the budget, or the percentage was brought up to at least 20%. I just think, you know, the rural communities need attention. Southern Humboldt needs attention. Eastern Humboldt needs attention as well. We don't always have to buy huge buses. We can do microtransit. There are, you know, we know that this is something that's useful. Younger people are not driving as much. It's just sort of this common thing with some younger folks. They don't want to drive. We need to be more in tune with what is happening in the world. And I believe that Humboldt County has a fantastic opportunity. We've got incredibly bright people here at this dais, and I just think that we need to be rethinking this allocation. It's not enough. We all know that roads need maintenance. I don't think there's a question there. I think the complete streets idea to include in it is excellent. And, well, let's see. Well, the misconception by some that a robust transit system would not be useful for Humboldt County is false. So, transit is as useful as it is available. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello.
Hello, Tom Wheeler, Executive Director of EPIC. I am one of the thousands of Humboldt County residents that use the bus, HTA, for a significant portion of my transportation needs. As a frequent bus rider, I think two things are true. HTA provides a fantastic service. They do a really great job for a rural transit agency. I'm very impressed by their coverage, both geographical and time-wise. Also, it is constrained. It's constrained because of budget. As Supervisor Bohn helpfully asked, you know, what is the structural deficit that we keep hearing about? So $4 million a year in the red at the beginning of the year that they have to fill through other sources. And they've done a fantastic job historically of filling that through other sources. This 14% number that the subcommittee came to is relatively arbitrary. I think the board should figure out an amount that would cover that $4 million hole, and that is roughly 20%. And so, like other speakers, I'm in favor of 20% going to transit. I think that that is fair and equitable. I'm also a Eureka resident. I'm now paying 10.25% sales tax. Almost all of my trips in my life, I are on city streets or Caltrans maintained streets. I very rarely use county maintained streets. Lots of Eureka residents are like me too, in that respect. By funding transit, we at least make this a little bit more equitable, because the city residents are being taxed out the nose through Measure O and through all of our other various taxes. Sales taxes are regressive. By expanding the amount that we give to transit, we can make it fair for our urban residents. So again, 20% to transit. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Hi again.
Hi, my name is Joanne McGarry, and this is actually the issue I came for this morning, but I was glad to spend all this time here, and I'm glad I have that time here. Again, I want to repeat, because repetition is sometimes good. It's Earth Day, and I am also a car-free citizen of this county, and deliberately so. And I have benefited by the excellent efforts of Humboldt Transit Authority and others that have allowed me to get around as best as possible. However, there are very much the limitations of nighttime service and Sunday services and, you know, access to places in the community, in the county where I can't get to, like the Humboldt County Fair or Ferndale, because there's no public transit in those areas. I really do think, I'm not a good percentage person when it comes to allocating monies and funds, but I think, as I mentioned earlier when we were talking about the arts and the chamber and all their efforts, I want to be an active participant in my community wherever things are happening. And I'm an extrovert, so I can ask people for rides, but you know, we need to listen to the future. Again, I mentioned the climate action plan. We need to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions. We need to have good roads for those buses to ride on, but we also need to have more ability for people to collectively get to places. And I cannot tell you how beautiful it is sometimes to meet a stranger on a bus and you know, exchange some information with each other. So keeping us in our individual cars and designing things for people who have the luxury of having a vehicle, you know, just really balance out what the needs of the future are going to be, the needs of the future. And we can start now on this Earth Day 2025 in recognizing that life needs to be different, and we need to get places differently, and we need to do it safely and sanely, and we need to support public transit.
Thank you. Hi, come forward. Welcome.
Thank you. Debbie Egger, Interim Executive Director for the Humboldt County Association of Governments. And HCOG, I just want to put out there, is the regional transportation planning agency that is supports all modes of transportation, transit, and streets and roads just alike. Last week, the staff report that's included with your staff report today is a staff report that I had presented to the HCOG board, and that was a recommendation that the Measure O tax funds be available to transit agencies that serve the general public, as well as support the requirements with the STA. And the SS TAC, the TAC, and the HCOG board all approved this recommendation, but they did approve it with the option to reassess the eligibility on a yearly basis. Last week, when the HCOG board supported this, they also at the same time adopted the unmet transit needs report of findings. And the reason that this recommendation was brought before the board was because yearly, and I think the Board of Supervisors also has the unmet transit needs come here, but yearly there are unmet transit needs that are reasonable to meet but cannot be funded because of the lack of TDA funds that we have here in the county. And I agree with Tom. The county does fund a lot of the transit needs for the specialized services as well, and they are maxed out on where those transit funds go. And I do, you know, this year I think that there were 8 unmet transit needs that are not able to be funded, and so that was the reason for that. But I do want to say that the importance of having the board be able to reassess this on a yearly basis would be able to help some of those other agencies, like the Senior Resource Center, the Yurok Tribe, the Arcata Senior Resource Center, and their Fortuna Transit, and I believe that there was one other one. I can't remember what it is off the top of my head. So I did see in your staff report that if you went with the option 2, which allows for the reassessment, that it says on there that it would be a grant process, but I believe that that would just be a solicitation process like we do with our TDA funds now. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment in the room? No, I'm gonna bring it back to the board and close public comment, and Supervisor Madrone.
Thank you, Chair. I'll make a motion to approve all of the staff recommendations, but with option 1. And the only change would be that I would increase the transit funding to 19% and 1% for the auditor controller to be able to process all this, do all the reconciliation, because if we don't make payments timely to contractors, nobody's going to be building these roads and improvements for us. So that would be my motion.
I'll second that, and I have some comments when we get a moment. Is it okay to just proceed?
Go ahead.
Sorry, Steve, did you want to add anything else? Okay. All right. I do just want to take a moment to explain why I'm so passionate about transit. And why this is so relevant. You know, we've been getting a lot of feedback about this from the community. And I want to just give a couple numbers that I pulled out of, you know, our stats and financial statements for Humboldt Transit Authority, as well as the recent, very recently published unmet transit needs document. So HTA serves on average 40,000 passengers a month. And we have 134-ish thousand people in Humboldt County. Obviously, some of those are repeat passengers, but still, that's a significant portion of our population. I also, you know, want to point out that in Eureka, 16% of transit riders are seniors. In Humboldt County, 21% are seniors. This is according to the unmet transit needs document. In Eureka, 11% of households are carless. In Humboldt County as a whole unincorporated part, it's around 7%. And in Eureka, 21% of residents are disabled, where 19% of Humboldt County residents are disabled. So those are a lot of folks who rely on transit. And a lot of times when we talk up here, it seems like we are maybe not as accustomed to using transit. And so, you know, I just think those are important numbers. So in addition, the unmet transit needs were, as Debbie from HCOG mentioned, were very numerous. And some of the ones that were reasonable to meet would add another, you know, around 600,000 just to meet those unmet transit needs in a single operating year. And that's in addition to the existing deficit. So I think this really addresses that concern. I do think it makes sense, and I wonder if you'll modify the motion to authorize the CAO to do some carry forward funding for capital purchases like buses, because sometimes those are really big dollar amounts. You know, it might require some discretion around the carry forward funding if those things need to be contracted but not expended within that period of time or in those you know, in the amounts outlined. So Supervisor Madrone, any thoughts around authorizing the CAO to have some discretion there?
So if we could get our CAO back, I believe she was actually recommending a possible way of doing that.
Okay.
But I see she's in deep conversations with our interim auditor controller.
Okay.
So,
Alicia, I was just suggesting that the motion be include the idea of the carry forward funding for transit on account of, you know, there's sometimes large capital purchases with buses and such. And you had mentioned that, so we were wondering if you had any language or recommendations around that.
I would modify it to say $1 million can be carried forward for that has not been unencumbered, along with additional capital projects with CAO approval.
That works for me.
I would accept that amendment to the motion.
So, Rex, do you have anything? And then I have stuff. And reminding everyone, this is a 4/5 vote, and I'm not supporting this motion as it is.
Well, you know, I went back and I looked at everything, and I know on the bandwagon, I donated, me and Supervisor Madrone were the only ones that donated money, not that that has anything to do with it, but I talked to a lot of people about this, and then I noticed that the Progressive Democrats supported it. So then I read their letter that the Progressive Democrats did, And they don't mention bus service at all. They mention roads, public safety, and everything else. Now, I know bus service was included. My number was 5% when it first started out, because I thought it was funded in other ways. And then I heard that the number 30% for buses. Well, that was not going to fly. So then I looked at the Southern Humboldt Fire Chiefs, their letter of support that came out in October. They don't mention bus service. So there was to think that everybody thought there was going to be bus service. And like I said, I served on the bus HTA for 10 years, and I think I was a good member. They gave me a plaque. I guess maybe because they got rid of me, or you guys got rid of me. But with that being said, I look at this, but I tell you what, and I heard the other day that, you know, my roads, I talked to Sonny. I mean, I was out in Arroyo weekend before last, and believe it or not, he didn't want to bring his car in but it's getting better. But is it great? And then we talk about, we're not adding miles per hour to any road. We're bringing the roads back to the standards they were at when they were built, because we didn't maintain them for so long because the funding wasn't there. We're not sloping them so they're downhill so they go faster or anything like that. What we are doing is making them wider in a lot of places so a bicycle can go. Even though I don't, we don't do the tour of the unknown coast because the roads are so bad. We don't get the old cars over there anymore. So, and I'm just talking about one road, 63 miles, but I'm just saying there are a lot of roads. We don't get bus service in Ferndale. We got a lot of roads out there. And there's an economic driver to a lot of that. And there's an economic driver to bus service. So if we give them, man, I'd love to see them get 10%, but I don't know if that'd fly, But I know they came down, and I know it was somebody from that Center for Transportation that was on the committee that he opposed it or anything else. How many people were on that committee?
I believe there were 9.
And how many were opposed?
What do you mean opposed?
Well, there was a vote, I imagine, on the numbers. And he said he voted no. I was wondering how many more people voted no.
That was the only one.
Okay. So, I mean, so we had a committee, an advisory committee that we had there that was 8 to 1 then. And I'm sitting here going, just like we did with Measure Z and everything else, I'd love to respect the people's times. They put the time, they put the effort in. They did all they could. I talked to Greg a little bit about this because I didn't want to make Greg's a good guy. I hired Greg. I was on the panel when we hired. Greg's a great guy. He's done a great job with HTA, and the staff loves him. That's all you can ask of anybody. Do a good job, staff loves you. But I'm good with the 14%, and I don't think he'll light my house on fire. And I think Transit is going to get a $3.5 million, whatever the tax is. They're going to get a huge chunk of change. We're going to give them $3.5 million on a $10 million budget overnight. Well, maybe over half a night, a bunch of half night. But we're going to give them such a big chunk, and it's gone from 30, and then we came down quite a bit, and then we got and I'm going to tell you, you talk about input. I got probably 60 letters and phone calls saying do 20%, albeit they all said the same thing in a different version, and they were, just chain letters. But I appreciate that input. Gave me something to read every morning. But what I'm saying is I'd like 10%, but that's not going to fly. But I will go with 14 if I have to, because I want to respect the staff and the advisory committee we brought on board, which I have no idea who was on it, but I imagine it was a good cross-section of people. I think it was, not just a random, hey, you want to be on a committee? I think it was people that had bought into Humboldt County and had a pretty good understanding of needs and wants. So I would go with 14%, and I probably couldn't support anything over that. And if you guys can do without me, that'd be great. But
Thank you. So I also am not going to support the 19%, the 1% to the auditor controller. I think you had an opportunity to engage the CAO and this board prior to making public comment today, and it is not necessarily the place to do it right now. If you had concerns about your office that this was going to increase the work in your office, it's been out there for a long time. Public comment today, you've not reached out to me. I don't know if you've reached out to anybody else in this board, but it would have been appropriate to do it before you made public comment. And it could have been worked into it. I don't, as a board member, when we're talking about this, I don't appreciate that coming out of public comment time at all. Secondly, I also would support the 14%. I support public transit, and I know the increase to Southern Humboldt would be what they would appreciate, and that 14% would help the public transit. And I also want to respect the committee and the work that they did to get to the percentage that they got to. And so I am not going to support this item as it is for the motion. If the motion maker wants to deviate it back down to the 14%, what the committee worked for, I would support that. Supervisor Bohn.
Do we have an last, I'll turn to the committee members. Are we running a late night service to Arcata, Eureka? Is this,
That's part of the unmet transit needs, is to have a later night service. It's later than it was. There's been both earlier and later service added, but maybe Greg wants to add.
because I'm looking at the assessment and I'm seeing we're looking at a fare box return of 9.7 for Eureka Arcata and 9.2 on Sundays. And for the people out there listening, to be a successful route or to be an accepted route, a public transit route only has to meet 10% of what the costs are. So they're looking at the operating subsidy per passenger trip is, we spend a lot of money on transit to subsidize. We spend a lot of money to subsidize transit now. And and there is late night. I'm trying to understand if this is an estimate or is this the late night service that we have now?
Are you looking at the unmet transit needs document
Table
that was
7.
just published on HCOG? Okay.
Table 7 on the unmet transit needs. So I'm just saying.
Maybe Greg could go or HCOG.
I hate to do this, but we're going to have to take a 5-minute break. I apologize. Right in the middle of this, but it is what we're going to do. 5 minutes. Okay, I am not sure who was talking, and I apologize, but I think we all needed to
You were
use that break.
preoccupied. Go ahead and call for the vote.
I've got a statement first.
Excuse me, what, you would like to talk?
Yes, please.
Supervisor Madrone.
Thank you. So there was some talk about the ad hoc committee. It is. I can pull it in closer. So there was some talk about the ad hoc committee, and Sean was right. There were 9 members to that, not including Sean. He was not a so-called voting member. We didn't really go into it with any voting guidelines. We had a very frank discussion for about 2 hours. It included Tom Mattson. It included Greg from HTA. It included Debbie from HCOG. Mike Wilson and myself appointed by the board as ad hoc members. Rob Macbeth from the Building Exchange. Corey from Building Trades, and Colin Fisk, and Pat Kaspari as a representative of the CSD. So you were right. It was a very broad group of individuals, and after a little longer than 2 hours of vibrant discussion, we decided to each throw out what we thought the percentage should be, and it happened very quickly, and I did that on purpose so that none of us had a chance to think about it and sit there and strategize. Oh, I'm going to go with, I want 100% to skew the results or whatever. So everybody threw out a percentage. We added those up and we divided it by 9 and we came up with an average. That average was 14%. So that's how we arrived at our recommendation for those that were wondering how that worked. One person said 0%, and they said they had surveyed their board and a Rotary and all the people they knew in the community, which every one of them drove a car, none of them used transit. And I thought, well, we each have our biases, right? And I'm sure we were all taking surveys. Thank you, Supervisor Bohn, for supporting the campaign for Measure O. And of course, thank you to the Deputy Sheriff's Organization who helped organize that campaign. And I helped raise about $30-some thousand, not from me, only $1,000 from me, but from unions primarily, but also Building Exchange members. It was a nice broad contribution from members of the community and business owners. There was a nice array of people that kicked in the money for the advertisements, and I know that helped us get it over the finish, just like with Measure Z, when the Deputy Sheriff's Organization jumped in and helped with that. So that's how we arrived at where we're at today in terms of the recommendation. At that meeting, I said 20%. I'm saying 20% here again today, although while I appreciate what you said about it, it's always a lot nicer if department heads can come to the CAO in advance and have a conversation about things and all that. I'm not such a stickler on that as much as I am about information and what it means in the process. And so I will say that it does ring strongly with me that this $24 million a year is going to create a significant burden on the Auditor Controller's office. So I appreciate you being here today and sharing your thoughts on that with us. Lesson learned, do it ahead of time in the future. I'm sure you heard that very, very clearly, very strongly, and it's good advice, frankly speaking. Nobody likes to be surprised. That was probably the first piece of advice somebody gave me when I came on this board was don't surprise staff or don't surprise the board if you can, right? So that being said, I do want to see our contractors get paid timely. I really, really do. And I know this is going to be a significant burden. We're finally pulling out from a really nightmarish auditor situation. And Michael, you and others are doing such a great job. I want to keep us moving in that direction of really having good books, good systems, good reconciliations, and prompt payments to our contractors and to our transit system so that we ultimately can get all those people coming forward to build all this for us and do everything. I've heard clearly from this board that it would appear to me that with the motion that I made, it's not going to pass. We need a 4/5 vote. So in the interest of compromise, are you signaling peace to me or what? Victory, peace, what was that? 2 minutes? What?
I don't want to interrupt you, so go ahead and then
Okay.
if I can say
So what I'm going to do, as much as I don't like it, because I really think transit deserves 20% from my perspective. I realize that I'm in the minority in that, even with a second. And so I'm going to go ahead and modify my motion to make it everything I said before, staff recommendation, option one, which can change in the future, with 14% for transit, 85% for roads, and 1% for staffing in the auditor's office to be able to manage all of this stuff. That's just a 1% difference from where you two are at. I'm hoping we can get there because I want to make sure we maintain really tight administrative services on this. And I think it's easier to do it here than it is to think about taking that $240,000 out of our general fund later if we don't do it here today with this. So that's my proposal. Is that clear to everybody? Is that, I think it's reasonable.
I'll second that for discussion.
Okay, hey, we're learning.
And the discussion is, you're taking it out of the general fund anyway,
So I
just
think
FYI.
I'm sorry, but I think it was already seconded. I believe it's up to the seconder to say if they agree with the amended motion, just for parliamentary procedure.
I'll let Rex second it.
So you'll back out?
I'll back out
don't-
just
Sorry,
for the purpose of
Either
discussion.
or, I'm just saying, this goes into the
Can
general
I,
fund.
can I clarify with council that's, because Natalie was a seconder, is this okay? Because if she withdraws her second?
In agreement.
Yeah, she withdrew her second.
Okay, and then Rex, okay, so first and second.
So with, what I'm saying, it's coming out of the general fund anyway, so that's, I mean, that's what it's doing. So I would rather stay with the 14 and 86, leave it up to staff, basically the CAO's office and everybody, and with the input from Michael, and I'm not denying you, Michael, I know you're going to need it. Somebody else started their career by coming to the board unannounced one time. It didn't work, so. But it's not that you're going to not need it, but you're not going to need it right away because we're not going to start spending and doing the money right away. So I think you should work with the CAO's office, and we can bring it back and incorporate that 1% will come out after. But right now, just stay with the 8614 with the idea that we're going to, when needed, come forward, because he may be able to handle it. Who knows? You know, he's fully staffed. I don't think he will, but I don't mind doing it that way. If it's cleaner to do 14, 85, and 1, I would like to see if it's 1% that's needed. His number is fairly close to that, but.
Supervisor Wilson was in the line, and then Supervisor Arroyo, and then myself, but first I'm going to go to the CAO.
Thank you. I want to address the 4/5. Technically, for the resolution to pass today and the staff recommendations, you can get that through with 3-2. But the reason why we have 4/5 on all three of these items today is because they are contentious, and there will be many budget adjustments to come down the line to continue to carry funds forward, to adopt a budget, to allocate staffing, all of these things. So we really need your board to be on a 4-1 with this so that we know that we're in consensus.
So we
as
can't be on a
bring-
5-0?
Well, 4-1 at minimum. I'm not sure we're going to get to 5-0. I would love that, but.
Through the chair, can we bring on the need, because we just got it today, of the auditor controllers?
Absolutely.
Because that, and again, no offense, Michael, you've done a great job. You know I've supported you. But it kind of sets a precedent if a department head comes here and says, hey, you guys are going to get a lot of money and I'm going to need some of that.
I'm going to interject. Jessica would like to say something.
I just wanted to add to that point how the function of those costs would work through the cost allocation plan is that really the decision point for your board if you want to add to your central services because of the impact of Measure O. Those costs would be through the cost allocation plan, and the first cost would not hit until 27, 28, roughly. So really the decision point would be probably at budget time around adding staff.
Later, okay, later.
Supervisor Madrone.
So I appreciate that clarification, but I have to say, I'm kind of surprised. Imagine all the surprises we're getting this afternoon. I wish you would have made that clear earlier, because I was completely under the impression that this needed a 4/5 vote because it's an allocation of funding. So I appreciate you clarifying that. In the future, I would request as one member of the board that you just make that clear
Sure.
ahead of time, because that, you know, because for me, even if it was 3/5 and 3 of us voted for this, I would have preferred to go that way. And I was more heavily involved in this, you know, Measure O than anybody else on this board, and talked to the public at great extent. Not that you all didn't. I know that everybody talked to members of the public on many, many levels, but I can very calmly and confidently look anybody in the eye and feel fine about 20 and 80%. But that's what it is. So thanks for clarifying that. So I guess the question is, do we have 3 votes? Do we have 4 votes for this? Or do I need to amend the motion once more?
So I'm going to do you want to say something else, CAO?
No, just to that point, that while we're not allocating funds today, we will be allocating funds, and that's where our
So when
concern
the
comes in,
allocation
and
of those funds come back, it's 4/5.
It's going to be 4/5.
So this board could block that
Precisely, our
with
concern.
and
that
that's
we're
why
trying to
it's
avoid.
on 4/5 as the agenda. Doesn't do any good for the resolution if you can't get the money there.
Good point.
Supervisor Wilson.
All right. So honestly, I was hoping to get more than 14%, and I still think we should do more than 14%. And I still think that 3 votes would do it fine, because when you say it can be blocked later, we're not going to not do the budget on a few percent of this particular thing, because you would have to block the entire budget in a 4/5 vote. Because this would, if we voted, whatever we voted for it with 3/5 today, would be added to the budget proposal.
The adopted budget will require a 4/5 vote.
The adopted budget will require a 4/5 vote. I get that. But what I'm saying, the adopted budget is a broad and comprehensive compromise. And so what you're saying, is that basically, even if we voted 3/5, it would go into that. If someone wanted to block, if 2 members of this board wanted to block the entire budget, that would be a pretty extreme situation we would be in. We wouldn't have a budget. And so we have to be clear about that. I get that you guys are trying to avoid a future conflict around this, but nonetheless, we still have to pass a budget. No member of this board is completely okay with every single element of a budget. That's why it's a comprehensive compromise. That's how it works. So what we're voting on today is one piece of that comprehensive compromise to inject into that document. So for me, I'm not as afraid of a 3/5 vote personally. That's just me in moving that forward. That being said, my hope was to, get up to like 16%. That was my goal today. I thought that would be reasonable, just as so I could try and get four votes here. But now we're kind of like pushed into these corners, so that's probably not as politically likely. But I have a couple questions. One is we're on the issue of the auditor controller part. What I'm hearing about is that that's something we would talk about later, right? We wouldn't address that as part of this today. And you guys had some off-site discussion about that. Maybe you want to give that anything from that?
To the first point of your question, this is a very significant funding source that we have in perpetuity now, so that it's not just the budget. We will be coming to you on other occasions to make adjustments, to do carry forwards. It'll impact mid-year, it'll impact first quarter. So there's many budget times during the year that we come to you and require a 4/5 vote on to make those modifications. So that's where we're looking for your board to have some level of unity on the comfort level around this funding. And also recognizing that this one is fairly contentious, probably one of the more contentious items that we've brought before your board. For the staffing, what we were trying to flush out is if there was support for your board for that, if we could get a staffing allocation in a motion today, or should we return at a later date? What would the funding mechanism around that be? Would it be run through the cost plan, or would it be a budget allocation, which again would require a 4/5 vote for your board to approve that? It can be run through the cost plan, which is the most appropriate way, but we can return either through budget or at a later date, whatever your board's comfort level is with that, to add that staffing allocation to the auditor's controller's office. But they're definitely going to need an FTE at some point in time if your board were supportive of providing that resource to the auditor's office.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is that we would just give direction today to please come back with something that would we be asking that to come from the Measure O money? So we would be specific about that.
Correct.
And but it wouldn't necessarily come from transit, because transit would be just like a one.
Mike, I'm going to let Jessica's Diane over there to say something about this.
I just wanted to clarify about how the cost plan works. So it would be an increase to the auditor's office general fund allocation, which would then be incorporated in the cost plan charges that are charged to Measure O. So it would look like an increase to their general fund allocation, but it is recouped through cost plan charges revenue that is from Measure O. And so.
Okay, can we be very specific that it doesn't come from the
General fund.
HTA allocation portion of this?
So there in the resolution as it stands, there is central service charges, and there will be a small number of charges that are planned for in the resolution related to our office's work to process the reports, and for the HTA portion, and a small amount of work for the auditor's office to issue their payments.
Okay,
Yeah.
but the
larger portion of it would be mostly allocated to roads, yes.
Okay, and I still would like, from my perspective, minimally, and I know Tom was like not a specific number, but I would like a target put in here in relation to the monies, not the HTA money, but the money that is the roads money, a target of 5% to be used for complete streets elements of the work being done. I know it's not, and by a target, that doesn't mean it's a mandated amount of money, but it's something that's that we have as a target and that we can track, because I think it's important I just think it's important that we see where that's going, where that's coming from, and we'll get reports back from that. And I know Tom has said very clearly he can track that. And I'd like to have in the language a target of 5% for complete streets. I think it's important. Again, so often people have these roads upgraded and then they're calling us and requesting mitigations for the impacts of what happens when we do those things. Lastly, I would ask that the board consider, instead of 14%, 15%, and that would be because it would reflect the lean of this board. It appears that there's 3 out of 5 of us that would like something much more than that. So in compromise and in reflecting that lean of this board, adding an extra %, I think, is a pretty minimal request in moving forward. And I'm willing to accept 3/5 vote on that if someone wants to hang it on there, that's fine for me, because ultimately it's got to come back through the budget process. I don't think this is going to hang us up in the budget, and I think it's a reasonable compromise when we have a board that leans so heavily in a certain direction. So that's my proposal that's out there, and I'm hoping that we get an amendment to the motion to reflect those requests. Thank you.
Supervisor Arroyo, and then I'm going to go next.
I I can live with that, although it's not what I was hoping for, but I do want to add something I want to see. And after briefly talking with HTA's general manager, it sounds like this is because transit is very dynamic and because the federal funding scene is very dynamic. And this is about addressing a deficit. I think it makes sense to do this, to allow transit to keep all unused funding for the full 5-year period. So if it needs, rather than this rollover limitation, I can live with a smaller percentage if that is allowed to build up for some of those larger capital expenses and to respond to the changing dynamics. And then return any unused funding only after that 5-year period has ended. And if there's any revenue over projections, that it would be split on the same basis of 85-15%, along with the, it being an eligible use for those contingencies. So just continuing the same approach for all revenues from the measure makes sense to me. It's not clearly spelled out in here that that would happen. And then to allow it to roll over for that 5-year period. We would still have those allocations occur only once per year. So to try to reduce the administrative burden on our staff. So we need to work on how to make that work on our end. But that would allow for those funds to be used effectively when they're needed. And not sort of have to, I think it would make it easier for HTA to fulfill our obligations.
Thank you. I'm wondering, I have a couple questions. So I want to say for the auditor controller, I don't, if your workload increases, I'm not negative about that. I was negative about the approach today. And anticipate that if you do need more staffing because of $24 million coming into our coffers, I do understand that. We all work together, and that was what my thought process was, is that a heads up would have been appropriate. It could have been added to the staffing report, and that's what I was opposed to, for clarification. Secondly, on the budget process, when the budget comes, is it possible? It is possible to pull an item out of the budget and approve a budget without an item in there, such as Measure O spending.
Yeah, of course.
So you can adopt a budget, pulling out Measure O, if that was a motion made by this board, and sitting on that money until we can come to a consensus. So not that I'm going to do that. I don't want to block something, but I also want to correct Supervisor Wilson that a budget process is, if this board can't come to a consensus of 4/5, then you can say Measure O spending can be pulled out until we can come to an agreement, correct?
Yes, correct.
Yep, thought so. And secondly, when we talk about the rollover funding and carrying that forward for 5 years, what are the reporting requirements for Measure O spending? Like, we get the Measure Z reports, and if we're going to carry over large amounts of money, I'm going to go back to the voters are going to expect something to be seen and shown from this money. And if HTA is sitting on 5 years of funding without increasing ridership, without doing, and I'm not saying that that would happen, Greg, I just want it to be seen in the community as either a report that this is why we're saving millions of dollars and carrying it forward and not spending it, or we are spending it and this is why. And so I'm asking about the reporting actions of that.
Yeah, so each year when HTA presents their work plans to the SS TAC, that would include any available funding. And then if it gets approved by the SS TAC, it's approved by the HTA board, they would present their quarterly reports to our office on the expenditures, because that's how they would actually get their money transferred to them. They would submit a reimbursement claim to us, showing all of their expenses. And then by December 31st of each year, a report is going to come to your board with the audit committee's review of their actual expenditures, and you'll be able to see everybody's revenue for that year, how it's grown over the years, and what projects have been funded and executed to that date.
Okay, and that's great to know, because if we want to, I still like the idea that the monies could be carried forward with the CAOs. Okay, I like that better than the request that Supervisor Arroyo made. Also, the 14% is where I'm at. I'm not saying I'm not going to give in, but I want to also respect that committee that did that work. That was the recommendation that came to this board. It could have been fought out in that committee if it was going to be different. I don't understand why we came to this board with a 14% recommendation from that committee. If this committee member and this committee member weren't okay with that, then there must have been other people that weren't okay with that. So it's a little odd to me. But I'm going to go to Supervisor Bohn, and then we'll see where we can get.
Well, I would like to have this reviewed, we're going to look at it annually, but if we're looking at giving now $3.6 million, HTA only has to bring in $360,000 to the fare box to justify that. And just so you know, we underwrite, because there's some that are under 10%. Some of the late night Eureka Arcada and stuff like that is at 9.2 or whatever that says on the unmet transit needs. So I want to go back to, we support transit a lot. I mean, that's a lot. I mean, so that means for $10 million, we only got to bring $100,000 in the revenue box. I think we bring 1.7 million in from the revenue box or something like that. So we're less than averaged out. So to say we're not doing something for transit, and then I heard, we got to get more people on the buses. I'm just saying it's going to be hard to get more people on. I mean, I heard the other day somebody said it's going to get to the point where we get a bus every 10 minutes so people don't have to look at the thing and they can just step on a bus. We have 137,000 people in this county, and our bus service only probably services 65, that we're talking about all these people, but 65,000 of those people, because we got Southern Humboldt, we got Willow Creek, just to Willow. There's a lot of places that aren't being covered, and they're never going to get covered. And the thing is, the people that live there knew it wasn't covered when they moved there. So, I mean, and if we can service them, that's fine. But we just have to look at, we talked one time about giving free bus service. That hasn't come up at all in this conversation with this extra money, but they talked about that. But that was like a $9 million cost, $7 million cost. It was pretty expensive. So with that, I'd rather stay with 14. If 15 makes it pass, sure. You got us up one. You got me up one. You actually got me up 5. 10.
So I'm going to go to Supervisor Madrone, but I want to say one last thing is that everybody on this board campaigned for this item, knowing the impacts, whatever their interests were. Fortuna was against this. I worked hard in Fortuna. I worked hard in Southern Humboldt, who also did not recognize transit, but really recognize the impacts for public roads, because we have so many roads down there. While Supervisor Madrone's district is the largest geographical, private lands, there's the most in Southern Humboldt. And so I know that Supervisor Madrone was an advocate for the roads for a long time, but so were we all. And on a different spectrum, I know Mike and Natalie worked hard for the public transit portion of it for their communities. So I think that in our own ways, we all worked very hard for this measure, and I want to recognize that. And so I'm going to go back to Supervisor Madrone.
Thank you, Chair, and I meant no disrespect. I know it came out that way, but thank you all for your incredible support for this. And I will say that Sean and Tom worked their heinies off on every single level with all of this. And Jessica filled in as well with the Fire Chiefs Association, which was probably one of our most difficult meetings. So thank you, Jessica. At any rate, thank you all. So in the spirit of compromise, listening to everybody's stuff, I think I hear what might work, and that would be staff recommendation, option 1 for now, 15 and 85% split. The rollover limit would apply unless you get a CAO override or approval. I'm modifying the motion. And direct staff to come back on the cost area plan for the staffing issue with the auditor controller. Does that cover everything we've talked about here as an effort to try and find a compromise to see if we can get everybody on board?
You seconded, so are you okay with the modification? Okay, so I'm going to call for the vote, and then we can, if this doesn't pass, we can go some other way. So please, motion, please.
Sorry. We can do it, but I can't support it as it stands. But we're so close. We're so close.
What part are you not?
The rollover.
It's the rollover. It's the rollover and the making it clear that any revenues over projections would be split on the same 85-15 basis.
So anything over the 24 million projections.
Yeah.
Isn't that already in there?
It's not really that clear, and it's not, Sean says no.
No, I think it was explicit that additional revenue was going to be going to roads.
Can I ask another clarifying question? Is this an agreement for 5 years on this Measure O, and then it will come back to this board? So I have to say that in 5 years, I think our county roads would be in a much better position, and then this all will be renegotiated, maybe by some on this board, maybe not by some. Some of us will probably be gone by then. But I do strongly advocate for that our roads are in such dire need, and plus we have a $7 million deficit over there. And if we could just really in the spirit, give it to the transit 15%, and have I'd be okay with the rollover not going to the CAO, but just let the rest of it try to make up the deficit in our roads and to fix our roads. And then 5 years from now, we'll have another shot at trying to fix it and give it more to transit. And maybe by then our roads will be in much better shape, and we can give 20% or 25% to transit to up them. I just really, really, really have to advocate that we're in a mess in the roads department fiscally. And we really need this to try to help. We talk about budget. We talk about we're going to fix this. We just gave $410,000 to ECDEV out of TOT. Can we please give some money to the roads department to try to make up for their issues right now and get us a little flush and not be negative in that department, and then re-talk about it and give more to transit? Anyways, it's my soapbox. Supervisor Arroyo.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely want to see roads get the lion's share of this, which is what's going to happen. If we're looking at 3.6 to transit, then that's over 20 million to roads. And I want to throw out one more thing that might help. Maybe this could clinch the deal. I really do want to stick to that 15-85 split for all of the revenues. But right now, this year, there's what we're calling a contingency in here being generated. And how would folks feel if it didn't apply to that contingency, but applied to everything moving forward, that 85-15 split and the 5-year rollover? That would seed the fund a little extra this first year.
I don't understand what you're saying.
So this year, because it started April 1st, it's projected to generate 6 million,
6
probably
million.
more. That's a conservative estimate. So if the allocation, so that was being seen as contingency funding in the staff report, and if that was seeding the road specific portion with that 85-15 split starting in the first full year, then that would, because the contingencies were intended to be sort of set aside as a separate thing. That would help to enhance the amount available for roads in year one, while preserving that split and the, what I'm talking about for transit.
Thank you for that, Supervisor Arroyo. The fund balance that we're building right now, with funding that we are collecting from sales tax activity, is proposed to, in year two, the way that the staff report reads, $3 million would go to contingencies, $3 million would go to roads. And so what I think I hear you saying is that the revenue above projections would not apply to this initial pot of funding, and then wouldn't be applied until effectively HTA would get a bump in year three rather than year two. Is that correct?
Yes, I think we're thinking of the same thing, but the way that you've structured it is different than, I'm just thinking that the whatever's generated in this first year, the Senator Rhodes, just as a deal brokering opportunity here, rather than saving a portion of it in a contingency fund and a portion of it in another fund, and it's important to me on behalf of HTA and kind of thinking about, and constituents and all that, thinking about the reliability of that carryover and the greater split for the remainder of that. Because the way that the staff report was written, the contingency was its own kind of weird thing anyway. We were already going to divide it in a very quirky way that was separate from everything else.
CAO Hayes.
Just to clarify on the contingency, that it is like a separate budget unit in the same fund. So it's all going to be, even though these are general funds dollars, we are separating them out very explicitly, and so contingency is one. And I think if you're wanting the full $6 million or whatever comes in this year to go to roads, that can certainly be accomplished. And we are still going to heavily recommend that roads hold a contingency fund. I think that's where y'all's anxiety is coming in over here of not having a contingency.
So with the first $6 million would go to roads, and then next year and following years, anything that is assessed over the $24 million would be split. Where the staff report says that those amounts would go to clearing up the negative fund balance, correct? And so how about if we clear up the negative fund balance first, and then we do the split, so that we can get onto an even keel?
How much is the
Balance.
negative fund balance?
$7 million.
$7 million, which we could do with half of the funds that are coming in this year, put half in a contingency, and then, maybe next year, if we got 3 million over, I think that's probably a stretch, but
What
4
my
million.
suggestion would be is that we don't do the split on contingency monies until the negative fund balance of $7 million is neutral at the roads department. Greg is nodding back there.
Sorry, I think that fits with the recommendation in the resolution as current, because we say to give priority to any revenue over projections
Yeah.
to the negative fund balance. I did just want to point out, I would be remiss if I did not say that we should still prioritize having a contingencies in this fund.
Supervisor Bohn?
Yeah, it'd be nice to have everybody on solid ground. I'm just, as I sit here and have been here a while, throughout the years, and have sat on transit. Again, I was talking to Tammy Trent earlier today. We were talking about Measure Z, and we were talking, and she says, "I never heard about this $4 million deficit." She sat on the board for she's still on there, and that kind of came as a shock to her. So maybe we're just slow and we're not picking up, Greg, as everybody else. But I'm just saying, now it's become the most important thing. And the other thing I want to verify is, are all these still going to be contingent on 10% fare box? So for every $100,000 we spend, it's got to make at least 10%?
Not as I understand it, because this is all local funding. I think that the 10% fare box is either a state or a federal regulation. or
So
requirement.
we can run empty buses all around under the pretense that we're saving, and there's no fare box?
Unless your board wants to put a fare box
Fiscally, I
requirement
think
in.
we probably should. I mean, I think we're all fiscally responsible, that if I'm going to open up a business or run a business, I'd like to at least get 10% return. I won't stay open very long, but I don't know. Is that too much to ask, or?
We have two members of this board who serve on the HTA board, and always will have that. I would say, there is some flexibility with this funding. For example, if there was a real microtransit need and it couldn't quite meet fare box, but it was doing a bunch of other things that the community needed and meeting unmet needs, I guess I would prefer that we keep the flexibility and not put those same performance metrics on it, which isn't to say that we're going to run empty buses around. That would be inefficient and unwise. So I think we're going to make wise decisions, but I would prefer not to put that performance criteria on it unless, I just don't think that that's necessary.
It's not a very high bar, but we're looking at 5% for safe streets, and I can guarantee you the money we're giving to Public Works are going to, 100% of it's going to go to fixing streets. It's not 10%, 15, 20. It's going to go to fixing roads, and that's where I get 20-to-1 complaints rather than transit. So, and I've got a lot of, transit needs that don't get hit, but people understand that. So I just thought we'd at least fiscally, knowing that it's not under those limitations, just ask if they at least come close to 10%. I guess we'll trust you guys to handle that.
Supervisor Wilson.
Yeah, I just want to get to the place where we can get a vote and get out of here. I want to say, though, that this is a big amount of money. So, having some deep deliberation is not unheard of, and I think that's great. For whatever it's worth. But we're getting close to 5 here, and we're getting there. I do want to point out that fare box is a thing that when you're collecting fares, there are many places they don't collect fares at all because it increases ridership, and at 10%, sometimes it costs more to collect a fare than to not collect a fare at all. So that's why those discussions are a little outside the zone here at this moment, because you just want more ridership. That's what you want. That's the goal. I mean, that's absolutely the goal. And fare box collection is one way to monitor that. But ultimately, you want to be providing bus service and getting people using the bus and transporting throughout our community. So Supervisor Madrone has a motion on the floor. I'm not totally clear where we landed in relation to Supervisor Arroyo's request on sort of how to manage the overages, or not the overages, but the contingency or whatever it is related to the HCA. And I do want to ask Supervisor Madrone if we can have that that 5% target for complete streets on the spending in the motion. That would be great. Again, it's just a target. It's something I want the public to understand, that if there is work done in their community and they find that they need to figure out a way to slow things down, that 5% puts basically about $1 million a year into the budget, to the roads budget, to address the issues of safety around these situations. And I already know that Tom's going to do those things, but I want to make sure that it's not just Tom, it's an expectation of our community that we have those things. So Supervisor Madrone, how are you feeling about that?
I've taken notes, Madam Chair. Should I go ahead and present the modified motion one more time?
Yes.
Thank you. All right, again, in the spirit of compromise, because my brain is split in 85 and 15 pieces at this point, I'm sure the rest of you are right with me on that one. So again, staff recommendations with option 1, 85, 15% split between transit and roads, no rollover limit in the 5-year rollover period. That's, in other words, it's not a $1 million rollover limit, right? That was one of the things that Supervisor Arroyo wanted to see, I believe, for flexibility. I don't think it's a problem for everybody else, but I'm hoping it's not. The other option was to have the $1 million rollover limit with the CAO's permission to exceed that. They're basically the same thing, but one doesn't require the CAO. The other one is 5% roads target on complete streets. That's a target. It's not a requirement, it's a target. And I know Tom spoke to that as being able to track that and try to meet that. The other piece is to direct staff to come back with a staffing plan on cost allocations for the auditor's office. The next one is the first $6 million collected from April 1st through June 30th of this year would go to roads, and that anything over the 24 million for the foreseeable future would go to roads until the debt is retired. That's 7 million, I heard. Once that debt is retired, after that, any monies over the 24 million would go to an 85-15% split. Does that capture everything for everybody here, so we can wrap this up? I tried to take good notes.
Is the seconder okay with that?
Yeah, I've got a lot issue with the fare box being 0. That scares,
Hold
that's
on,
just
Caleb.
not fiscally, but I'm
It's
okay
not
with
being
it.
proposed, so just to be clear.
What's that?
We're not proposing that.
That's a,
Kaylee, go ahead.
I need clarification on if the CAO will be doing the approval or if not, because you
No.
mentioned both.
CAO would not. It would be, you can roll over the money for 5 years in the plan.
Thank you.
Sean?
And can I clarify, so the first 6 million that's getting generated this year goes towards the negative fund balance. Excess revenue continues towards that negative fund balance until it's paid off.
No.
Yeah.
After
First
that,
6 goes to roads, and then after that.
The first 6 goes to roads.
that's the
to
roads negative fund
retire
balance.
the fund balance, yes. Yes, it's going to roads to retire
After
that fund
that, there is an 85-15 split. The thing that seems to have gotten lost is developing a contingency account for Measure O overall in case our revenues come in short.
I would also like to interject that I heard 3 million would go to the negative fund balance, 3 million could go to work. And so you're gonna have 6 million coming in this year and absolutely no work done to the county roads except for to go to the negative fund balance?
So to clarify about when that money will actually come in, we won't receive our first payment until probably mid-June, maybe late June. And so we receive it 2 months in arrears. So if it's collected in April, we won't receive it till
Right.
June. So, and then the next 2 payments for May and June will be received in July and August and then accrued back to this year. So it would be really difficult to utilize any of that money in this year.
But it still would, if I can clarify, and I understand that, it would be projects next year, but it's still going to put projects out way late next year. If we use all the $6 million for negative fund balance and no money for projects, then we'll be out till December next year before we get a project on the ground. And maybe I can ask Tom if that's correct, because what I heard was 3 million to go towards the negative fund balance and 3 million towards projects. Once again, we're trying to get projects out there that the community can see because they voted for Measure O. Tom?
Well, my plan was to add immediately to our slurry seal bid the 200,000 remaining, to get that on the ground as soon as possible, and to get out a contract for paving and possibly chip sealing in August, September. Well, that was my plan.
Okay, so let's do the 3 million, 3 million. If that's a correction, everybody understands that of the 6 million coming in this last quarter of 2024, 2025 budget year, 3 million would go to retiring debt in the fund balance, and 3 million would be available for projects on the roads.
And still no contingencies.
No contingency, but going forward, anything above the 24 million would go to 50% would go towards retiring fund balance debt. The other 50% would go to a contingency fund. And then Tom can come forward with his detailed plans each year annually. And he has already spoken specifically to the idea that he's going to want to be building a contingency anyway as part of his plan. Is that correct, Tom? That's what I heard. So how does that work for you all? Kaylee, do you have that? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'm sure. Oh, man.
That's gonna take an hour and a half.
Okay, we're gonna vote.
Sure.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you to everyone. Thank you for Supervisor Madrone for 15 motions and the seconder. And thanks to the staff and for Transit for being here as well.
Last comment, quick.
And Supervisor.
And for anybody out there watching or listening that doesn't think we don't work really hard to try and find a common ground with each other, I think this is probably one of the best examples you could ever point to of that effort on the part of this board. So.
And thank you. And we are
Well, of course
adjourning
not.
in memory of Bob Pryor. And I know Rex spoke about him this morning, so thank you and condolences to his family.